not so painful.
Okay.
In outside Africa, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will outline a cautious and prudent route out of a lockdown next Monday. On a visit to a vaccination centre in Queanbeyan, South Wales, he said people should not pay too much attention to speculation in the lead-up to his announcement. Now, Britain's heir to the throne, Prince Charles, and his wife Camilla visited Birmingham's Queen Elizabeth Hospital to thank doctors, nurses, and other health staff for their hard work in the coronavirus pandemic. The royal hospital visit came shortly before news that Charles's 99-year-old father, Prince Philip, had been admitted to a London hospital as a precautionary measure for an illness that was not COVID-related. Charles, who had his first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine earlier this month, spoke of his great joy at meeting some of those who work behind the scenes in Britain's National Health Service, NHS. Charles, who is 72, explained that he was the same age as the NHS, much revered in Britain for providing health care which is free at point of use.
I know over the last year it must be absolutely exhausting for so many of you. But I know the whole of the NHS is such an enormous team, and there are masses of people who are unsung and unseen heroes and heroines. But we owe them all such an enormous debt of gratitude, and so many of you particularly. The pressures are huge. It must be so difficult with trying to organise all the other aspects of your lives, let alone the difficulties when you're dealing with people who are very, very sick, or those who tragically die. So you are an amazing team, if I may say so, and we are very lucky indeed to have you. And I hope you continue to have increasing success in battling against this abominable virus. But you're winning by the sound of it, and that is the great thing. So thank you for everything you do, for all of us.
Well, in business news now, the European Commission is seeing more and more attempts to create fraudulent COVID-19 vaccines amid the general drive to vaccinate the population. The head of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said this on Wednesday. The head of the Commission said those who purchase black market COVID-19 vaccines are taking severe risks. Wall Street main indexes opened lower on Wednesday as investors stayed away from making big bets ahead of the release of minutes from the U.S. Federal Reserve's January meeting. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 37.1 points or 0.12% at the open to 31,485.61. The S&P 500 fell 14.1 points or 0.36% at the open to 3,918.5, while the Nasdaq Composite dropped 135.9 points or 0.97% to 13,911.649 at the opening bell. And in sports news, now Rafael Nadal's bid for a record 21st Grand Slam title came crashing to a halt at the Australian Open on Wednesday as Stefanos Tsitsipas rose up to topple the Spaniard 3-6, 2-6, 7-6, 6-4, 7-5 and reached the semi-finals. World number 2 Nadal had not lost a set coming into the evening clash at Rod Laver Arena and was locked on target for the last 4 at Melbourne Park after roaring to a 2-set lead over the listless Greek. The match turned on its head when Nadal wavered in a messy third set tiebreak, and the rejuvenated Tsitsipas rallied brilliantly to take the match into a decider. Fifth seed Tsitsipas will meet Russian Daniil Medvedev for a place in the final.
I have no words to describe what just happened out on the court. My tennis speaks out for itself. It's an unbelievable feeling to be able to fight at such a level and just be able to leave it my all out in the court. Today's performance was, I started very nervous, I won't lie, but I don't know what happened after the third set. I fly like a little bird. Everything was working for me, and I think the emotions at the very end are undescribable. They're just.
I lost a match in quarterfinals of an event that missed that meant a lot to me. Australian Open is one of my favorite events, without a doubt. So I missed an opportunity to be in that semi-finals again. And that's it. Well done for him. He played better than me probably in the important moments. It was an equal match. I tried my best in every single moment, probably with the right attitude, no complaining at all in no one moment, even in the toughest moments, and just trying to, I think I stayed positive all the time during the match, fighting, and was not enough. Sometimes it's enough, today was not enough.
And that's Plus News Update at this time. For more update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again at 9:30 with a comprehensive package. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I am under the bridge in Menday, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artworks here by the artisans. An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs, and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women, and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Akpofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access. This is a fantastic location. How long has this Cane Village been in existence?
Well, the Cane Village has been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weavers Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, you must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft. What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you tear it. After you tear it, then you now carve it. And this chair you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before you come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can weave on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. You know, I can tell you today now we are this business. We have many graduates in this business, and those who finish secondary school are here.
Are they
Here, yes. And some of them can even learn to do this work, and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated the year 2010, did my NYSC in Ebonyi State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job, I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So, but we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta State. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kids in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can say that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. So, and that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspect to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process, which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, The Rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, we use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's Dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the client that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, please you get it for like 150,000, 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual like 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even a million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gift, they come here to have a demand of basket, meaning even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you don't even have. So, but you don't have money to do this, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, will give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for back, maybe all these back microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow you are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem for us. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to kill the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not buying and selling this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come to now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure, whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of it, out of it. You see, looks of this our work now. You have to finish them to export them. It's another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rata work now. Before we don't know how to do them, but now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that are even we are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this green industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me round the cane village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of this. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with this. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is sort. This material, we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
From Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring them on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
On a Wednesday morning, I call it your midweek thriller. It's a Wednesday morning. It's Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Let me take my first 2 stories first, and then I'll introduce my guest to you, so you can be surprised, so you can have me fun. My name is Wally Scott. Welcome on the show. Now, the Nigeria Women Football League, NWFL, has imposed a 1 million naira fine on Ibom Angels Women's Football Club and a 1-year suspension on one of the club's fans for assaulting a referee. The NWFL announced this in a statement signed by the league's chief operating officer, Modupe Shabi, on Tuesday. Now, we're in the receipts of match reports from the match commissioner and the center referee of the match between Ibom Angels FC and Rivers Angels. The official also noted that the action by the fan was in violation of the league's rules. This action is a violation of Article 26.1 of the rules book, which is also capable of bringing the game to disrepute. In view of the above, the Ibom Angels FC fan is hereby placed on suspension for a period of 1 year for assault on the match official. In line with Article 26.1 and 27.13, Ibom Angels FC of Uyo are fined the sum of 1 million naira only. And they put only there. Goodness Armstrong, good morning. Good morning. Now, I just read you a story now. And it stuns me when you say a fan assaulted a referee. You are actually telling Ibom Angels to pay 1 million naira. These clubs have money. The states have money. I've always suggested that you actually take points off them. Maybe like they are on 39 points, for example. Take the 9 on top, and then they'll sit up. Yeah. They will talk to their fans, really. What do you think?
I think finding clubs and, or fans, as the case may be, it's a very typical thing. I've seen it happen all the time. Sometimes they take away. So if it's a
1 million naira to Ibom Angels is not money, really.
I agree. I totally agree. If you're finding an individual, that's a different conversation. You're finding a whole football club.
Or get the guy arrested and put in jail.
If you're finding a whole football club, then that's a different conversation. You can take points of them, like you said. You can give them, you can give the player who's probably involved a game ban, just something that is a bit more detrimental than 1 million naira, which they can just shell out their pockets. And they're going to do it again, knowing that it's something that they can just pay off, right?
Just money. So, I don't want Ifeanyi Ubah. Ifeanyi Ubah is one of the biggest money guys in Nigeria today. And his club was fined 10 million. I was like, 10 million for Ifeanyi Ubah. Come on.
But again, there should be standards for these things. There should be standards for these things. If it's 10 million naira for that fine, doesn't matter who is involved. Fine them 10 million. If they can pay, that's good.
Wicked somebody. If
they can pay,
many
that's
Nigerians
good.
have lambasted the Nigeria Football Federation and the Super Falcons coach, Randy Waldrum, who just came for dropping former captain of the side, Desire Paranozie, from the list of players for the friendly tournaments in Turkey, despite her sterling performances for Dijon in the French Le Championnat. Now, Paranozie, who was been in fine form, was excluded from the team while 38-year-old. Let me repeat again. She's 38 years old. Onome Ebi, Francisca Odega, Achinwendu Hiazwo, who had not played any competitive match for any club for over 11 months, were included in the 23-man list released by the NFF for the tournament. Now, the Falcons have arrived in Turkey ahead of the match. It's the 5th edition of the Turkish Women's Cup in Antalya. The team's Twitter handle, @Super Falcons, has disclosed that the team has resumed indoor training with new American coach Randy Waldrum shortly upon arrival. If I read the remaining story, you will annoy me. Really. Now, Randy Waldrum is a new person. I don't know if he has checked the clips of our players yet. I don't know if he knows our players that well yet, but common sense just demands that 4 players, one of them is 38, has not played competitive football in 11 months. And then somebody who plays in Dijon, the French Le Championnat, regularly, is not called up. She was actually sacked as captain a few years ago for no reason. And she did a protest. She did a protest against the NFF. And so she says it's witch hunt. They don't like me, that's all.
I mean, only in Nigeria, right?
Well, not only in Nigeria, though, but is this witch hunt, really?
Yeah, because it feels like every time, because it looks like we're in a protest period where people are becoming a bit more woke, as I said, a bit demanding for more accountability. And I don't think that it should be grounds for witch hunt.
Should it be a right to protest?
Of course it is a right to protest. But are we talking about right here, to be honest? Because people are expressing their right and getting arrested, right? So people know that even when they do these things, there are consequences, but they do it anyway. And I'm one of those people who say, do what is your right, okay? But don't be naive of what the consequences are, okay? Football, coaches want loyalty. Clubs want loyalty. And sometimes politics get involved, regardless, football or not. So I'm sure she knows that. She knows the reason why. And if she tells you it's witch hunt, it is witch hunt. Because she understands the system. She understands the process. This has never happened to her before up until she's done the protest. So it's not mere coincidence, right? But it shouldn't be the case, to be honest. It shouldn't be the case.
I think I have heard people speak. I've got Twitter messages on my phone. I don't want to read some. And they've said that Amaju Pinnick, who is the head of the NFF, is someone who wants to talk and doesn't want to be spoken back at.
Does that remind you of anybody you know?
He doesn't want you to
have an opinion.
No opinion, you know. And so he says behind the scenes that what effrontery for her to have protested and that she's going to pay for it. And she says she's paying for it right now.
Does that remind you of anything that's happened recently in Nigeria?
A lot of things, really.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll go to my next story now. There were Champions League matches played yesterday. Ooh. Wow.
Ooh.
Wow. And the question I would have to ask this morning is simple. Is this the end of Lionel Messi? Is this the end of the Catalans, but Barcelona? Wow. Kylian Mbappe had fun. Somebody said Gerard Piqué had been finished by Shakira. And the guy had fun all the way. Paris Saint-Germain's Kylian Mbappe scored a stunning hat-trick as his side overcame the absence of Neymar to thrash Barcelona 4-1 away in their Champions League last 16 first leg yesterday. Now, the 17th of February, to move within full view of the quarterfinals, Lionel Messi has blasted Barca ahead with a penalty in the first half, but Mbappe pulled the French champions level with a classy piece of control and finished to complete a flowing team move also involving Marco Verratti and Lewin Kurzawa. Wow. Is this the end of Barcelona? Is this the end of almighty Lionel Messi?
I mean, let's be honest, football this season is a bit weird. Even in England, even, across the world generally, the absence of fans, it's impacting a lot of clubs. And I'd say Barcelona is probably one of those. I mean, they've been having downtime, as my brother would call it, who is a staunch Barcelona fan, with the change of coaches and everything. And, with Messi... Right, I don't know.
Like you right now.
but with Messi also, is he going? Is he staying? Contract leaked? So many things is going on with Barcelona, to be honest. So I'm not surprised that it's affecting them on the pitch. I don't think that is the end. Every club goes through these periods and they will bounce back. But is this the end of Messi? Mbappe has a long way to go. He's just scored over 100 goals in his career, and Messi has scored over 700. That change is going to take time. But is Mbappe the future? Absolutely. I'm a big Mbappe fan.
My question is,
I don't think it's
Paris Saint-Germain, the Al Khalifa family in Saudi Arabia, have said the only thing we want right now is the Champions League finals. We want a trophy. And they will pay everything. This is an Al Khalifa family who were paying Angel Di Maria £325,000 a week just to play football. And I'm asking myself, if he drops dead today, okay, that's to talk about another day. But truth be said, they want the Champions League.
They do.
They actually got to the finals last season, lost Bayern Munich 1-0. They want the Champions League. And the Al Khalifa family are willing to pay everything mortally possible to ensure they get that league.
If there's anything that Real Madrid used to tell us those days, it's that football can be bought with money. Sometimes when you buy the best players in the world, they give you the trophies.
Obviously, because you guys have bought everything.
Of course, right? But sometimes it also doesn't work because Man City has literally spent how many $1 million and they haven't even got to the finals of the Champions League. So it could work for them or against them. I would say that PSG has underperformed for the last 2-3 years, in my opinion. Sorry, 3-4 years. Last year, they did amazingly well, and I was really impressed for getting to the finals. Will they get to the finals again this year? I don't know. But I see them as one of the teams to beat.
My producer insists that I shut up and let you talk. And then he says that Messi is the controversy in that match from yesterday. They say, is this the end of Messi? Is Messi leaving Barcelona?
About leaving Barcelona, someone actually tweeted yesterday to say that this might be the last penalty Messi takes in a Barcelona shirt. I'll be happy to see him leave, to be honest, right? I'm not the biggest Barcelona fan, but I think that it's time for him to move on. He's almost Barcelona. Barcelona literally revolves around the dude. And he's done so much for that club. I think he's paid his dues. I think now Messi is there out of obligation. I don't think he's enjoying football anymore. He's not playing with his friends, the people he started playing with. There's so many things that have changed in Barcelona.
But the constant comparison has always been Ronaldo, Cristiano
he's
Ronaldo,
played in one
and Messi. Now, Ronaldo he was in Porto.
Of course.
He was in Manchester United.
Successfully as well.
He was in Real Madrid.
Did very well as well.
The old leader of Italian football now, Juve, and he's doing very well.
Yeah.
And they say Messi has always been a one-club man, so he doesn't compete with Ronaldo anywhere.
I've always had that argument as well with my brother again, and I'm happy to see Messi go somewhere else and see what he does. I'm really looking forward to it. Everybody thinks he's going to go to PSG or Man City. Either way.
What if he flops? What if he flops there?
I don't want to say that I'll be happy, but I'm looking forward to it.
There'll be no
to
reason
be
for
honest.
comparison anymore. Yeah?
Do you understand where we're coming from? So, but we're happy to see it happen.
Liverpool's 2-0 victory over RB Leipzig in their Champions League round of first leg on Tuesday. The 16th of February was just what the doctor ordered. Coach Jurgen Klopp said after his team snapped their 3-game losing run, Liverpool, who had won the Champions League in 2019 and the Premier League title last season, have struggled for form in recent weeks. Now, Saturday's 3-1 defeat at Leicester City left them in 6th in the Premier League, 13 points behind leaders Man City, having played a game more.
You don't expect big advantages for one or the other team because of the nature of both teams, because both are really good organized, both defend really well, both are used to cause the opposition side problems in the way they want to build the game. I thought that worked slightly better out for us tonight. I know Leipzig pretty well, and I know how dominant they can be football-wise, and how overwhelming they can be in a game from a physical point of view. So that's what we had to deal with tonight, and the boys played a really good game,
We did well overall the 90 minutes. As you mentioned, we created a lot of big chances, and at the end you have to score. I think that's the big difference today. Liverpool created one big chance in the first half and 2 chances when they shoot the goals after 2 big mistakes of my team. But at the end, I think we have the bigger chances, and it will be one of the most important topics for the second game, that we score. When we create that many chances, it's important to score. And now we conceded 2 away goals. It's not that easy. 2 home goals for us and 2 away goals for Liverpool, and it's not that easy. So we have to score in the second game. But I think we earned respect today because we did it well. I think Liverpool respect us before the game as well, but now perhaps it's a bit bigger. And at the end, we have to be confident for the second game. We have no other solution than being confident and try to do our best in the second game, and we try to win.
Painful. I'll tell you why it's painful. I remember the UFC from 2-3 nights ago. Kamaru Usman took on Burns, training partners, best of friends, and Kamaru Usman beat him silly. And then this guy is one of Jurgen Klopp's best friends.
Yeah.
And you can imagine how hard it is to lose to your friend, and you have to talk about it, And the press will always tell you talk.
Of course. They did a video call yesterday, even before the game, just talking to each other. Liverpool is going through a really, really hard time. I'm a Liverpool fan. It's not fun to watch, but I'm happy that they capitalized on Leipzig's errors yesterday, because that's where the goals came from, literally.
Well, I was going to say that for a long time, Liverpool have been walking alone. They've been, they're getting tired.
Yeah.
Luckily, they brought in a Diego Jota, and they've lost Virgil van Dijk. They've lost all the defenders too.
It's a tough time for Liverpool. Liverpool is a very intense team. They play intense football, they play fast football, they play high pressure football. So it's only normal that the players are tired or they're now reacting to the pressure of the past 2-3 years, because they've been one of the best teams in Europe in the past 2-3 years.
Jurgen Klopp is a Diamond shaft. He's a German machine.
Of course, that's how he works his
players.
He
wants to work his players ragged.
Yeah.
And I think that's not fair. Premiership where you play too many matches.
Yeah, and that's why he keeps complaining of the too many matches, because he knows his style.
He works them ragged, yes.
Yeah. I mean, but it's his style. You can help it.
That's not fair, though. Russian Daniil Medvedev secured a spot in the Australian Open semi-final with a 7-5, 6-3, 6-2 victory over friend and compatriot Andrei Rublev. That was yesterday, really. Now he's extended the winning streak to 19 matches. Now, Medvedev takes his friend Rublev again, another friend again, and it takes him to the cleaners. Wow. What kind of friendship is this?
Rublev has never taken a set off of Medvedev.
Yeah.
Never. And they've been playing since they were 8 years old.
What went wrong? They've been playing together from 8 years old, and he took him out again.
I don't know. It reminds me of the relationship between Roger Federer and there's this guy they've played for over 20 years and has never won Federer. So sometimes, you know, it just happens in tennis. You know, there's this rivalry between both of you. Mentally, you know that you guys are a match because Rublev is a really good player.
Yes,
in fact,
very
he's
good.
the only player in the tour who has gotten to 3 semi-finals in the past, 3 quarterfinals in the tour so far this year. So he's good. There's no, you know, talking about how good he is. But when it's Medvedev, it's just there's a mental block he can just go past. It's unfortunate.
But okay, do you see Medvedev taking this one?
Absolutely, I see him in
this
the
one.
final. I don't know about taking it. It depends on who he's playing and, you know, how the guy, what's his name, Karasev or something, the fairy tale guy.
Yeah, Karasev, yeah.
And it almost looks like every tournament there's a fairy tale that comes from world number 100 and something. And if that guy beats Djokovic in the semifinal, I think he'll win it.
But I think the Australian Open has always been stereotyped. You can actually, before the finals, actually
Tell
say, okay,
who
this guy can win. Because in the past, I've always said Serena will win. And most times I was always right, you know. But there's no fairy tale in the Australian Open. Yes, in the Roland Garros, yes.
Yes.
There are fairy tales there, but there are really no fairy tales in the Australian
It's
Open.
typically been among the big 4 guys
Yes.
in the past 10 years, I would agree. But this year, I think there might be a new winner. I think so.
Okay.
I'm not rooting
Should I hold
for
you to it?
I'm not rooting for Nadal or Djokovic by any means. So
You are seeing a new name.
yes, I want to see a new name. I mean, it's difficult to
Should I hold
bet.
you to this one?
It's difficult to bet against Djokovic.
Yeah,
Djokovic is
I
a
agree with
mentality monster. He can come through.
He lost his last
anything.
match through injury. How do you do that?
He won his last match.
Through injury?
Yeah, through injury. Because
Yeah.
sometimes we don't understand Djokovic's
He was
injuries.
injured.
We don't understand his injuries.
Okay, maybe lying, are you?
You know, we don't know these things.
Jennifer Brady battled through her frustrations and to overhaul another friend again, a United States teammate, Jessica Pegula.
Yeah.
Okay, 4-6, 6-2, 6-1, and reached a maiden Australian Open semi-final. Brady, 22nd seed, was a picture of anguish early in the clash on a stilling day at Rod Laver Arena, but gradually dialed in the power before crushing Pegula in the final set. But before we came into the studio, just before we came in, Barty just won out. Let's listen to this. We'll come back. Stay with us.
Moving on to the semifinals here. Yeah, you know, we're such good friends. I'm really happy for her success, and I know that we'll be having a lot more tough battles. And you know, some may go her way, some may go mine. Luckily today, it went my way, and I'm really happy to be moving on to the semifinals here.
Since your goodness to Nostradamus this morning, and you predicted that it's not going to be Nadal or Djokovic, it's going to be a new name, predict again. Brady has won. She might be beating Barty,
Yep.
who won early this.
No. Barty lost.
Barty lost.
Yes.
Yeah. So if Barty has lost and Barty is out, I'm sure you'd have been a Barty fan. That Barty could make it happen. So would you say a Brady?
Our favorite
Is Serena?
Brady. Oh, come on. Serena. I mean, I want to see Serena win.
It's
the
our
next-
turf.
the
It's
next
our thing.
turfy, right?
It's always been our thing, really.
Yes, I really want to see Serena win. She's playing, again, one of my new favorites, you know. So I'm happy to see that game today. Is it today or tomorrow? I think it's today.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm happy
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay. So I'm happy to see that game between Serena. Whoever wins that game wins this tournament for me. So Brady's been knocking on the door, and I'm happy. There's not a lot of American talent who really live up to the hype, you know, these days. You know,
Now,
we had
my
Sloane
producer
Stephens.
is always in my ear. You know, he says, who would you give the trophy to? Naomi Osaka, Brady, or Serena? He puts you on the bench, on the burner right now.
I'm okay to be on the bench.
Puts you on the burner right now.
I'm not scared of it. Sentimentally, I would want Serena to win.
Sentimentally?
Yes, just so she breaks
No,
that.
let's go
goes
technical.
over-
Technically.
But technically,
Yeah.
Osaka, come on. I mean, let's be honest. Osaka's
Naomi
game
Osaka.
Osaka is good. Osaka's game is quick, is fast. You know, she's young. It's her time. You know, and when Osaka is in her game, she can beat anybody, including Serena.
Wow. Now, I'm going to ask you a personal question again. But let me come to the story first. Michael Jordan's peers, the players he inspired, and even a former US president have described him as the greatest player of all time. In January 2020, Jordan spoke of his love for basketball and said he believes he'll be able to make the necessary adjustments to play in the modern game. In 2006, President Barack Obama awarded Jordan the Medal of Freedom, describing the Chicago Bulls legend as the Michael Jordan greatness. Now, LeBron James, Kemba Walker, and the host of other current NBA players have also described the impact he had on their careers. The greatest basketballer ever. Would you say that? Ever?
It's almost like getting into the Ronaldo and Messi conversation. You know, it's a crazy world out there.
Don't go there. Just
No. I'm just saying there are people who would never, doubt, MJ as the greatest of all time. But then there's LeBron, right?
There's LeBron.
There's Kobe.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
There's Kobe, God
I want
bless
to
his
even go
soul.
back his way. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Hakeem Olajuwon, Michael. Come on.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yes.
Okay.
They were good basketballers, weren't they?
Of course they were.
Okay.
But
Okay, let's come to LeBron James. Let's come to the late Kobe Bryant.
yeah.
Would you actually just look at Michael Jordan and say, this is the greatest basketballer ever?
Again, you cannot take away sentiments from sports, right? Sentimentally.
Do I have anything on Michael Jordan, as in, did he say anything? Producer, please. Okay, go on.
I would say Michael Jordan, technically. Again, just because he had a very
So if you were to sit down in
game.
your room alone, you would agree that Michael Jordan is the greatest basketballer ever?
I would agree. And then I said technically, and I say that technically, right? Because he had a more all-round.
You want to leave the viewer
He had a
out?
more all-round.
Really?
Yeah, he had a more all-round game, right? I'm not the biggest basketball fan, but I've been heavily influenced by my sister, who is a big
The only thing
LeBron
Michael
fan.
Jordan does is he remains in the air. I don't know how he does that.
And you know the thing with this argument is, they say, oh, Kobe was this. Kobe was the mentality part of his game that was really strong. Kobe is a closeout guy. He's a clutch player. LeBron is a driver. He has the ball, you can't take it. But he doesn't have the ball, what impact does it have on the team? But it felt like for some people who have been watching basketball for a long time, MJ is like the greatest of all time. I sentimentally would go with LeBron, not just because he plays really amazing basketball, but because he's also a Liverpool fan. So.
Okay, now, going to Liverpool now, that's what I want to leave the viewer with this morning. Liverpool against Everton. Since you never walk alone, you're a Liverpool fan.
Gosh.
Liverpool against Everton, a very informed Everton.
I'm still
An
thinking,
entire Liverpool.
how informed are they? They lost over the weekend. They're going to play City today. I mean, if we do our part right, we will beat Everton. I mean, see, there's something I love about football. Sometimes in a derby, right, it doesn't matter how bad your form is. In a derby, there's always that.
But there are no fans. The fans make the derby.
That's so true. But regardless, I think Liverpool, if there's any team that can bounce back from what they're going through now, is Liverpool. I think they'll put themselves together. They played a really tight. They played a really tight game against Leipzig, and that victory was very good for their confidence.
Would you advise he drops Firmino and puts in a Jota?
Is Jota even back? Jota's been injured for a while. Yeah. If he's back, I would go with Jota. Not Firmino. Over Firmino. Firmino brings something special to that team, and everybody says it, but we see it all the time, right? Without him on Saturday, there will be no goal for Salah. Okay. So there's something he brings to that team that is very special, but Jota, for me, is a goal-scoring machine, and I want him back.
Goodness Armstrong, you just made my day. Thank you very much
so much for having me.
And I hope if I call you again and want you on the show, you probably will come.
Absolutely. In fact, I don't mind taking your job. I'm just joking.
Thank you very much. That's all on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I had a wonderful time. I hope you did too. Join us same time tomorrow for another edition. My name is Wale Scott. Like I always advise you at the end of every show, if not for anything, at least for your heart, do some sports.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene. All right, a good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nut, watermelon, cucumber. Very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamin E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity, and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet pattern, greens and vegetables.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Otumba Benga Daniel's defect to the APC. What is the rationale behind politicians cross-capitting to another political party? And why do they play politics with this defection? And is the River State APC crisis finally over as Governor Mechi's faction celebrates victory at the Supreme Court's ruling? This is Plus Politics, and I am Mary Ann.
cross-carpeting is a new phenomenon in party politics because, as they say, politics does not entertain permanent enemies but permanent interest. Now, in Nigerian politics, defection seems to be the new norm. The latest high-profile defection is former governor of Ogun State, Otumba Benga Daniels, dumping the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the All Progressive Congress, APC. Mr. Daniels said the decision to join the APC was well considered and thought out. Well, joining us today to have this conversation is Public Affairs Analyst Ambrose Igboke and Head of Operations, the Extra Step Initiative, Eugene Abels. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Well, let's start. I'll start with you, Eugene. Is there really true democracy in Nigeria when we talk about the issue of democracy? With the rampant, crisscrossing from APC to PDP and back to APC, we've seen that happen in the past 5 to 6 years. Really, can we really say that there is true democracy with all of this? And what do these politicians stand for?
Well, there are two issues here. One, do we truly have a democracy? And if we're playing by the rules. Number two, what do the politicians represent? Now, by virtue of the rule book is the Constitution. And by virtue of the Constitution, what we're playing is the kind of democracy we have chosen, which is enshrined in our laws. What they represent, it's about interest, whether it be group interest or individual interest. But for the generality of the populace like us, we don't seem to get it, that the law is very clear on this, that the only way you can play in that domain called politics, that it must be through a political party. They're about their business now, registrations and reaffirmations of membership and so on. We're looking at them, we think it's a joke. People are moving from one point to the other. And two, we seem to attach a lot of sentiments to politics. Politics is about power. Politics is about the allocation of resources. We don't want to believe and agree that politics is a full-time vocation for people in Nigeria and even in other climes, like what we've seen in America. For instance, look at the behavior of members of the Great Old Party concerning the activity in a clear case of where a president had serially violated the morals which they stand for. But because of their political interest, they're doing that which they think will grant them political survival. In Nigeria, we're practicing democracy according to how we've chosen it, meaning that the political parties are the vehicles for expressions of your objectives or desires or aspirations. As per how we see them, that is entirely left to us. But for them, it's about propagating their interest. First of all, like when you're flying an aircraft, they say wear your mask before you wear your baby. It's about self-interest first in the Nigerian perspective before any. We used to think it was just a Nigerian thing, but we've seen what has happened in America with Republicans. So this is a democracy, whether you like it or not.
Ambrose, let's talk about the politicians themselves. What's the rationale behind this movement that they keep making? I mean, it's not once, it's not twice. They keep going back and forth. And one would wonder, haven't they found what they're looking for? Is it just, like Eugene just said, is it just about the power, about where the monies are? So if party A is in power, that's where the money is. So everybody just rushes to that party. And when they lose power, they move back to the other party. Can you really put a finger on what the rationale is?
Well, first of all, politics in Nigeria is about the individual. The political parties are formed based on the aggregated interests of the people who form them. Most of the time, the political parties start as political movements and associations of like minds who have the same interests and then it gravitates to a political party and it's registered by INEC. All the political parties in Nigeria only have one goal: to grab power and control power from whatever level they want, maybe the local government, the state, the National Assembly, State House of Assembly, or even the presidency. Now, most of the political actors are state people who are known to each other. They have come a long way from the time of First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, and now a new group of people came after June 12. Those who opposed the annulment of June 12 and actually became activists and fought the junta that annulled that June 12 and the preceding one. So after that, what happened in 1999, 98, 99, that led to the 99 transition, we had a lot of political movement, realignment, and the rest. And they are the same people. So it's not based on differentiating ideology. There are no differentiating ideology.
I mean, you just asked my next question, because I was going to ask, what is the foundation of the politics in Nigeria, the politics that we play? I mean, there has to be some representation of accountability, party ideology, standing for something, but we really don't see those things in our different political parties, and maybe that's what's responsible for the crisscrossing. Because I mean, in the US, you have the Republicans, you have the Democrats. In the UK, you have the Tories, you have the Labour, you have the Lib Dems, you have the UKIP. But in Nigeria, you just have names and the same faces with different logos.
What is happening is that you are quoting UK, US, and these are long traditions of established government over the years. We are talking about 300 years, 400 years, 200 years. In Nigeria, we don't have that. I mean, the present political experiment, just started like 21 years ago. So, we are still having our teething problems. So they are well established over there in Europe and the rest. We democracies have run like 300 years and above. So those things are entrenched. Then one of the problems we have in Nigeria is also that you are forcing politicians that they must belong to a political party, and that before you can contest some certain positions, you must have some certain political spread. For example, to contest for the presidency, you must have at least a party office in all the state capitals. I mean, those are the things that make it so difficult. For me to contest a councillorship in my ward or a House of Assembly slot, I cannot run as an independent candidate. So no matter the ideology you have, you must merge your ideology with what the particular political party says. Because the Constitution has not given you the leverage to exercise your ideology.
Okay.
So therefore, we are in the same cycle. So whatever my personal ideology is, I have to look for a political platform to assuage it. So when I go to a particular platform and I don't like what they're doing, it's the same ideology I still have. I will go to another one. That is how I keep going. And sometimes when there's a quarrel or discontent in a particular party, like what we saw in the last PDP during the 2014 issue, where the NPDP came up, they went to form a power block in the APC. And now some of them have returned to the PDP. So this is our own stage of politics.
All right, let me go back to Eugene. Eugene, there have been theories and statements by scholars and political analysts, saying that there's nothing really wrong with these defections. And they're saying that there is a need for some form of prerequisite for democratic consolidations with serious emphasis on strong and credible opposition choices. Can that be really achieved again? Because what you all have described is that, well, we just have a pattern of doing things. It's not that there is any strong ideology that we can hold on to that would make us not want to move from party A to party B. You're saying that, I mean, it's somewhat of, it's liquid, what the situation that we have in Nigeria. So if we were to, well, we're not really frowning at defections because, you know, scholars have said there's nothing wrong with it. But can we build those consolidations, you know, in a democracy that we have, what we call a democracy? Is that possible in today's climate? Is it something we can walk towards? Ambrose said that America has a 300-year-old, you know, democracy, and we're still trying to find our food. Do you think that we can do that anytime soon so that those who are coming after can build on it?
First of all, in the present constitution, no. To quote Ambrose, parties are for aggrandizement or for achieving personal interest. Now, without being disrespectful, why I say it is difficult for you to achieve the things you're asking if you can build them into strong, it's not strong political institutions. It's not how long you've done things. I'd like to make this categorical statement I'm not demeaning what was done. No, I might be disrespectful. But in the present political context of Nigeria, that Not Too Young campaign is a joke. Why I say this is simply this. Without the absence of internal party democracy, nothing can be achieved in our democracy. It will remain the way it is. I'll put it simply like this. They've just announced parties are now doing the traditional reconciliation, reaffirmation of membership. Tomorrow you see the fight. Go and ask them for the register. The registers they have it does not tally. The register that Faction A, Rivers State APC has is different from what Faction B has. It's different from what INEC has. When we have digital links that I can link you with your BVN, NIN, and so on, that your membership should even be in the public space. So if you're moving from party A to party B, we will know if you vote electronically, I should be able to trace you as easily as possible. But the absence of clear internal party democracy, it's an aberration and it is destroying Nigeria. And if Nigeria does not do anything it will worsen. Let me explain it. Me and you decide to join a party to express our ideas, either ideological or pursuit of personal interest, whatever it is, but there's an interest. Then when it is time to elect even officers of the party, the man who has been paying the bills, because I'm not a financial member, like happens in other places, which they refuse, the man who is in office in government, who is funding the party, will now give us list for who to vote for, that we must do delegate election. If that thing is not removed if it is not banned, we're going to have terrible problems.
But this is what I'm sorry to cut in. There's a situation in Kwara State right now where there are 3 big wigs in the party. You have Lai Mohammed, you have a Saraki who's a Minister of State for Transport, and you have the governor. And there's a power tussle right now where all their loyalists have divided the party into factions. And you saw that video that was trending with people fighting over the registration.
Yes, I will come to that. Those fights will be there because if they were, because everybody is fighting to seize control of the party. But if they had to go door to door and knock on house to house, as it used to be, then you will not have this fight because the energy you put them towards convincing members of the party to vote for it, there will be no factions. Now, but the dangerous part is this. When it comes to, you have gone to register, you get your voter's card. You're not too young to run, isn't it? Yeah, fine. So party A, B, C, D. Now, the owners of the party have given them list of who to vote for. So if they bring a lizard, these parties, that is what you must vote for because that is what the law says. That's the dangerous part. That's the dangerous part. That's the foundation of our problem. That's why you can see everybody to do all you do to fight. But if you knew that you had to go through doors, go knock people's doors, go to schools, go to meet people, and trying to convince them. You definitely have a manifesto, you have a program, you want to appeal to the sentiments of the people. But now you know you don't need, all you need is higher power, seize the voters register, seize the funds, starve them of funds, use violence to support it, use government agencies to pursue it. Once you get the party ticket, every other body will fall in line. Then they will now form that thing they call reconciliation committee. They wear the big agbada and kaftans when they gather. But the foundation of Nigeria's democracy, for it to change, we must enshrine it in law to ban delegate election of all forms.
Okay.
So even when they put the cameras in public and tell you that, you know, it was a transparent one, they've been given lists on who to vote for, and allocations have the what. Yeah.
All right, Ambrose, let me bring you back in here. Do we need a new political order in Nigeria for things to work? I mean, Eugene is saying that there has to be some form of strong internal party politics. Where do you stand on this? A new political order, maybe based on, you know, pluralism of values of the people who are in these political parties? Because I did ask a few minutes ago, what do we need to do to consolidate this democracy?
We cannot be talking about political parties in Nigeria without addressing the issue of party funding. A man cannot invest as much as 100 million, 1 billion to billions of naira in a political party. I will tell you that he doesn't have a say in who becomes candidate for the party. It will be a mere academic facility, an exercise in facility to do that kind of grandiose assumption. So we have to look into party funding. Campaigns, political processes all over the world are very expensive, even in the US. So, but what they have done over the years is to avoid a system where party members, where volunteers and charities are the people that fund the election. If we can transpose that down here, we will look at it like in the First Republic, during the days of, even in the Second Republic, the days of NPN and UPN and the rest. I remember one old mama having party cards. Every month they went for a party, they paid monthly stipend as members of a political party. Now, if you can evolve that system where the law says an individual cannot backroll a political party like that, that is only where you start having internal democracy. You cannot be talking about internal democracy where a man brings out huge sums of money to grow the activities of the political party, ensure that the party is running, pay workers and all those things, and you are telling me about internal democracy. That is a joke. So if we can critically take a look at that, we will solve 50% of our problems.
But who's we? I mean, the political parties in themselves. I remember in 2019, Serap had taken these political parties, the major ones especially, to court because they refused to make public their party finances. And of course, the Electoral Act does stipulate, you know, a cap for spending for political parties. But then, of course, we know that these rules are not followed. So really, when you say we, who's we? If the political parties are in themselves not ready to go or follow the footsteps or follow the rules and regulations of the Electoral Acts, who's going to, is it us, the outsiders, the people who are not necessarily the members of those parties that would come and enforce all of those changes?
Well, there's what we call citizens engagement and all kinds of citizens. What are we saying? We are here talking about it and read. How many of us will actually, you know, engender a process? All the CSO, civil society organizations, the non-governmental organizations that are advocacy groups, we should make a paper presentation to the National Assembly, to INEC, and see how do we put provisions in the Electoral Act but to ensure that these things are complied with. The court judgment we are talking about, the court case, who has appealed it? So we have instrumentalities of the law, legal processes, advocacy, lobbying, and all other instruments to ensure that whatever we make our electoral process better, we can do that. Now, if we sit down and wait for the politicians to do it, we will not achieve any result.
All right.
Because the politician is there, focused, his main aim is to win an election. That is why he came out. So if the processes and the platforms that are put in place for him to actualize his dream of winning an election is faulty, he will ride with that platform.
Again,
so citizens' engagement that we're able to change the platform. Because we have a credible platform and a platform that works well, the politician will come and fit into and run with it.
Interesting. Eugene, you made mention of, internal party politics and how they themselves are unable to, paint a picture of what they would want for to see during the elections. Like you said, one person would sit down and write the names of people who he thinks should be on the list. Let's talk about that. If we are not able to get these things right at the party level, why are we having so many high expectations when it comes to the electoral process in itself? Yes, INEC has its job cut out for it, but if our political parties are not put together, why are we as Nigerians hoping for a free, fair, and credible election anytime soon?
You see, the Nigerian situation is very sad and sickening. Whenever we have a problem, we tend to shift it. Either we spiritualize it or we want to create an agency for it. Now, Ambrose has spoken about, he reiterated the issue about funding. Who pays the piper? Dictates the tune. Now, are you aware that there are limits to how much you can use for each election?
Of course.
And we were here like 5 years ago, where the limit was less than, for presidential, limit was about, not up about $1 billion, but we were here, one of the political parties declared that they had raised about $4 billion for that election. When was the last time that INEC published the financials of the political parties? Why is the membership of the political parties not on the websites of INEC? How come at political rallies, you will see 50,000 people? Go and check the election results of all the governors. Most of them win the elections on total votes amount to maybe 1 million. Where are those 1,000? Meaning that all the old women have the colors of all the political parties, so they move from one point to the other. But if you know your details are out there and that everybody knows you, if everybody can check you and know which party you belong to, you will not do some of those things. All those we'll actually know the real membership strength of each party. If we link you to your name, your VIM and so on. Then two, this issue of funding, if INEC does what it's supposed to do, they're supposed to ask you, how did you raise money to fund your elections? It's a big issue in America. It's a massive issue. Well, one of the things that afflicted the Clintons was money that supposedly came somewhere from China. It's a big issue. So if INEC does its job, INEC will, political parties and governors who fund political parties will be a bit more careful.
But he also brings to question the level of independence that the INEC has over political parties, especially the ones that are in power. Because again, the question also always is raised about who appoints the INEC boss, how powerful he is, where does his power stop, and of course, where does the judiciary come here to make sure that the law is enforced?
Your power stops in the Constitution. It's for you to do your job. Yes, we know there are political influences, but you can do your job. Let me give you a typical example. When today, all of us, we easily quote data people, the National Bureau of Statistics.
Yes, the MBS.
Do you know what it means for you to be the DG of Bureau of Statistics? I've been telling the present administration that unemployment figures are hitting the ceiling, that inflation rate is hitting 15%, 17%. And you can't they've refused to color it because they have decided to be credible. So if the National Population Commission decides to be responsible, let them continue. If you can't do the job, if you can't face the heat, get out of the kitchen. There is no moral justification. Let me give you a typical example. We were all living witnesses here when INEC said they were going to automate their system of voting. Meanwhile, they knew they had not taken care of the legislative part of it to ensure that they were enshrined their laws. And INEC went ahead to spend over 380 billion for computerization and other related matters, only for them later to, all of this was thrown out. Today, we have not asked for those officers to be sanctioned. Where did you get the authorization to expend scarce public funds on things that were unconstitutional to your duties? Yeah, we're a joker nation. So, and will not come and do this for us. We need to sit. And the annoying part of it is for people to think that we had not experienced better before now. We've seen, this is the Fourth Republic. We've seen like 7 military administrations. What are they talking about?
Ambrose, finally, before we wrap things up, there have been calls for youngsters to float their own political parties, you know, because these people that we already know, we've seen them since, you know, the beginning of democracy from 1999, and there are people who say that they've been recycled over and over again, and there are the same people who are going back and forth in, you know, these political parties. But how does floating a new political party, let's not forget that during the 2015 general elections, we saw an increase in the number of political parties, and there was a call also to reduce this number of political parties and make sure that these parties are relevant, at least have a certain form of relevance before they can actually be accredited as political parties. But then young people floating a political party, what change does that even bring? And again, what's the guarantee that there will not be an infiltration of these same people, the bigwigs, the guys who have been here for a long time? And who's to say that, you know, we will change anything?
Well, when you talk about young people coming into political party or party processes in Nigeria or politics in Nigeria, I want to make something clear. Political power is not gifted. Political power is not a gift to be distributed to people. You have to go for it. You have to fight for it. And you have to earn it. So if the young stars there are seated there and are singing the mantra, oh, these people, the same people, the old people, they won't give space for the young, we are jokers. There is nothing wrong with the same people running the country. Israel, that's one of the best countries doing well today, have had almost the same set of people running the country since the 60s and 70s. Let me call it from the 70s, from the time of Shimon Peres, Benjamin Netanyahu, Ehud Barak, a lot of them.
Netanyahu is still there.
They are not young people. They were not young, but they ran the country well. So the young people, if they want to be relevant in the political game plan, should get involved. How many of them attend their party board meeting? How many of them are even registered members of political parties? So our young people we are not ready yet to grab political power. And the older ones that are enjoying the political power now, I'm not going to give it to them just as a gift. It's not a gift.
Okay.
So until the young people are ready to organize themselves, seek power, be disciplined, because most of our young people are not even disciplined to follow the process. It needs a lot of consensus building. It needs a lot of mobilization. Okay. It needs a lot of persuasion. Okay. Our young people don't even have that tact to engage in this thing.
Well, we're out of time.
And that is why it has eluded them for a long time.
Well, we're out of time. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for this very interesting conversation that should be had more often. Thank you very much. Eugene Abels is the head of operations for Extra Step Initiative, and Ambrose Igboke is a public affairs analyst. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this conversation.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, the Rotimi Amechi faction of the All Progressive Congress APC celebrates the Supreme Court's decision to strike out an appeal filed by Igo Aguma in July of 2020. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
From Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring them on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we'd rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then?
Will inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our Lord.
Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in. He goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, but quickly.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As they do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The All Progressive Congress in Rivers State, loyal to the Transportation Minister, Minister Rotimi Amaechi, celebrated the Supreme Court's decision to strike out an appeal filed by the Igbo Aguma faction, who was declared as the chairman of the Caretaker Committee of the APC in Rivers State. Now, to discuss this, we have APC spokesperson for Rivers State, Ogbonna Nwuke, and acting chairman of APC Rivers State, Golden Ben Chioma. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Nwuke. Tell me exactly what this means, this Supreme Court decision. What does it mean for the factions that are actually in the APC in Rivers State?
We believe that the decision has finally laid to rest the arguments that have gone back and forth over what the situation in the APC in Rivers State is. My friend in the studio parades himself as acting chairman of the party. But the truth is, looking at the decision that the Supreme Court has taken in throwing away this case, the right thing for him to do is to stop the parade, because he's not chairman. The foundation upon which he built his house has collapsed. So for us in the APC, we think that better days are ahead, that reason will be restored in our party, and that everyone who is a genuine member of the APC must come back, we sit around the table and have a very serious conversation.
Well, the people in with Igbo Aguma, in fact, he made an argument saying that the appeal had already been withdrawn for being statute barred as a pre-election matter. So that this thing that you guys are calling an appeal is not, it doesn't exist, because he withdrew it even before this happened. So, I mean, I'm trying to understand what this means.
Of course, you know that this is a face-saving measure. The truth is, frankly, if you know you don't have a good case and you are technical about it, you advise your lawyers to withdraw from the court. You didn't go to court so you can withdraw a case. The truth is, they had a bad case. They knew it. They knew they were wasting the time of the court rather. And because of that, it became necessary at that point to ask the lawyer to withdraw the matter. So they didn't do us a favor. They didn't do the court a favor. It is just that they knew that they were wasting the time of the court.
Okay, Mr. Golden Chioma, where does your faction stand on this matter right now? Because they're declaring victory and they're saying that, you know, this case has been struck out, and so your faction ceased to exist per se, and the committee that Igbo Aguma was representing seems to have collapsed. What is your side of the party saying?
Yes, Mary, ignorance is a very bad thing. And when it comes from somebody I hold so high, I begin to get scared that most people parade to be knowledgeable and educated, but unfortunately, they are not. Mary, the matter that was in court is an interlocutory appeal which we made while the matter was still at the Court of Appeal level. When we made that appeal, it was interlocutory. The Court of Appeal there had not given a judgment. We went to the Supreme Court. We were at the Supreme Court when the Court of Appeal now gave a considered judgment. Now, with that judgment, we now had to appeal to the Supreme Court, which now meant that our interlocutory appeal now became academic and was also caught up with what we call pre-election, which means it was now statute bar. We needed to withdraw that arm of our appeal. It has nothing to do with the main appeal itself. The main appeal is still subsisting and still at the Supreme Court.
So does this mean that you're going ahead?
On the fact that
does this mean that you're going ahead with the primaries? Getting you ready for the local government elections in Rivers State? Does this mean that you're still going to go ahead with it even after the national publicity secretary of your party has asked that you disband and follow suit because they had said that you should not participate in that election in the state?
Mary, that is not an issue here. We would contest the election. We are contesting, and the election will be held sometime in April, and APC will be on the ballot.
Who's sending the list? Who's sending your list? Who's sending? I'm sorry, sir. Who's sending your list? Because the list of...
The list is sent by... Thank you. The list of the local government is sent by the state, not by the national.
But as
for local government elections.
But as it stands, the national does not recognize your... The national does not recognize your faction of the party.
Mary, the national recognizes the ESCO. The former National Working Committee of the party did make letters available to us and also made pronouncements recognizing the judgment. The other faction also did the same thing by accepting the judgment. The only thing that have changed is that when they lost in court, they went backwards and brought back Isaac Obobula and resurrected him. That does not change the issues in hand. If you ask that one question, why were they celebrating if we do not exist? A court only made a ruling of an application which our lawyer made to withdraw, and they went about jubilating. That is to show you that we are the authentic ESCO, known to law, and we are protecting the party APC from the social club level, which they have descended to. But because of the fact that they have an individual...
Maybe I think that this man is taking too much time. I should also be able to say one or two things at this point.
Okay, can we let Mr. Nwuke come in here? I think he wants to disagree with you on something quickly because we don't have time. Mr. Nwuke, come in. What would you like to say in response to this?
You see, there's an attempt to be clever by half. The argument that the APC is not a social club is not tenable here. Truth is, we have a set of non-conformists who think that what is necessary is the sound of their voice. Men of reason within the party have taken common positions. They have said, Isaac Obobula, who was named prior to the time that Igwe Agumah went to court, remains the chairman of the caretaker committee. Now, they have made entries, which we are aware of, before the National Secretariat, and their arguments couldn't fly. Now, what is surprising here is that they persist. Now, if you are a member of a family, for example, you live by the core values of your family. You cannot set new rules for your family. Okay. Now, the rules are clear. The right to appoint a caretaker committee chairman is that of the National Secretariat. So, I do not understand. You have asked him who presents the list. Now, how can an interloper present a list before RISEC.
All right.
It shows you that they are part of a game plan.
Gentlemen.
They are working with the PDP, and the plan is simply to destabilize the APC.
Quickly, in closing, because my guys are saying we need to go. One last thing. We know that at the core of all of this is a disagreement that started in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, between the Minister of Transportation and the Senator Magnus Abe, who wanted to run for governorship. And then we had parallel primaries which held in the state. And that has graduated into what we're facing today. And the APC is still having this faction issue. Is there a handshake across the table that's going to happen sometime soon? Is there a call from any side to sit down and address this issue going forward if the APC must continue to be a strong party in River State? In one sentence each. I'll start with you, Mr. Nwuke, quickly.
The question to ask is, why do we head to court when it is time to go to the field? Right? Each time you plan to have a Congress, these gentlemen would rather go to court.
Is the Congress the answer? Is the Congress an answer to the problem right now? Is that what you should be considering, or having a handshake across the table? Well, Mr. Sharma, quickly answer this because we need to go.
Yeah,
now, the issue is that we have been having a conversation.
To be fair to you, the party is trying to resolve all the problems. I also hear that Zamfara has been resolved. I also pray that we will resolve ours in River State so that this party can be better. There's no one man, including my friends on the other side, that can claim to be more APC than us.
All right, gentlemen, we have to leave it there. Golden Chama is the acting chairman of the APC in River State, and of course, Ogbonna Nwuke is the spokesperson for the APC in River State. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of the program. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll give you my take. Well, here's my take. Is there really true multi-party democracy in Nigeria? Big question, eh? These crises across, crisscrossing and to and from party A to party B, does this not show how extremely flawed our democratic system in Nigeria is? Where is the place of party loyalty, ideologies, and standing for something in order for you not to fall for anything? Do we really have political parties in this country, or just a club of selfish men and women that move to the next best thing for money or power purposes only? People who assume saintly positions once they are in the party, in power, and then vilify the others who aren't in their camp, pointing accusing fingers only to change their song and tune once those same people join their club. So really, what are we doing? That politician you swear by and defend with all your might, have you stopped to ask them what they stand for? Why they're part of these parties and what those parties believe in and what their lifelong mandate is? How are you unable to see through these politicians and your paymasters? Are you their number one priority? Well, next time you want to defend or fight for a politician, ask yourself these questions, because 2023 is getting close and they'll come for your votes. So get smart. I am Mariana Cole, thanking you for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk. That the traffic light is indicating red and it's time for you to walk across the traffic. Issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for why children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lowered height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist and in some cases pedestrians are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do? What can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it for our own safety benefit. In a city like Lagos or any large city, there are more pedestrians on the road, more than vehicles. And pedestrians are more vulnerable than vehicular movement because a vehicle is a matter that is enclosed, and so the occupant of a vehicle feels safer. Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to say to you that where you park is very important because it borders on safety and it borders on obstruction of other road users. And so the first job of any driver or a motorist is that wherever you've parked, you must ask yourself the question, is it safe? Is it obstructive? Do I have any traffic signs that bans me from parking at this spot? If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? I.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, vehicles on an express will be on a higher speed. If you park there and you obstruct, you're forcing them to change lanes. Now, forcing someone to change lanes on an express on high speed is very dangerous. More than likely, it will lead to a crash. So you can't park there. If you go to a market and you do not go into an off-street parking space or go and find a side street that is not obstructive to parking, and you now say, oh, because other people are parking there, I just want to park for 1 minute. 1 minute is more than enough for an accident to happen. 1 minute is more than enough for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use. Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There's a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users like children and the elderly and pedestrians. Don't say because you're inside your car that you just have rights to do whatever you want.
Obey the road signs and remember not to drive under any influence.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in news as it affects us all. I am Osayuame Saleh, and today I'm alone in the studio. I think I'm getting used to this. But I have Temi Popola and Temi Obasanya. The two Temis joining me via Zoom. Hi, ladies.
Hi, ladies. Hi, Uwa.
Hi,
I was
Temi.
saying before we went live that, you know, your beauty is radiating, and having anybody beside you, you're just going to blow up the cameras. So,
Nah, so.
you know, it's fine.
Nah, so. I am your bully. Roast me. Is that not how you will say it? How are you doing, Temi?
Temi O or Temi P?
No, Temi O, sorry. Today I have to be doing Temi O, Temi P. Okay, how are you doing, Temi O?
Yes. Okay, like I'm fine. So I'm excited. I'm still basking in the euphoria of our neighborhood auntie, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a very exciting few days, and just wanted to send my congratulations to her. Another glass ceiling shattered, and thank you, ma'am, for giving the rest of us the guts to even bear.
Absolutely. You know, Temi, remember the interesting thing when we're going back and forth. I'm sure we had congratulated her in our group more than 20 times.
I know.
They kept upturning and upturning.
So
at some point, we got tired of congratulating her. We just kept quiet. So now it's finally here. Yeah.
Absolutely.
How are you, Temi?
So are
Temi
you
P.
like Ngozi challenge? I've been seeing that all over social media where people tie their scarves, you know, like her, and they dress like her, and then hashtag be like Ngozi. Are you joining it?
Well, not yet. I like it. I like that. And beyond just wanting to be like Ngozi, you know, I hope this is also a lesson for parents out there that you need to train up the girl child. You need to empower her to achieve her potential, because Ngozi's parents sent her to the best schools. They gave her all the support and everything that she needed. So beyond wanting to be like Ngozi, I want to be like her. And I'm also hoping that, you know, our parents and even the rest of us can do that for our own girl, our children, for our children, period, men and women. You know,
Absolutely.
Let's push the African narrative.
Absolutely.
We're fantastic people.
Absolutely. So Temi P, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. You know what happened? Somebody was telling me yesterday that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is dual citizen. She has American and Nigeria. Why do you have to bust my bubble? So it's also a win for them in the U.S.
But Nigerian first, and the way she carries herself, she wears the African attire, that she speaks, the culture that she's
At
happy
this point,
to.
she cannot
She's
claim. She
Nigerian.
cannot
She's
claim
our
America.
neighborhood auntie. She's our auntie. Period.
I told the person, I said, why did you have to just bring that one? You have to just bust my bubble, Abi. All right, so today we have an interesting conversation. In fact, it's actually linked to this new, what is it called? This new role that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is around trade now. People who are suffering because of Forex and all of that. CBN, of course, last week, CBN banned or started closing people's accounts. So here's what we found. We want to talk about that today. And here's what we found as today's quote. Liberty may be endangered by the abuse of liberty, but also by the abuse of power. So for me, I'm just looking at it, honestly speaking, shutting down people's account because they traded in cryptocurrency might just be an abuse of power. All right, so last week, Uti Elu took a story published by Tech Cabal in our What's in the News segment, which the headline read, Access Bank GT begins closing customers' accounts that have traded cryptocurrency. What does this imply, and is it even legal? Joaquin Makibong is here to explain this to us. But first, we'll take a break first for What's in the News. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. So today is an international day for, what's it called, showing random acts of kindness. And I don't know if somebody showed any random act of kindness today. Temi P, did you show any random act of kindness today?
Not yet. The day is still young. It's just past 8. We still have time.
But I think this is a very good, day to mark, because a lot of times people just really need that unexpected kindness. You know, I wish I had money today. I would have done some small kindness, but because Nigerian language is only money. Because when I was reading up this day, some people say, oh, just send a hug, you know, send a message, send a this. But Nigeria, we like money too much. Random act of kindness would just be the person receiving credit alert. Like, I know I would appreciate that right now.
Just put a smile.
Yeah, just put a smile on somebody's face. And it's not too late.
Like complimenting a woman.
I think you actually did. You know, when you were complimenting Uwa, that was a random act of kindness.
Well, that's true. Yes. Because compliment is part of it.
I mean, it's so great like in nature, so it's just easy to live like that.
Yeah, compliment is also is an act of random kindness. Yeah. All right, so let me start with, who am I going to start with? I like Temi's story, it's very interesting. Let me start with your story, Temi O.
Which of the Temi?
Temi O.
Okay, so my story. So the Senate moves to regulate the distribution and marketing of bleaching cream in Nigeria. So I saw the story at a plenary session yesterday, a resolution to ensure the regulation of the formulation and distribution of cosmetics, especially bleaching cream, was passed by the Nigerian senators. And honestly, I have nothing against bleaching cream for anybody who decides to use it, or for people who want to make a business out of buying and selling it, but I saw the story and it was just the energy for me. I'm like, members of parliament in Nigeria will sit down to regulate this kind of thing. Yet, speaking to our topic today, something as serious and impactful as cryptocurrency is just an outright ban. And I don't see them maintaining that same energy. Yes, I understand that the central bank, the Apex Bank, is supposed to be an independent institution and all of that, but the Senate should sit down, lend their voice, use their muscle and their influence to say, okay, this is what we think, and just have these conversations that are impactful. We have a lot of problems in Nigeria. And for me to now understand that Lagos being the commercial capital of Nigeria, it was our own senator that decided to put this forward. I saw the story and the energy was just all wrong.
No, but there's a health implication of bleaching cream. In some parts of the country, world rather, they have banned certain use of some chemicals. Me, I deal with skincare. It's our market. So, and in all honesty, tell me, when you go on social media, right, it is crazy. People are mixing all sorts of concoction in the name of getting lighter. But then again, I'm wondering, who are the marketers, who are the customers of these girls that are bleaching their skin?
Oh, well, okay. I have no answer. I plead the fifth.
But it is a massive industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And it's not just restricted to Nigeria when it comes to bleaching. Asians, they are known for bleaching, they specialize in bringing new formulas for bleaching.
Yeah. It's a thing and we should regulate it, but I just like to see things in the news that just depict seriousness.
Priority.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Temi P, do you want to add to that?
No, I think I like how Temi was able to balance it, saying that, she's not against regulating this because it's actually an important conversation also. We need to look at the cosmetic industry, and it's important to say that I read the news and they were saying that NAFDAC should ensure that, they go through all the processes before they allow products because they affect Nigerians. But I like how that she's saying that the focus should be on the priorities now. There's so much priorities and we want to see our government, we want to see our leaders, prioritizing the things that are important, like security, things like that. So I like the balance there.
Absolutely. Let's hear what you found for us in the news.
Okay, so a U.S. court sentences Invictus to 10 years in prison for $11 million fraud. I think it was 2019 when the story was all over the news at that point, where this person who had, perpetrated international fraud, they call him an international fraudster. He had, defrauded a lot of companies and done all of those things. And he was finally in the news. He was caught. And then we now hear the news that finally the U.S. judiciary has finally sentenced him to 10 years imprisonment. And when I saw this news, my thought was that I think it's good that he's being brought to the books. I think that it's nice that justice is being served. I think this would be a deterrent. Really, it's actually good news to know that he was being sentenced. And I like that this news, looking at it, usually there's the narrative of Nigerians being in the news for things like fraud or things like that. That's sad, but I'm happy that this is coming out. And another important news is also out there that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is leading WTO. So that just speaks that there are different people with different character and they don't necessarily represent a country. So it's not Nigerians are bad, they're bad people. And they're also good people.
Absolutely. So and I think also, we were chatting in the group about this 30 under 30, 20 under 20, 40 under 40, that kind of pressure. Because this young man rather, was enlisted under the Forbes 30 under 30 CEOs and all of that. And I keep saying to people that, if you know the real struggle a lot of successful people go through, some of these things just makes a nonsense of hard work. It doesn't just happen like this. It doesn't happen like that. So most times when you see things like this, try to take time to check out the background story of how these people rose to the top. Because even someone was telling me on good authority that some people actually pay, to be featured in some of these magazines that put you under pressure, So just do you. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. And fraud is never the answer.
Absolutely.
We cannot say this enough. Fraud is never the answer. You know.
All right, so my stories are actually rather on a sad note, and I hope that they are able to rescue some of these young people that have been abducted. Early hours of this morning, some young people were abducted at the government science college in Kagara, in I think Niger State. That's the state. So I just want to bring to our notice what the governor has said about ransom. He says it's not in our policy. It's not our policy as a government to pay bandits, as we have seen and noted that they use the same ransom to purchase arms and ammunition. That's from Governor Abubakar Sani Bello on the abduction of the students of the government science college in Kagara in Niger State. So I am excited about what he said. In all honesty, I'm waiting to hear what strategy that will be used to rescue these people that have been abducted, these children that have been abducted, because I hear even some of their teachers also were abducted alongside with them. So I'm hoping to hear what strategy they will use, because when you keep on paying ransom, I mean, what's it called, the Kankara boys, when you keep on paying ransom, what you're doing, you're further enriching these people. So they will keep on abducting people so that they will get more money to be able to acquire ammunitions to continue to fuel their banditry. So I don't know how we're going to do it, but honestly speaking, we need to stop it. If ransom is the only way out, I don't know how we're going to find a lasting solution to some of these challenges, because it will just keep going.
Yeah, you're incentivizing them, and you are also encouraging other smaller groups like them to crop up. But what's really disheartening to me is that it's almost becoming everyday news. These are children, and we hear these things, and we just move on to the next thing like nothing has happened. And it's really sad.
It's heartbreaking.
State of emergency. We just need to do something.
Yeah, it has to stop. It has to stop. All right, so that's all we can take for what's in the news. When we return from the break, we'll be discussing cryptocurrency and CBN closing customers' accounts. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, according to this report published by Tech Cabal on the 11th of February 2021, one Tuesday evening, a certain young man called James Chijindu went to a mall in Lagos to grab a meal and groceries. When it came time to pay, his Guaranteed Trust Bank and First Bank debit cards were not responding. So he called the GT Bank helpline and messaged. The message was clear. Chidindu's account was closed in accordance with the directive of the Central Bank of Nigeria, asking commercial banks to stop facilitating cryptocurrency transactions in Nigeria. At least GTB responded to him and gave a reason. Chidindu admits that he had traded indeed with cryptocurrency with his GT account, but he did not do with his First Bank account. However, his First Bank account officers did not respond to his call that evening. So he said, I'm confused, in his words. Did they use my BVN to block my account? Is it a valid question? I mean, it's a valid question, rather, because one bank verification number, that's your BVN, can be used to connect multiple accounts belonging to the same customer. So it remains to be seen whether more account holders have suffered the same fate since this report was done in February. Now, sorry, on the 11th. So today we're asking, what are the legal implications of this? And was it even legal for the CBN to direct customers' accounts that had traded in cryptocurrency to be shut down? So please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84-663. All right, so before I bring in our guests, I just want to hear your initial thoughts, Temi and Temi O and Temi P. So let me start with Temi O. It's so difficult having two Temis on the show.
I know, but it's a special one.
Yeah.
Temi O, Temi P. So I mean, see, the example that you portrayed depicts very clearly one of the benefits of cryptocurrency, right? So with cryptocurrency, it's all about taking control of your money. It's a digital currency that is decentralized and is not, it's far removed from global politics and not far removed from the whims and caprices of any government or central bank. Do you see? So that's the point. That's why people want to, use it as a store of value, because it's not controlled by any central bank. When you look at all these other currencies where the government can just wake up and freeze your account, or the central bank can just say, you know what, we're closing your account. You can't get that with cryptocurrency. So in a way, what just happened, I mean, it's not right. And it's just making a case for why cryptocurrency. People should be allowed the opportunity to pick their own preference for a digital currency.
Absolutely. Let me come to Temi P.
Okay, so I read that story, I glanced through it, and I also, went back to the CBN's policy, right? And I observed that it seemed to me to be a law that is usually when laws take effect and say they're trying to sanction people, it's supposed to be henceforth anybody who does so and so will be sanctioned for it. That's looking forward. But this one seems like a retrospective law, a law that punishes retrospectively.
For the sins that you have committed in the past.
Even for something you've done in the past, when it was not an offense, when it was not wrong to do so. And, that just doesn't seem right. And that's, that's my own stance on it. I don't think it is right, actually.
Yeah,
Temi,
but speaking to what Temi P is saying, right? Sometimes we're not privy to all the investigations and stuff that are going on the back end. If you remember, one of the major reasons that they cited was money laundering. So perhaps the central bank and EFCC were doing investigations and they were getting to dead hands, and they're now identifying some accounts that they choose to block for other reasons. We don't know. They won't make it public. Do you see?
Yeah.
But I mean, you should. If anything is going to happen on your account, you should know.
To this particular case, because of course with this one that we have read, a lot of things may go on. We don't know all the facts usually,
Exactly.
And I'm very careful when I don't know all the facts. There's a lot of allegations over there. But I'm talking about the CBN's policy. Let me just read this part. It says, accordingly, all DMBs, NBFIs and OFIs are directed to identify persons or entities transacting in or operating cryptocurrency exchanges within their system and ensure that such accounts are closed immediately. That's what I'm speaking about. Closing the account of anybody that has dealt in cryptocurrency. At that immediately, it's not, henceforth anybody who doesn't stop trading in cryptocurrency.
Okay,
it's not immediately. So provided you have done it in the past. And
whether it is traced to fraud or is not traced to fraud, as long as cryptocurrency is in line with your statement, your account will be blocked. So let me bring in our guest. In fact, while we are doing all of these ones, what's it called? Some cryptocurrencies, their prices have shot to the all-time highest. I hear a particular cryptocurrency is about $50,000 per one. So while we are doing this, you're just giving them more ginger to trade in the cryptocurrency. So Joachim McEbong is a senior analyst and research at SBM Intelligence, an African focused risk consultancy and Nigeria's foremost geopolitical intelligence firm based in Lagos, where he manages a team, you know, that spans across 36 states in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Joachim, for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, so you've been listening to our banter on this cryptocurrency and CBN banning blocking people's account that had dealt with cryptocurrency in the past. First of all, is it even legal?
So I was, like you said, I was listening really closely to everything that yourself and the two Temis were saying. And first of all, it is legal.
Really? Oh, did we lose him? Oh, sugar.
Under the bank and other financial institutions. And
sorry, Joachim,
hello?
can you come back again?
Me?
We lost you for a second, so come back again. You said it is legal.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
it is legal. Yes, so it is legal under the Banking and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020. The CBN can instruct banks to close accounts for any reason or reasons. So that is the first thing. Secondly, there was a previous instruction given by the CBN regarding trading, regarding Nigerian banks engaging in the trading of cryptocurrencies. This was in January 2017, I believe, and that the order that was given last month, that was given about a week ago or so, was merely a reiteration of that order from 2017.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's not really the first time that they've spoken about this. They have done so before, and the order from about, I think it's 10 days ago now, was merely a reiteration of that order and an insistence on compliance. And as James Chijinju, unfortunately, and many other people have found out, the major banks in particular have all raced to comply with what the CBN has asked them to do.
Huh. So what does this mean to the customer? Because we were just, I'm just hearing the 2017 one now.
So now we have gotten the legalese out of the way, and I wanted to talk about something that Temi O rightly said, quite rightly, that actually in closing the accounts, the CBN has actually made perhaps the best case for the use of cryptocurrency that anybody can make. It is actually much more powerful than any argument any cryptocurrency fan can make, because, and I mean, someone who was trying to pay for something using the current fiat currency suddenly realizes that, oh my God, I can't pay for ABC, right? And then suddenly has to find some other ways, bros, lend me money, so and so lend me money, so that he can pay for what he bought and then be off on his way. And really, I need to also say that cryptocurrency and the blockchain in particular was designed specifically for regulators like Nigeria's CBN under Godwin Emefiele. That's a simple truth. That's a simple truth.
True.
It was built specifically with them in mind. And the truth of the matter is that the more they continue down this path, the more they in fact accelerate adoption, because what's going to happen is that as they erect these various barriers, it is like water. So if you put a stone on the ground and you pour water at the stone, the water will simply go around the stone and continue flowing on. That is what the CBN will end up doing. I need to also contextualize the CBN's actions with regard to its own priorities. So in 2020, due to the growing restrictions on use of foreign currency in the country, and the CBN's persistent attempts to control foreign currency demand, right? The inward remittances to Nigeria dropped off by about 95% or so in 2020 between January and I think September 2020 or so. So part of that was because of the effect of the pandemic, on people in the West, people who send all this money home, loss of job and so on, would then impact the rate of remittances. But also the restriction on foreign currency and how difficult it is to source for foreign exchange to make all of these little transactions that make our lives easier now forced people to turn toward cryptocurrency, okay? And this is a simple case. What the CBN is trying to do in the broadest possible terms, again, I don't want to go into all of the various technicalities, that's not necessary, but they are trying to control demand for Forex on one hand, while still maintaining supply of Forex into the country. And I am here to tell you today, that is not going to be possible. The CBN cannot eat its Forex cake and have it. There is no universe under which that's going to be possible, okay? So what they've done, unfortunately, is that they have actually, accelerated their, I don't know if I would call it irrelevance now, but they have accelerated the fact that they are behind the curve on this particular issue. And from their posture indicates that this is not going to change anytime soon. And so unfortunately, they're going to fall further and further and further behind, because even as I speak, various innovations have already hit the market with regard to enabling Nigerians to take part in the global market, whether the CBN likes it or not.
I mean, I agree with you, Joachim. I really agree with you. With cryptocurrency, it's all about control. As I said before, who has control of the money? So is it me, holding on to control, or allowing a central bank somewhere to give?
That's very true.
And for me to just put myself in the shoes of the CBN, just for a brief moment. Yes, we have cited money laundering. And on the show last week, we had an expert, the forensic investigator, who says that he knows how to track and find the ultimate beneficiaries of cryptocurrency transactions. It's not something that is utterly impossible.
Let me even cut you in. Let me even cut into you there, Temi.
Right.
So did you know that there's a ledger of every blockchain transaction ever made, ever?
Absolutely, that's the point. Storage.
The size of the ledger is about 300 and something gigabytes, I believe it is. And not only does that ledger exist, that ledger cannot be tampered with ever.
That's the point of blockchain technology.
So that is on one hand. Now to address the issue, to address the usually cited money laundering, dark web, and so on and so forth. So can anybody guess? So between Uwa and Temi P, because I think that Temi O is really into this topic. So I want Temi P and Uwa to guess something for me.
Our teacher is calling other people in class.
Can you guess what percentage of cryptocurrency has been linked to various illicit activities? Can you just guess the percentage?
Illicit.
Yes, illicit activities, money laundering, dark web, and so on and
20%.
so forth. Can you just guess?
I should guess 20%.
Temi P, can you guess?
Temi P, guess.
Think like I don't know, 40.
Let me say something that will blow all your minds, except maybe Temi O. I mean, because she's very on top of this topic. Only 1.1%.
You kidding me?
Negligible.
Of cryptocurrency transactions are linked to money laundering and various other illicit acts.
You are kidding.
The minimum.
1.1%.
Absolutely. And that's the point I was trying to make, Joachim, that you know what I find is that when people do not understand something, right, and they're not open to being progressive and dynamic, they start to fight and ban it.
Precisely.
That's the problem.
Something else that I must add, because again, every other minute, you know, I read an article online from a crypto skeptic, or from someone who just began to read about these things yesterday. All the money laundering that has been taking place in the history of humanity, all the human trafficking, all the drugs, etc. In what currencies have those activities been funded?
Fiat.
Not cryptocurrency. HSBC, for example, has been linked significantly to the laundering of drug proceeds from Mexican and Colombian super drug lords.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anybody talking about, oh, let us ban the British pound. No need for the British pound. all the money that has been shipped out of Nigeria since 1960. I don't hear anybody saying, oh my God, let us ban the dollar,
Mm-hmm.
let us ban the pound, let us ban the euro. None of all of this talk. And so I really have cause to ask, who is fooling who precisely?
Ha.
Who is fooling who on this topic?
You know, Joaquin, when you started,
and again, you see, again, these things get someone like me pretty animated, because it is not even 5% true. All of this are not even 5% true. Again, we have various estimates. For example, for the amount of money that has been shipped out of Nigeria by our various corrupt leaders, big and small, at all levels of government since 1960.
And the unending Abacha ones has been in secondary school.
The current minimum estimate from the African continent that has been shipped out in illicit drugs, in various illicit acts, is in the order of about $600 billion or so. Last time I checked, I need to go back and check the number. But it's a very, very huge amount of money, okay? And I'm saying that nobody is talking about banning the dollar or banning the pound. Nobody is talking about seizing banking licenses or asking people to close accounts. Even till today, you still have news coming out of Nigerian public officials engaging in various illicit acts and there are receipts attached. So you have people actually publishing bank statements, okay, with time and dates of all of these things, and they go through Nigeria's biggest banks. I've not seen anybody close anybody's account.
Okay.
Joaquin,
you need
I have to ask, who is fooling who?
Okay, we'll answer that question.
We have gone far beyond legality here. Okay.
So, but you broke my heart when you said that it was legal for them to do it, because all these questions that you are asking now.
No.
Wait, we'll come back from the break. Hold on.
When we're talking about legality,
yes.
You know what? Hold on. Let us go on a break, Joaquin. Joaquin, let us go on a break. When we return from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
If you're just tuning in, we want to understand the legal implications of bank closing accounts of customers who traded in cryptocurrency. And Joaquin broke my heart. He said it is legal. So So I don't even know where we'll start from. But please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. Or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. They have Kuku said that the law does not have any emotions. So you've just rendered me you just rendered me heartbroken. All right, so Joachim, Temi P wanted to come in before we went on a break.
Yes.
Oh, yes. So I had a few questions, especially when it came to talking about the bank systems and some of those things. Thank you so much for taking us through that. That was enlightening. But, as you spoke, one of the things you made reference to, for example, was that the CBN didn't just outrightly come out to ban it in 2021, that there was an initial circular, which in truth, the CBN made reference to, which was in 2017. I'm taking a look at the circular now. I'm sure that you're very aware of the circular. And I'm looking at it now. And I would like to ask, does this seem to be a circular that actually bans cryptocurrency? Was it an outright ban? That circular that was released in 2017.
So what it does, yes.
Because
exactly.
you said, okay, let me hear first.
So what it does, and what this second circular reiterates, right? Is that it says that Nigerian banks should not touch transactions that involve cryptocurrency. That is what it says. Okay. And so by referencing the first one, the bank is now saying, based on that first one, we are now saying that any account that engaged in such should have the account closed. Now, I do think, because I'm not a lawyer, but I do think that this is the kind of thing that one would challenge in court, some sort of a class action kind of thing, right?
Okay.
Because it is something that I would really like to know what a court's view on it is, and hopefully the judge that will deal with that case would be someone that has taken some time to really look at the issues that are put forward by what the CBN has done. But the fact is that the CBN did not just wake up. I mean, strictly speaking, they didn't just wake up and then say, you know what, begin to close accounts. They had this, and then they now decided to get banks to comply with it.
Okay, let me get some of our comments.
As far whether it will stand up in the courts, if it will stand up in the courts, I don't really know. I think that a solid argument can be made that actually what the CBN is doing is confiscating private property, right? Which would then go against the spirit of the Constitution. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I feel that argument can be made, but again, I just feel like going forward, this is something that could really do with a challenge in courts, a good one, a class action.
All right, so let me take in comments. Temi, you have a comment with you. Cryptocurrency is a new phenomenon in the country. We may not have enabling laws. Check excessive of the trend. Most of our leaders are still BBC. That's best before computer. Oh my God, that's Raphael from Zaria. What a coin in BBC. Best before computer. So they are analog, ancient of days. Okay, Temi, you have a comment. Go ahead, Raphael.
So the comment I have is in two parts. The first one is saying, good evening, ladies. You always lighten up my evening. Well done. Tomilola from Ogba. But then there's a second part of it that I don't have any answers to, but Joachim is from SBN Intelligence. Maybe he can do some justice to that. So she's saying that I heard in the news today that the federal government subsidizes electricity by 50 billion naira monthly. Is this a joke? If this is true, who are we paying the PHCN bills to, and who did we offend in this country? It has nothing to do with cryptocurrency, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, like Temi O says, it is outside the scope of this conversation. But very quickly, what the FG subsidy goes to is subsidizing electricity for the poorest people, right? So I think that what they are trying to do is,
at this point in Nigeria, everybody is a poor person.
Well, I mean, so I think that what they are trying to do with that was to reduce the tariffs for the people on the lowest rung of the ladder, and other sundry things. That's what I think that's for. But
We have
every
a
other
long way to
person,
go.
but I mean, but the rest of us have to pay full rate, as it were.
Okay, so let's go back to cryptocurrency. What would this imply for the people that their accounts have been shut, and how do they even go about recovering, some of, their money? I don't know, because I choose to believe that it's actually.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know. How do we go about it?
That's a great question, and actually speaks directly to the spirit of our laws, if not strictly the black and white. Because the money in the account, right, belongs to the person who opened the account in the first place. Okay.
Exactly.
So how does such a person get his or her money back, right? And if the person cannot get his money back, are people being serious that we are confiscating private property? I would really like to know how that goes down in a court of law. I would really like to hear a judge's view on that, right?
It's a tough one, though. What worries me is the anyhowness of the judicial system, because
Precisely.
that case will go on for 2 years and you will not smell
and
nothing will happen.
It really shouldn't. In my view, it should be decided in like 3 weeks so that people can know where they stand. And then if you don't want a person's business again because he or she transacted in cryptocurrency, you can move the money to somewhere. In fact,
Let me take out my money and then you close the account. Don't freeze my money.
Precisely. And something else that I also wanted to add is that many people also think that the restrictions and the order to close the accounts is connected in some way to the EndSARS protest. Okay. What happened then, as I'm sure the three of you remember, is that they began to close accounts, began to restrict accounts. First of all, without a court order, which is very important to note, because they had closed the accounts first before going to court to get the order. And there was like a gap of like 2 weeks there. So they had closed those accounts, but the protests continued to be funded by donations sent in through cryptocurrency. And so people are of the strong view that part of it is connected to the EndSARS, to the EndSARS protest. And really, from my point of view as an analyst, it is difficult to fault that, because we all know how those protests really got those in power very, very upset, got them very angry, and they are still taking that out on many people till today.
Okay, so who wants to come in? Because I have another follow-up question.
Oh, yes. So I just wanted to. Okay, go ahead.
So thank you again. Thank you so much for an enlightening session, particularly with respect to banking. So I think that, like, from what you've said, you've said that class action will probably be necessary to find out the legality or otherwise, because I think that that's the best way to resolve this. And I think it would be nice for us to actually have judicial precedent on this, because I see it a little differently. Now, I'm not even talking of the substantive part of it, whether or not crypto should be banned or it should not be banned. That's substantive, right? But let's look at how the CBN banned, like the 2017 regulation that you referred to. I'm not sure if I read it the same way every other person read it, but it seemed to me that the wording in that regulation was more about like cautioning the banks, in dealing with cryptocurrency or virtual currency. It was more like cautioning. This one that came up in 2021 was the outright ban. So now I did think we had this outright ban in 2017, and then banks went ahead to go ahead to allow customers trade in cryptocurrencies and the likes. Then we now had an issue of, okay, close the account. Then we're not talking about the substantive part, whether or not crypto is good or not. Then we know that those people flouted regulation. But in this case, it seemed as though there was some caution about how to go about dealing with cryptocurrency. And then in 2021, there's now an outright ban, and it's now a retrospective legislation that now says that forthwith, immediately, anybody that has transacted in cryptocurrency,
that's where the illegality is for me. That's where it lies.
Anything of that.
And let me tell you, that is a fine point, Timmy P. That's a fine point. So it's not just the CBN, right? It speaks to how regulation is done in Nigeria. It speaks to how regulation is done. It speaks to how policy initiatives are put forward. Now, again, I could keep you and the viewers here all day and all night with examples of anyhow pronouncements and anyhow policy initiatives put forward by governments at all levels of Nigeria. We could be here all day and all night, okay? But let us just restrict ourselves to what she just said. And it is a very, very strong point, because like you rightly said, there is little evidence that the CBN has engaged with the space. There's little evidence that the CBN has had to sit people down and ask and speak to the various players and find out how they run their business, and even seek to understand the space and understand basically
who
what
has
is
even
what.
banned it initially, and they refused and went ahead.
Precisely. So again, there are multiple holes here that will merit a very strong legal challenge, and then to say, you know what, these guys cannot just wake up one day with no guidance, referring to a 2017 memo that is sketchy at best. Even and also mind you, even in the Bofia Act, there is no real explicit mention of cryptocurrency regulation. At best, what you have are the fintechs, okay? So they just give general rules for operation of fintechs in the country, but they didn't give any specific cryptocurrency regulation. They did not say and this Bofia, I have to also add, was signed, what day was that now? September or so, October or so, and it's not that it's not that far, and it's not that long ago, right? So crypto was a reality before Bofia, right? Before the new Bofia was signed, and they knew of its existence. Now, if they had sought fit to engage with the space and looked at what best practices were across the world, maybe they would have framed good policy guidance within the Bofia that is reasonable, right? And then also seeks to grow the space instead of being punitive. Now, a lot of Nigerian regulation and a lot of policy proposals are in fact punitive. We can talk about this again all day and all night. But we need to understand something here. Nigeria is one of the one of the most active adopters of cryptocurrency in the world. Now, depending on who you speak to, there are people called Bitcoin maximalists, for example, who view Bitcoin as the heir to the financial throne of the world, right? And it's simple. In their view, all the Bitcoin that has ever been made is just existing in one block, right? You cannot add Bitcoin. So you cannot be a CBN, right, that is printing money to cover for federal government deficit, for example, destroying the currency in the process. Now, that is a completely different conversation that may be like for a separate show, right? This is not a government borrowing money, $25 billion, and then asking for a moratorium, okay, that to ensure that the next government begins to pay those debts. That's not what this is about. It is a fixed sum of money. It's a finite resource rather, and then people are free to trade in it as they wish. Now, rather than seek to understand the space, the CBN, as usual, is being punitive, and it will soon discover, if it hasn't already, that that's not a way forward.
Because I know some people that they said that they never use their Nigerian banks to deal with their Bitcoin. Some people know how to bypass the system. So I don't know. At the end of the day,
Oh, absolutely.
At the end of the day, I think it's going to be a very, very, very wrong move for them to have done this, because they've just further given these people.
Ban it.
Yes. You know, because I opened my email, I've been having trouble paying for my school fees online, only for me to, I just got an email from the school saying that I can now I can now pay with Bitcoin, you know, because I've been paying with my normal the debit card, dollar card, and but when CBN put the restriction that you can't pay anything above $100 per day, so that frustrated me. Now the school is sending me a mail that Bitcoin is acceptable. So what do you think will happen? Everybody will just bypass your system and go and get a system that is easier to work with. But let me come to Temio.
I wanted to pay for Apple Music subscription. I had to open another bank account to do it.
Come on. Just like it doesn't make any sense. Temio.
It doesn't make any sense. And at this point, we're almost at the end of the show. I just wanted to put it out there that honestly, no one, and as Joachim has said, it's a finite resource, and no one can actually accurately predict what will happen to the market for cryptocurrencies. And this is true. It's technically true for all investments. Indeed, it may be even misleading to call it investing when we talk about buying Bitcoin and all these other digital currencies. It will be more accurate to refer to it as a speculation. So I just want to say that, look, go for it only if you have the risk tolerance for it. It's no joke, right? Do not put all of your resources and the money for your rent and your school fees and all of that into Bitcoin, because you can sleep and wake up and it's a third of the
currency is down. Tell me, we have a comment from Ade from the UK is with you. Can you quickly take that? Temio.
Absolutely. So, good evening, ladies. Our leaders need to be educated on this currency. I agree. One, if our leaders can't beat the world and the digital age, they must learn to join. Number two, we have a Nigerian as head of WTO. So we can call on Auntie Ngozi, she's our auntie, I said that before, to come home and explain the advantages to our leaders. And finally, will the CBN close the leaders in government's accounts who have traded with cryptocurrency in the past?
Big question. Joachim, as head researcher, can you start researching all our government officials that have traded in cryptocurrency so that they can start shutting down their accounts?
Now,
your final words.
That would be fun to see.
All right, so Joachim, your final comments quickly in 1 minute.
Final word.
My own final comment yet.
Don't worry. Let me give our guests the first final word.
All right. So my final word is that the world is changing very fast, and what we need, I think the most important thing that the world needs, that Nigeria needs, is regulators who are on top of these changes, and who can put in policies that are relevant to the spaces that they are regulating, and also foster and also try to maximize the upside while limiting the downside of those various things. So there are many things that are going on. So there's AI on one hand, there is blockchain, there is Bitcoin, there are self-driving cars, robotics, and so on and so forth. All of these various technologies are going to change the way we live our lives. And I think that this is the worst time to be an analog regulator, because what's going to happen is that you are going to get rings run around you by people who were born into this space. Some countries have found this out already, but many more will find out. And we in Nigeria, our people here are going to find that out as well.
Okay. All right. So tell me, like in 1 second, because we've run out of time. Temio.
Oh, okay, Temio is gone. Okay, I just wanted to say that, look, as to everything in life, right, there are risks, there are downsides and upsides to this thing. So this whole cryptocurrency conversation, there are benefits to it. And I'm not sure that banning it outrightly is the best course of action. So we need our regulators to open up their minds, be more progressive in your thinking, try to learn so that we can all partake of the benefits.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for the customers to start to sue CBN and their banks, because you have no right to shut my account. If this law was pronounced and, okay, going forward, but I mean, doing retrospective account closure is what I don't understand. All right, thank you so much, Joachim. Thank you, Temi. Oh, thank you, Temi P. I think Temi P was logged out, but thank you so much. We had a fantastic conversation. So Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, and influence lives towards action. And this year, we're starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. If you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you are a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all year-round engagement. So keep telling all your friends to keep their eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Liberty may be endangered by the abuse of liberty, but also by the abuse of power. I think it's abuse of power that will make somebody just shut my account like that. I will still reiterate it. We'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
This is show Not Your 9 to 5, where we feature individuals who have left their primary disciplines and ventured into something completely new, as you do know it. Today, our guest on the show is Bolanile Olatunji, who left the world of tech and marketing to begin something quite new and different, which is not your regular 9 to 5, a vegan and also a yoga expert. She tells us her story in a bit.
My name is Bolanile. I am a certified health and nutrition coach. I'm also a yoga instructor, a culinary artist, herbalist, and healer. I run and own Thrive Alkaline, which is a wellness brand that provides different plant-based wellness products and services. I also founded Vegan in Nigeria, which is a community that helps to promote the vegan lifestyle. Prior to what I'm currently doing, I used to be a marketing professional in the tech industry. So I've worked with brands such as Uber and Google here in Nigeria, and helping work within the tech industry on the marketing end, helping to grow brands, their users and usage. And then I ventured into the health and wellness space. It felt more like a gradual shift for me and just a natural pull in terms of coming into my own, in terms of where I'm supposed to be or what my passions are. And it actually initially started with my own lifestyle, personal lifestyle. So I had a shift around 2015 where I changed my lifestyle gradually and didn't know I was on this health journey and to obtain wellness and looking for a way to define health, good health and wellness for myself. And then I ended up transitioning to becoming a vegan. And after experiencing some of the benefits of that, it's one of those things that you just want to share with other people because you're just like, wow, I can't believe that, you know, this is out here and there are a lot of people who are suffering with a lot of health ailments and just different aspects of their lifestyle that is detrimental to themselves, to society, to other living beings. And it's things that we have been conditioned into, and there's a better way of life, basically. So in experiencing these things for myself, I wanted to be able to share that with other people. It was a natural progression, basically, from what I was doing in tech, which I definitely enjoyed as well, because marketing allows you to basically use your creative skills to be able to come up with solutions in terms of how to grow brands, how to grow the number of customers, how to grow its usage. So that sort of analytical thinking was also a skill that I have, and it allowed me to utilize that. But also what I kind of evolved to into being passionate about health and wellness is another aspect of myself. So I don't necessarily see it as either or. I see it as, you know, me expressing a different area of interest or a different skill set that I have. For me, my passion in the health and wellness space gets a lot of excitement based on the results from other people. People come into this lifestyle for different reasons. Some people weight management, some people they have health challenges, different things, but to actually see the transformation, not just from my lifestyle and myself, but you know, working with different clients and different people and seeing it in their lifestyle, that makes me so excited. And you know, it's proof that this lifestyle works. You know, if people are willing to commit themselves and follow the regimen, that they will see results and they will notice the difference. And when they start to see these things and experience these things for themselves and they start to get excited, it makes me so happy.
Already we have some acha. We're gonna make an acha swallow. So acha is fonio. And fonio is a grain. It's grown very similar to millet, like a relative to millet. It's grown in the north, in Jos. So we get it directly from farmers in the north. It's organically grown, and it's very good for the body. It's rich in iron and other minerals. So it's one of those things that everyone should take, because iron is magnetic. When you take iron, you take all other minerals with it. It helps enhance the absorption of other minerals, and it pulls it to the body as you're eating other things as well. So iron is really important. It's basically like the spark plug of the body. So if without iron, you won't be able to move or have any electricity in the body. So it's a very important food source. When you're living an alkaline lifestyle, which I follow a regimen, it's not just about eating plants. It's about eating high quality plants that help promote wellness. So even down to like the oils, we don't use vegetable oil or palm oil. Instead, we use things like avocado oil, grapeseed oil, or sesame seed oil, which right now I'm using sesame seed oil to prepare meals. And sesame seed oil I'm using right now is actually made in Nigeria. So I'm a big proponent of using ingredients that are locally sourced. The more local you get, the more nutrients it has, the more nutritious it is, because it travels less to get to you, which means the nutrients are higher and they don't die out in the process of transportation, so being transported towards you. So I try and buy as local as much as possible. So acha is my grain of choice. I like tete for my green of choice, but I also like kale. Now we have a number of farmers that have started growing kale. Kale is also another really good one. This is just a very comforting meal. So all of our traditional foods are actually plant-based. We just add meat onto it. So if you want to make a vegan or like a super healthy one, yes, you want to change some of the ingredients. We're not using any Maggi. We're not using any palm oil. We're not using any iodized salt. We're using, West African Atlantic sea salt that's harvested off the coast of Ghana. We're going to be using fresh herbs and spices. We're going to be using sesame seed oil. So all of these small little changes makes a big difference in terms of health, and in terms of not manifesting any disease in the body is very important. These onions are going to make me cry. I feel it already happening. It's very potent. It's so rude. You're like, my eyes. That's one of the things I realized when I first went vegan and I started making my food was that onions give your food a lot of good taste. And at that time, I used to also do a lot of garlic as well. But I don't do garlic anymore because it's not alkaline. But yeah, I have to figure out some techniques in terms of making my food taste really flavorful, because that's the thing, People think that they like animal products and animal foods, when in the end of the day, you just like food that has a good taste. If it has a good taste and it has flavor, you will enjoy it. So that's one of the things that I learned, is that, as long as your food is spiced nice, then you can enjoy it. Some people who are vegan curious, they might still be eating meat, but they want to try it out. And they're like, they'll be pleasantly surprised that this thing can actually taste really, really good, even though there's no meat there. But, that's just a false narrative to think that meat has flavor. Meat doesn't have any flavor. Even your meat dishes, you use plant products and herbs to give it taste. Even if you're using things like, spice cubes. Those spice cubes, if you look at the ingredients, a lot of them is just, some of it is chemicals, but some of it is also plant ingredients. I've started a garden. I have a garden on my balcony back there. I have some okra growing, which okra is also alkaline and very good for the body. We have also, I have peppers, I have lime, I have basil, dill, herbs, and then I have a kale, but the kale is struggling. This kale is struggling on my balcony, but it's out there. And then I have some dates that recently sprouted, date palms, which is very fun and interesting because I had a client reach out to me on my Instagram we just started chatting, and he was telling me about how he's in Ikeja and he has a date palm in his compound. On my own traditional food. So.
I'm just curious how tasty it is.
And there's no Maggi. That's why I want people to realize, you don't need to put spice cubes and things that are gonna add, negative things or, disease, but it's very healthy. And this is like the healthiest of healthy. Everything here is alkaline, pure alkaline. When you go home, you can do research on a guy named Dr. Sebi. Everything is Dr. Sebi approved. And Dr. Sebi was an herbalist who cured many things like cancer, lupus, blindness, diabetes, so many diseases that people say have no cures. He cured people, and he reversed their symptoms of it. And he used pure alkaline herbs and a regimen of eating alkaline foods, non-hybrid foods, these type of things. Everything here is approved. So this type of food helps to promote wellness, helps to remove disease in the body. If you eat like this, you'll be very healthy, and you don't have to try much, like I said. So it's like a traditional food. You don't feel like you're dieting or feel like you're missing out, I should do like this. Maybe it's not your right side, but this is da-da-da, and I'll eat it. This is not your regular 9 to 5, but this is my life. My name is Bolanile Olatunji.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where? The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And away from yoga, healthy living, and vegan, we go to yet another interesting fellow, Tayo, who is a mathematician turned flotation therapist. If you live in Lagos and in Nigeria with all of the stress, you like to hear his story.
I'm a mathematician from the University of Ibadan, and I started my life as a research analyst, and I moved on to become an equity research analyst, moved on to become an investment banker, joined the Nigerian Export-Import Bank as a corporate communication professional, and then I find myself back to my love for sports, my love for swimming, and then I found out about flotation therapy when I traveled, and it was an amazing experience. Then I thought to myself, Tayo, you need to bring this to Nigeria. So you're welcome to Flow Therapy Lagos. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria. We bring you wellness, we bring you lack of stress, we take away stress, and in fact, stress is the leading cause of many diseases, and as we know, the mind also is a beautiful thing, and you don't want to lose your mind. The mind controls so many things in our body, so many ailments are controlled from when your mind is not processing correctly. So flotation therapy is here to help you with wellness, and also particularly not just wellness, but the fact that you are able to meditate and then heal your mind. Flotation therapy was born out of a need. I've had to go for massages, but I traveled some 16 years ago. I was at Las Vegas and I had a flotation therapy session, and being a swimming coach, I was thrilled. I was just laughing in the tub all through. Like, oh my God, what's this? So this is next level form of wellness. The 1 hour session spent in that flotation tank will make you feel like you have been swimming, like you were in space. I mean, can you imagine floating in space, being weightless, then all of a sudden, your mind goes to many areas of your awareness goes to many areas of your mind, and then you are able to come to a good understanding and clarity of things in your mind, and it helps you to de-stress. The magnesium seeps into your skin, and then it helps you feel that sense of calm. So this is one of the reasons, because it is so amazing that it is all over the US, it's in the UK, all over the world, but we don't have any in Nigeria. There is just 6 in South Africa, and so we are the number 7th, and we are in Nigeria. So that is why I set up flotation therapy. The intention of flotation therapy is to become calm, is to become stress-free. So that calmness, the therapy itself, it's in the salt. The Epsom salt is magnesium sulfate. So the magnesium is called transdermal. It seeps in from your skin, and when it gets into your skin, it makes you feel that sense of calmness. That therapy itself is the Epsom salt. Do you understand? So what we are trying to do is to get those sore muscles, the joints, to become loosened. So when you lie on the salt, first of all, you defy gravity. That's the first thing that happens when you come in for a flotation therapy session. Imagine you are 150 kg and all of a sudden you can't feel your weight anymore. You're like, wow, And particularly, I need to mention that you don't need to know how to swim to do this. The salt itself is just there about 11 inches depth. So it lifts you up. It's the salt that does all the work. So once you lie in it, it lifts you up. Once it lifts you up, 5 minutes into it, you're like, where's my hand? Where's my hand? You know, so it makes you feel that sense of well-being. And then secondly, deep sleep. Most people, 90% of all our customers that come in, they end up sleeping for the entire session. Flotation therapy is shutting down totally, shutting out the world. And in fact, when we take it a step higher, it is called sensory deprivation, where what you see, you don't see anything again, you don't hear anything again, you don't feel that sense of touch, you don't feel any gravity acting on your body, you feel like you're just flying in space. Imagine this is the feeling, you know, when you have children and you throw them up in the air, they say, oh, daddy, do it again, daddy, do it again. That feeling of levitating, imagine getting that feeling without coming down, just up there, staying up there for an entire 60 minutes. That is massive. Once people come out of here, one man finished and he said, suffer day for this Lagos. I tell you, it is phenomenal. You just need to experience it. What we are doing as Flow Therapy Lagos, we are birthing a new subsector in the wellness sector. So this flotation therapy is something extremely new. We are the first in Nigeria. Bringing this into Nigeria, we love to have a lot of partners. I mean, if you want to set up a flotation therapy center, just come to us. We're very welcoming. In the flotation therapy business, either in the US or in the UK or in Americas, they all come together. Why? Because it's a movement. We want people to begin to experience this therapy session. There is not, I mean, since we've opened, we've had a lot of sessions that has gone on, but we still want more people to come to experience this. Because in Nigeria, most people don't know how to swim, and then they think that because you don't know how to swim, you can't do flotation therapy. In fact, the only skill you need is to know how to lie down. In fact, the people that don't know how to swim enjoy it a lot better. Why? Because they get to enjoy that thing expert swimmers enjoy while being on the water. In terms of business challenges, it's the same challenges you find with every other business. We have electricity, we have COVID-19. But particularly for COVID-19, I would like to mention the fact that, first of all, the reason why they call the Dead Sea is because nothing grows in it. But we don't bank on that. Our filtration system, while you're floating in there for like 1 hour, it is turned over, the salt is turned over 5 times over and over. And then secondly, we use UV light as a sterilization methodology. It's just the same way as drinking water uses UV light. Then thirdly, we use hydrogen peroxide, which is a more expensive disinfectant and more potent and healthier for the body. Why? Because hydrogen peroxide breaks down into H2O and oxygen, so it's a lot more better. And then secondly, unlike a swimming pool where people put in their face or their nose, this is salt. Most people don't do that, and it's just one person inside the room for the entire therapy session. So every rule around COVID-19 is already knocked off by the session itself. What excites me about this therapy session is this. When people come in and when they finish, their face changes. They don't know it, I always see it. Their face changes. It's like when you read the Bible and you say Moses saw God and his face changed. That is exactly how it is. Most people start talking the way I'm talking right now when they come in, but when they leave, they talk very slowly. Then I'm like, what happened? They said, now I feel calm. Why don't you have a bed here?
I feel so relaxed. It was really nice. It was very calming, soothing. There's candlelight, there's music, flute music. So it was very, very relaxing. He said sometimes people fall asleep, but I didn't fall asleep. I was very in a meditative state, going from deep meditation to light meditation, floating there effortlessly on the water. Whether you know how to swim or you don't know how to swim, anybody can do it. It's very comfortable and relaxing. So you sit there and you lie in the water, almost like a big bathtub, and you relax in the water. It's really soothing. I feel really good and calm.
Now, 9 to 5, this is my life now. You understand? This is my life now. 9 to 5 was what built me for this. 9 to 5 got me prepared for this. I've been in business now, I've been off work, about 5 years now, and I'm having the time of my life. This, in life, when you begin to understand the fact that we're all chasing happiness, this gives me joy. This gives me sense of fulfillment. When I see someone coming here, somebody brought the grandmother, and then she went into the flotation therapy tank. When she finished, she said, "Dolapo, you'll be going home, leave me here." That is bigger than any amount you can give to me. Flotation therapy is my legacy. I am the first in Nigeria. I brought this into Nigeria. And in fact, this is bigger than any amount of money you could have given to me. So 9 to 5, this is my life itself.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie, the recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the Penn Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
On Plus News Now tonight. Gunmen abduct 27 students, 3 staff, 12 family members at Government Science College in Niger State. As Zanzibar's first Vice President Saif Sharif Hamid dies of COVID-19. European Commission strikes deal for extra 150 million doses of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. Well, many thanks for joining us. I am Justin Akadonye. We begin with security matters in this bulletin. Armed men have attacked Government Science College, Kagara in Rafi local government area of Niger State. At least 1 student was feared killed, while 27 students, 3 members of staff, and 12 family members of the college were abducted by the gunmen. Meanwhile, Niger State Governor Sani Bello has ordered the immediate closure of all boarding schools in 4 local council areas in the state after students and teachers were kidnapped from Government Science College in Kagara. Bello said boarding schools in Rafi, Munya, Shiroro and Mariga local government areas will be closed indefinitely because of heightened insecurity. Now, gunmen dressed in military uniforms stormed the Government Science College before hauling students into a nearby forest. Also, the federal government says that it will deploy all resources available to it to ensure the safe release of the abducted students of Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, gave the assurance on Wednesday in Minna when the federal government delegation visited Governor Abubakar Sani Bello. 27 students, 3 members of staff and 12 family members of the college were abducted on Wednesday morning by gunmen. Also, the National Security Advisor, retired Major General Babagana Mongono, described the abduction of the students as unfortunate. Mongono said that the federal government would apply everything at its disposal to rescue the student. The Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, said government is concerned about the security situation in Niger and southwestern part of the country. Now, the Senate has condemned the abduction of several students and teachers from the Government Science School, Kagara, in Niger State. While expressing their displeasure at the incident, the senators called on security agencies to live up to their responsibilities. They also urged President Muhammadu Buhari to quickly declare a state of emergency on insecurity in the country, saying the incidence of kidnapping of students is gradually becoming rampant, especially in the northern part of the country.
An abduction of school children at Government Science School, Kagara, Niger State, is coming on the heels of yet to be resolved Ankara abduction of 300 students which took place at Government Science School, Ankara, Katsina State, Chibok girls in 2014, and abduction of about 100 schoolgirls at Government Girls Science and Technical School, Dapchi, Yobe State in 2018. And concerned that, like the other incidents of school children abduction that took place in Chibok and Dapchi several years back, if no immediate action is taken to rescue Kagara school students, their fate may be sealed in the hands of terrorists.
Can we rightly say that this government, I am sorry to say, that this government is incompetent in handling the security challenges in this country? Because this issue has been discussed here over and over, and there is no improvement. It is even getting worse. Are we supposed to amend the laws in this country to give every citizen freedom to carry arms? What else are we going to do? Are we going to amend the Nigerian Constitution to give more powers to the governors, who are the chief security officers of their various states? Because our government at the center is showing incompetence in handling security challenges. Let each one of us here imagine that it is his son or his daughter that has been kidnapped.
Niger State is next to the FCT. If we believe we are comfortable in the FCT, we should begin to understand if they are in Niger State, they are as well in the FCT. And the forest, which these people use as their hideout, is like a kind of stretch of areas. There is a continuum of forest from the FCT into Niger State, through Shiroro local government, into Rafi local government, and into Mariga local government to Zamfara. These things are known, and I think it is time for our security agents to double their efforts so that our citizens can at least have some peace.
I believe that there is need for something new, a different initiative, on especially how to protect our schools. And let me be a little bit clear about the incidents of abducting students from schools. Almost all the incidents of abducting students from schools happen in northern Nigeria. And we all know how much effort our leaders of yesterday, probably right from independence, have worked so hard to ensure that children go to school in northern part of Nigeria. And with incidents like this, we will be reversing all the gains that were made in convincing parents and wards to take their children to school.
So there is need for our security agencies and government to ensure that we come up with a strategy of ensuring security in schools.
Now, the Socio-Economic Right and Accountability Project, SERAP, has slammed Nigerian authorities over the abduction of students and staff of Government Science College in Kangara, Rafi local government area of Niger State. The students and staff were abducted by bandits who invaded the school in the early hours of Wednesday. In a statement issued on Wednesday, SERAP said the incident suggests that the Nigerian authorities are failing to live up to their commitments to provide a safe learning environment. The right group said it will hold the government to account if the students are not urgently rescued. In the same vein, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has tasked the security agencies to go after armed bandits who abducted an unspecified number of pupils and teachers from a secondary school in Niger State. The party also charged the security agencies to rescue the captives before any of them are harmed. They were abducted on Wednesday morning. In a statement by the spokesperson for the PDP, Kola Ologbodiyan, the party condemned the reported killing of one of the pupils and urged Nigerians to remain vigilant. It also called on patriotic Nigerians to continue in rallying around the opportunities created by democracy in the efforts to rescue the nation from misrule and ensure lasting security in the country. Now, President Muhammad Buhari has received Zamfara State Governor Mohammed Matawale at the State House in Abuja. The president later held a closed-door meeting with the governor. The governor, after the meeting, told journalists at the presidential villa that he was summoned by the president to brief him on the security situation in his state. He said 358 special police forces have been deployed by the federal government to the state to tackle banditry. He also asked governors from the northern state to embrace Ruga as a strategic means of ending the farmer herders crisis. The House of Representatives has screened the new service chiefs. The exercise was conducted behind closed doors after a brief opening session. Before the session went behind closed doors, some of the service chiefs reeled out some of their plans for the armed forces. Earlier in his opening address, Chairman of the House Committee on Defense, Babajimi Benson, says while the House intends to ensure that the government lives up to this noble creed, it plans to engage robustly but also constructively with the nominees. Now, the House of Representatives has warned public officials and state governors to desist from making divisive statements that will cause strife among different ethnic groups. While reacting to a motion on urgent national importance raised on the floor of the House, Danchung Bagos from Plateau State says statements like the one attributed to the governor of Bauchi State justifying the illegal bearing of firearms by herdsmen is inflammatory and uncalled for. Bagos says it is capable of passing the wrong message to the public and victims of attacks by herdsmen.
Concerned that the inflammatory and divisive statement will lead to enormous belief that the government supports the crimes of carrying prohibited firearms. Concerned also that this situation can easily lead to armed conflict as other groups such as farmers and defenseless citizens will consider it as a threat to their safety and to arm themselves with AK-47. Concerned further that if all public officials regardless their positions or status, are not cautioned against inciting or provoking. Concerned further that if all public officials, regardless of their positions or status, are not cautioned against inciting or provoking the general public.
While reacting to the recent violence in Oyo State, Speaker of the House, Femi Gbajabiamila, tasked the Nigeria Police Force to live up to their responsibility, conduct a thorough investigation, arrest those responsible for the destruction of lives and property, and prosecute them accordingly. Gbajabiamila also set up a committee to be headed by the Chief Whip of the House, Mohammed Mongono, urging them to communicate the House's position to the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu.
Today, we serve that duty by calling on the Nigerian police force to conduct a speedy and thorough investigation into the recent violence in Oyo State, to allow for prosecution and punishment of those who instigated and participated in the killings and destruction of the property. The committees on police affairs and justice are mandated to communicate the House's position to the Inspector General of Police.
Now, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, Bode George, has condemned the growing spate of insecurity in Nigeria and the recent inhuman treatment meted out to peaceful protesters at the Occupy Lekki tollgate recently. Bode George said this while briefing newsmen in Lagos on Wednesday. Destiny Momo tells us more.
While reflecting on the importance of Ash Wednesday, the PDP chieftain emphatically believes Nigeria must withdraw from the brink. He says he has observed the state of the nation over the last 3 months with despair and disbelief. On the panel constituted by the Lagos state government to look into the EndSARS tragedy, he says it has demonstrated an unconscionable totality in the hurried reopening of the Lekki toll gates.
In the inexplicable, hurried, greedy, selfish, inhumane, outrageous, and immoral decision to reopen the Lekki toll gates while the blood of the Lekki matters are still crying out for justice.
Bode George also condemned the inhumane treatment of peaceful protesters, describing it as disturbing.
The treatment of peaceful protesters who were humiliated, bundled into the hot oven of the Black Maria amid the searing heat last Saturday at Lekki tollgate does not enhance the critical ingredients of democracy, wherein citizens are guaranteed the right to protest peacefully against the obvious wrongs of power. A more enlightened government should dismantle the 2 parallel interstate toll gates and erect a permanent monument to honor those who lost their lives at that EndSARS rally.
On the spate of headers, farmers' crisis, banditry, and wanton killings of innocent Nigerians, the elder statesman says it translates to governance fast losing its grip on the first principles of protecting lives and properties.
Widening spread of banditry, reckless shedding of innocent blood, the bitter, murderous clashes between farmers and herdsmen, loose brigandage, virtually made all corners of our society insecure, vulnerable to the rule, cordial and magic. Governance everywhere is fast losing its grip on the first principles of protecting lives and property.
The PDP chieftain says Nigeria must be restructured to ensure its survival as a nation. Destiny Momo for Plus TV Africa.
Pope Francis led the world's 1.3 billion Roman Catholics into the penitential season of Lent on Ash Wednesday, as a centuries-old traditional ritual was tweaked to stem the spread of coronavirus. Francis, who normally marked the start of Lent with an outdoor procession between 2 ancient churches in Rome, instead said a mass for about 120 people in St. Peter's Basilica. Well, last month, the Vatican issued guidelines for Ash Wednesday in the COVID era. They said priests should sprinkle ashes on the head rather than rub them on the forehead to limit the possible spread if one hand touched many foreheads. Now, hundreds of Filipino Catholics, many in face shields, attended Ash Wednesday services in Manila to mark the start of Lent. Rather than observing the traditional method of dabbing ash directly onto churchgoers' foreheads, church officials simply sprinkled ash on their foreheads to maintain social distancing amid further coronavirus outbreaks in the community. Now, church staff said that face masks and face shields are now required at services as part of measures designed to safeguard the health of faithful. Now, families in the U.S. and their children were out in force at the Los Angeles Zoo as the zoo reopened its door following more than 2 months of closure due to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, this report, compiled by our news producer, Sunday Binibo, takes us through the first day of a modified zoo experience with safety protocols firmly in place.
Few days after the Valentine celebrations, a Los Angeles zoo, which has been under lock and key to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 since December, has reopened. The zoo was shut down when more than 23 million people in Southern California were put under one of the harshest lockdowns in the United States as COVID-19 cases spiked to record levels in the country's most populous state.
¿Dónde vas? 4. ¿Regresas? Yeah. Ven.
Bye.
Elise está ahí, mira.
These families are excited about the reopening as it gives parents more time to spend with their kids at the zoo after months of being locked up in the house.
It's cool, I mean, especially because of COVID and everything, but seeing him, he's in love with animals. So I actually just got back from a deployment. So now that I'm back, I'm trying to spend a lot more time with him, but it feels good to be at the zoo. You know, they finally opened. It's funny because when I called this morning, they told me today was the first day they opened. So I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. And he's been asking about animals all week.
It's really nice to be able to get out and get some fresh air, take him out to see the animals and stuff. He's always locked up in the house.
We're excited. The last time we were here was a year ago with my firstborn. So this time around, we're bringing our second baby. And we're hoping it's a good experience. It seems a lot safer. There's less people around, so we're hoping it's a good experience for everybody.
I'm actually turning 39. It's my birthday, so my girlfriend asked me what would I want to do, so I wanted to bring him to the zoo. This is his first time.
I came down because I wanted to take my toddler to the zoo just to get out, and it was reopened, and we don't know how long it's going to be reopened. So I just wanted to get here the day it opened and get a good experience just in case it goes again due to COVID.
It's for entertainment.
Director of Animal Programs at the Los Angeles Zoo, Beth Schaffer, said that she hoped the worst of the pandemic was over and that the zoo would remain open for visitors within and outside the city, while noting how the animals do notice that there were no visitors at the zoo during the pandemic.
So our first closure was 9 months long. And we had reopened for about 3 months, and then in early December, unfortunately, we all know there was a big surge, and so we had to close again. And we've been closed, since early December. So we are really, really happy to be welcoming Angelinos back to the zoo today, and we're hoping that this one sticks, that we can stay open from now on. A lot of our animals do notice that there's no people here. It's such a part of their day, and I think some of it we didn't even realize how much of a part of the day that it was for them, because there's animals that we thought didn't really interact with us or the public when they were out in their habitats, and when there was no people, we would walk by and they'd be like, hey, what are you doing? They'd come over to the fence and want to interact. And then we have animals that we know love to interact with the public. We have a gorilla named Evelyn who will sit at the window all day interacting with people. It's like her television, it's her entertainment. So, the animals, I think a lot of them did notice that there was no public.
The attraction site has lost about $1 million in general admissions revenue since its most recent closure, and more than $7 million throughout the pandemic. The LA Zoo is home to more than 2,000 animals.
Well, very interesting report is put together by Sunday Binibor. Well, moving on, the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishakin, retired, has successfully been pulled out of service in Abuja. The event saw him officially depart from the Mogadishu cantonment with his wife in a motorcycle. General Olonishakin took the reins of the defense headquarters on July 13, 2015, to lead a campaign against terrorism in the northeast and served 42 years in the army after being enlisted in 1979.
Humbled by the opportunity and privilege to have served as the Chief of Defense Staff in the history of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. My long and successful career is by the uncommon grace and favor of the Almighty God, and the magnanimity of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who found me worthy of my appointment as the 16th Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. I therefore owe a deep sense of gratitude to His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, for the opportunity to have served the country, especially at the highest military strategic level.
Now, Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Tallen, has called for concerted efforts towards tackling insecurity. While addressing the Executive Management Course 14 of the National Institute for Security Studies in Abuja, the minister says all hands must be on deck to ensure peace and prevent conflict. She tasks members of the course to devise ways and strategies that will foster peaceful coexistence among Nigerians.
Security is a responsibility of all and not an exclusive result of government or security agencies, traditional institutions, religious institutions, communities, and opinion leaders must come together to find lasting solutions to this teaching evil bedeviling our nation. In this regard, the ministry will continue to engage with all stakeholders in various sectors of the country to foster peace in the land.
Participants are expected to go a 10-month course. We do both local, state, regional, and world level. They are expected to learn as have come from the ministry, their perspective, as it concerns governance, challenges, and prospects, as well as security. At the end of the course, we make a position paper for the government.
There is need for us to pay particular attention at the situation of women, gender violence, the lack of empowerment, political, social, religious, and so many other challenges that women have, both in the home, in society, and community.
The Federal Executive Council has approved different contract totaling 62.04 billion naira at its weekly meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari. The approved project cut across the Ministry of Works and Housing, Ministry of the Federal Capital Territory, and Ministry of Water Resources. One of such projects is the augmentation of the contract sum for Ajibandele-Shagamu section of the Benin-Ore Ajibandele Road. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, told State House correspondent at the end of the meeting that the redesigning of the roads should improve payment that stated the increase in contract sum. The minister said the council also approved the contract for the Akwanga-Kefi-Makodi Highway. The Minister of the FCT, Mohammed Bello, said the council approved all the 5 memoranda presented by the ministry, including the review of the 19.5 billion Southern Parkway project. Minister of Water Resources Sulaiman Adamu said the council approved 2 memoranda presented by his ministry. President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday led members of the Federal Executive Council to observe a minute's silence in honor of a former Lagos State Governor, Lateef Jakonde. The tribute was paid to the deceased at the beginning of the weekly meeting of the council. Jakonde was a former Minister of Works and Housing. The Pan-Yoruba Sociocultural Organization Afenifere has paid a condolence visit to the former governor of Lagos State, Lateef Jakonde, who died at the age of 91. Plus TV Africa correspondent Annetta Felix now reports.
People from all walks of life are gathered here, in the home of the first executive governor of Lagos State, Lateef Jakonde, to condole with his family. The Pan-Yoruba Sociocultural Organization, Afenifere, has also come to pay their respects. The group takes time to pay glowing tributes. As they eulogize him, leader of Afenifere, Shupo Shonibare, relieves some of Jakonde's achievements.
Alhaji Jakonde dedicated his life to the collective good of the people of the state without enriching himself, without seeing politics as a predatory source of subsistence.
He also urges young politicians to emulate the life of Lateef Jakonde, which was one of dedication to service.
Younger people who are joining politics now take a cue from the times and life of Alhaji Jakonde and see that there is more honor once you choose to be involved in politics. That there's more honor in being in politics for the collective good of the majority and not for yourself. If you're in politics for selfish reasons, well, you might enrich yourself in that process, but you will never be remembered and revered in the way and manner Alhaji Jakonde has been remembered and is being revered.
Afenifere National Publicity Secretary Yinka Odumaki also calls on the federal government to immortalize Lateef Jakonde for posterity's sake.
Somebody has said that he should be immortalized. Alhaji Jakonde has immortalized himself. What you can just do is to just play it up. There's nothing else you can do than what he has did while he was alive. It's from this house that he rebuilt Lagos in 4 years.
Lateef Jakonde was the first executive governor of Lagos State. He served as the leader of the Center of Excellence from 1979 to 1983 and passed on Friday, February 12th. Afenifere chieftains say Jakonde will be remembered for his selfless service to the people. Annetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Now, leader of Ndi Igbos in All Progressives Congress, Lagos, Joe Ibokwe, has charged members to take the ongoing registration and revalidation exercise seriously. Ibokwe stated this while addressing Newsband in Lagos on Wednesday. Jacinta Obioku tells us more.
Controversies have trailed the ongoing exercise of the APC registration and revalidation across the board. From its essence to fights at Kwara State, even to various postponements, reactions follow. However, Joe Ibokwe urges members not to be deterred, but explore the benefits derivable from the exercise.
You don't become member of APC by mouthing it. There are actions and deeds that you must follow. You have to register, you have to be a CACARI member, you have to go to meetings so that you know what is going on. We have to show our number in Lagos in the forthcoming local government elections. We want to show that we are part and parcel of the progress of Lagos and progress of Nigeria.
The deputy APES leader of the group, Jude Idumogo, buttresses Ibokwe's views while encouraging members on the necessity of the exercise.
We cannot be clamoring, we are APC, we are APC. We say we need positions. We need understanding, we need them to recognize them when we cannot do the basic things. For me, this opportunity is the first basic thing when you talk about party leadership or even being relevant in a party, is for the interest of all Igbos in Lagos State.
In another development, the Igbo leader shares the group's position on the Occupy Lekki toll gate protest.
There's infractions in the land, but do not go to look for trouble. We are defeating some people on a daily basis. I don't want to call names. We are defeating them on a daily basis across Nigeria, and they're not happy. So they are looking for every way to foment trouble, and they will fail. We are not destroyers. And I remember I said our people should stay away. Don't take part in anything that will give us bad names in Lagos.
Some of the members complained of hoarding unlimited registration papers at their registration centers. However, the APES leader assures that it will be rectified. Jacinta Obuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Now, the federal government says all is set to begin repatriation of Nigerian refugees from Cameroon, Niger, and Chad. A federal commissioner, National Commission for Refugees, Migrant and Internally Displaced Persons, Senator Bashir Mohammed, made this known during the meeting of the Technical Working Group. Mohammed said that President Muhammad Buhari had directed the group to remain steadfast in carrying out the assignment of returning Nigerian refugees from the three countries. He further affirmed that arrangements were already in top gear towards actualizing the planned return of the refugees, commencing with those in Cameroon from February the 27th. He revealed that the TWG and the Cameroonian authorities had met in Marawa, Cameroon from February 4 to February 10 to plan strategies for executing the voluntary repatriation of the refugees from Minao camp. Now, the federal government says it will end gas flaring by 2025. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipre Silva, while speaking to a joint House Committee on Gas Resources, Environment and Climate Change, says efforts are being put in place to ensure that Nigeria maximizes its abundant gas resources. Silva added that the nation has tagged the year 2021 to 2030 as its gas decade and will work towards putting an end to a $750 million annual loss of fled gas.
At the beginning of this year, we also declared year 2021 the beginning of the gas decade. And we believe with all the programs that we have in place, lined up, we believe that we are on course to achieve complete elimination of gas flares by year 2025.
We will take legislative action through bills and oversight to achieve the ambitions we hold in this regard. I thank the chairman and members of the respective committees for the work that they have done so far and will continue to do to give life to the resolutions of the House of Representatives.
Now, gas is the orb of Nigeria tomorrow. It's the future. Let me put it, the future of Nigeria. We are now going out of what? Fossil fuel. In our own presentation in the PI bill, we made it clear that 10% equity shareholding will guarantee the critical assets. We are not talking of your gains alone, but we should be partners in progress. By having a partner in progress, the critical assets will be secured. Oil companies are talking of their gain and losses. You are not considering the pain of the host communities. That is the reason we are saying, there should be what? Win-win situation. Gas flare is a malady that we must work together to eliminate at the shortest time possible because of its all-round adverse effect on the environment and socio-economic well-being of the people of the Niger Delta region, as well as the physical measures of the federal government. At current estimate by PricewaterhouseCoopers, Nigeria loses over $750 million in annual revenue from the fled gas. The gas that is being fled is a feedstock for other industries, which, if properly annexed, will stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and provide income for midstream companies and earn revenue for government through taxes.
Still ahead, when Plus News returns, United Nations Humanitarian Agency condemns violent attack on aid workers delivering polio vaccines to South Sudan. The details in a moment.
Ultima, the studios that brought you Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Project Fame West Africa, comes the world's #1 business reality show, Lion's Den, also known as Dragon's Den UK and Shark Tank USA. Aspiring entrepreneurs across Nigeria, here's your chance to pitch your business or idea to 5 Nigerian investors who are in search of businesses that are investment ready. Bring them on. Win them over with your pitch, and they will invest in your business and partner with you to make your dreams come true. But the question is, have you got what it takes to survive in the Lion's Den? To apply for Lion's Den, have an existing EcoBank account or open a new EcoBank account with a 10,000 naira deposit and visit www.ultima.ng/lionsden to fill out an application form. Applications close on the 28th of February 2021. Lion's Den is proudly sponsored by EcoBank and Chapel Hill Denham in association with Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria, with the LIRS as strategic partners.
And in other parts of Africa now, South Africa has administered its first COVID-19 vaccine on Wednesday, with President Cyril Ramaphosa getting the Johnson & Johnson shot alongside healthcare workers as the country battles to tame a more infectious coronavirus variant. Now, South Africa has recorded almost half of the COVID-19 deaths in Africa and over a third of confirmed infections on the continent. It is one of the first African nations to vaccinate against COVID-19 at a time when some wealthier nations are already well into their mass immunization programs. The J&J shot is being deployed for the first time outside of a major clinical trial as part of a research study targeting up to 500,000 healthcare workers.
Thank you. I also survived you. Oh, you are now being vaccinated.
Yes, I'm going to get my one now.
Yeah, it's not so painful. Okay.
Now, Zanzibar's first Vice President Saif Sharif Hamid, who had been undergoing treatment for COVID-19 in hospital, has died. The president of the semi-autonomous island region of Tanzania, Hussein Mwinyi, announced 7 days of mourning with the flag flown at half-mast. The cause of death has not been made public, but on January 31, Hamid was hospitalized in the archipelago after testing positive for coronavirus. The United Nations Humanitarian Agency has condemned recent violent attacks on aid workers delivering polio vaccines to South Sudan's Lake State. The UN Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General and Humanitarian Coordinator, Alan Ndohe, said the attack that took place on February 14 at Malek in Lake State claimed 3 lives and left dozens with severe injuries. He said the vehicle was hired by the state health authorities to transport a polio vaccination team and supplies from Rumbek Center to Rumbek North. He added that the motive behind the attack remains unclear. Now, Paul Rusesabagina, the hotelier, depicted as a hero in the Hollywood film about Rwanda's 1994 genocide, has been charged with terrorism-related offenses in a Kigali court at the start of a trial that has drawn international scrutiny. His family says that Rusesabagina, a critic of President Paul Kagame, is in poor health and his trial is a sham. Now, Rwanda's government says he has fomented violence and directed deadly attacks on its territory from exile. Dressed in a prison-issue pink shirt and matching face mask for his court appearances, he faces 9 charges, including forming an illegal armed group, being a member of a terrorist group, and sponsoring terrorism. he was not required to enter a plea. And outside Africa, now, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he will outline a cautious and prudent route out of lockdown next Monday. On a visit to a vaccination centre in Cwmbran, South Wales, he said people should not pay too much attention to speculation in the lead-up to his announcement.
That's why we'll be setting out what we can on Monday the 22nd about the way ahead, and it'll be based firmly on a cautious and prudent approach to coming out of lockdown in such a way as to be irreversible. We want to be going one way from now on. And I know there's a lot of understandable speculation in the papers, and people are coming up with theories about what we're going to do and what we're going to say, and about rates of infection and so on. I would just advise everybody, just wait. We'll try and say as much as we can on Monday.
Meantime, Britain has proposed a United Nations Security Council resolution that would call for ceasefires to allow for COVID-19 vaccinations in areas of conflict around the world. Britain's Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab urged the 15-member council to support the swift adoption of the resolution.
Ceasefires are going to be essential to enable life-saving vaccinations to take place, and they're essential to protect the brave health workers and humanitarian workers working in incredibly challenging conditions in conflict zones, who are striving to deliver that help, that vital life-saving help, to those who need it most. Ceasefires have been used to vaccinate the most vulnerable communities in the past. There's no reason why we can't do this. There's no reason why we can't, with the will that we can muster, come together to overcome the challenges. We've seen it in the past to deliver polio vaccines to children in Afghanistan, just to take one example.
Up next, fuel marketers raise petrol price to 170 naira per litre. And that's on business news after this short break. Stay with us.
And now in business, fuel marketers have started adjusting their petrol pump prices amid the supply shortage facing private depots in Apapa. Some filling stations in Lagos and Ogun states increased their pump price of petrol to 170 naira per litre on Tuesday from 162 naira per litre. The National Operation Controller, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Mike Osatui, said members of his association had to increase the pump price because they bought the product at 160 to 161 from depot owners. Last Thursday, IPMAN members had disrupted loading of petroleum products at private depots in Apapa, and on Wednesday, as well as in Ibadan, Ejigbo and Mosimi depots belonging to the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. The Senate has received the 2021 budget proposal for the Nigerian Police Trust Fund from President Muhammadu Buhari for consideration and approval. Buhari's letter of request was read by Senate President Ahmed Lawan on the floor at plenary. According to the letter, the request was made in line with the Nigerian Police Trust Fund Act, which provides for funding of the agency through a special intervention fund. And the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and the African Development Fund, ADF, the concessional arm of the African Development Bank, signed a loan agreement of 73.6 billion Japanese yen, an equivalent of $668.1 million, to support the 15th replenishment of the African Development Fund, ADF 15. This was disclosed by African Development Bank Group President Dr. Akinwumi A. Adesina during a virtual signing ceremony of the loan agreement. According to Adesina, the concessional donor loan will support the 15th replenishment of the African Development Fund approved in December 2019 by ADF donor countries. JICA is extending the loan, the largest, to ADF 15 on behalf of the government of Japan. And also in business, U.S. stock index futures were subdued on Wednesday as investors stayed away from making big bets ahead of monthly retail sales data and the release of minutes from the U.S. Federal Reserve's January meeting. Retail sales estimated to rise 1.1% in January, helped by the disbursal of another round of pandemic relief checks to households at the beginning of the month. Investors are also expecting central banks to keep monetary policy loose in the short term, and the federal minutes, which will be released later in the day, are likely to back those views. The Federal has pledged to pin interest rates near zero until inflation rises to 2% and looks set to exceed that goal. However, market participants have started to factor in a rise in inflation as economic data improves. Rising inflation expectations also pushed benchmark 10-year U.S. Treasury yields to their highest level in a year on Tuesday. And that's all in business. I am Osaogie Ogbawa.
And in entertainment, Sean, the widow of legendary American broadcaster Larry King, has gone to court to contest his secret will. He is worth $2 million. Larry, who died last month at 87, had filed for divorce from Sean in 2019, and last week a secret handwritten will surfaced, which didn't mention Sean and left his $2 million estate to his kids. But Sean, who's 61, claims in the new papers that Larry's ill health left him susceptible to outside influence and that he might have not been aware he was signing the new will. Plus, she says that when he died, he wasn't even planning on going through with the divorce. Sean claims that the new will violates the term of 2 different post-nuptial agreements between herself and Larry. And more on the local scenes. On January 16 of 2020, Nigerian superstar Davido's 2017 smash hit single, If, got certified gold in the U.S. by the Recording Industry Association of America. In the U.S., the gold certification is used to commemorate a body of work or single for moving 500,000 or an equivalent of it due to the streaming era. The news was broken by Davido's manager, Asa Asika, co-founder of The Plug. This will be Davido's second single to be certified gold in the US after another 2017 single, Fall. And in 2017, Fall was the second single Davido released in his amazing 4-song run. MultiChoice Nigeria has announced the host and judges of the new season of the Nigerian Idol after the company announced the return of the fan-favorite reality show after a 3-year break. Proceeding with the plans for season 6 of the show, MultiChoice announced creative industry entrepreneur Obi Asika will be the judge on the show. And I quote, "We are at a point in the Nigerian music industry where we cannot allow the enormous talents that are scattered all over the country to go to waste. We need to do better jobs of giving these talents a platform to showcase what they can do. I am especially proud to be part of this project as it affords me the opportunity to help these talents grow, something that I have been able to do for the best parts of my over 20 years career," Obi Asika made in a statement. On Twitter today, Wednesday, February 17 of 2021, Omotola is now trademarked, was a tweet made by actress, singer, and former model Omotola Jalade Ekende. Omotola, as she is fondly called, is unarguably one of the most popular and influential celebrities of modern times. Trademarking her name means all her projects, including movies, reality TV shows, and even photos, are protected legally. It is not clear how much legal work was put into Omotola's trademark. However, in some cases, this means she has automatic rights to use the name alone, preventing others from using it. Since her Nollywood film debut in 1995, Omotola has appeared in over 300 films, selling millions of videos and copies. And finally, in entertainment, Ebony Live Studio has announced its latest international partnership, this time with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith film production company called Westbrook Studios. The latest partnership will see the studio co-produce 3 projects which will lean very heavily on the African continent. The projects include a feature film and 2 television series titled The Gods and Dada Safaris. The comedy feature is titled Are We Getting Married? Confirming the reports, Ebony Life boss Mohabedou shared on Instagram, and I quote, "We all dream of lofty goals becoming a reality. Then one day those dreams come true. I am proud to announce that our vision of Ebony Life Studios, being in partnership with Will and Jada's Westbrook Studios, is now real." Congratulations to Ebony Life, and that is a wrap on entertainment news today. The best in sports is coming after this.
And now for sports. Nigerian boxers are embittered after they were ruled out from the 2020 Olympics following the cancellation of the 2021 World Olympic Boxing Qualifying Tournament in Paris in June due to COVID-19 concerns. The International Olympic Committee said plans were changed because of current challenges to international travel and related restrictions in many countries during the coronavirus pandemic. Boxers worldwide were to compete for 53 places in the Tokyo lineup at a tournament in Paris in June. Olympic entries from Africa and the Asia-Oceania region will now be allocated by rankings, while boxers in the Americas and Europe can still earn qualifying places in the ring. The African qualifiers held last February in Dakar, Senegal, which Nigeria didn't attend, will be used for the allocation of slots in Africa. This will be the first time since the 1960 Olympics in Rome that Nigeria failed to field a boxer for the Games, except the 1976 edition, which was boycotted. Leicester City manager Brendan Rodgers admitted that midfield enforcer Wilfred Ndidi is irreplaceable to his side after recovering from a long-term injury setback. The Nigerian international has become an integral part of Rodgers' tactical setup, and the Leicester boss believes he's one of the best in the world in world football. Ndidi will be trying to help his side reach the last 16 of the UEFA Europa League when they take on Slavia Praha in the round of 32, and Rodgers is hoping that wide man Harvey Barnes will continue in the tie. The 23-year-old posted his personal high in terms of Premier League goals this campaign, with still another 14 games to go. LeBron James is reportedly set to become the 5th ever billionaire sportsman in the coming weeks. NBA star James has shown on the court for 18 years, though also has plenty of other business ventures. He signed a 2-year extension with the Los Angeles Lakers on the eve of the current season, which is believed to be worth $85 million. And Forbes says about the reached $1 billion earnings in total, with $95.4 million coming this year. From that, a huge $64 million is coming from his media work, endorsements, and memorabilia. It will make James the 5th sportsman to achieve the $1 billion mark, behind Tiger Woods, Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Floyd Mayweather. Rafael Nadal saw his bid for a 21st Grand Slam title end as Greek fifth seed Stefanos Tsitsipas fought back from 2 sets down to reach the Australian Open semi-finals. The Spanish second seed was stunned as Tsitsipas claimed a 3-6, 2-6, 7-6, 6-4, 6-4, 7-5 victory in Melbourne. Tsitsipas will face Russia's Daniil Medvedev in Friday's semi-final. 4th seed Medvedev beats compatriot Andrei Rublev to reach the last 4 at the Australian Open for the first time. 25-year-old won 7-5, 6-3, 6-2 as his childhood friend Rublev, who was seeded 7th, struggled in the 29 degrees temperature at Melbourne Park. ATP Finals champion Medvedev now puts a 19-match unbeaten streak on the line against Tsitsipas, who needed over 4 hours to overcome Rafael Nadal.
I have no words to describe what just happened out on the court. My tennis speaks out for itself. It's an unbelievable feeling to be able to fight at such a level and just be able to leave it my all out in the court. Today's performance was, I started very nervous, I won't lie, but I don't know what happened after the third set. I just, I flied like a little bird. Everything was working for me, and I think the emotions at the very end are undescribable. They're just...
I lost a match in quarterfinals of an event that meant a lot to me. Australian Open is one of my favorite events, without a doubt. So I missed an opportunity to be in that semi-finals again. And that's it. Well done for him. He played better than me probably in the important moments. It was an equal match. I tried my best in every single moment, probably with the right attitude, no complaining at all in no one moment, even in the toughest moments. And just trying to, I think I stayed positive all the time during the match, fighting, and was not enough. Sometimes it's enough, today was not enough.
James Harden inspired the biggest halftime comeback in the history of the Brooklyn Nets as he recovered a 21-point deficit to beat the Phoenix Suns 128-124. Harden scored 38 points for the Nets, who were without the injured Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. They did not lead in the game until Harden scored a three-pointer with 31.4 seconds remaining. LeBron James scored 30 points to help the Los Angeles Lakers, who were without the injured Anthony Davis, beat Minnesota Timberwolves 112-104. Davis is expected to be out for several weeks after suffering an Achilles injury against Denver on Sunday. Denver Nuggets coach Mike Malone said his players need to do more to support Nikola Jokic after the Serbians scored 43 of their 99 points in their defeat to the Boston Celtics. The Nuggets were without 5 rotation players, 3 of them starters, with Paul Millsap and Monte Morris joining Gary Harris, PJ Dozier, and Will Barton on the sidelines. And that's all we can take from the world of sports. My name is Wally Scott. Do have yourself a wonderful night rest.
And sports wraps it for us on Plus News now. Just before we go, here is a recap of our major stories. We told you that gunmen have abducted 27 students, 3 staff, 12 family members from Government Science College in Niger State. We also told you that Zanzibar's first Vice President, Saif Sharif Hamad, has died of COVID-19. And we brought you a report that the European Commission has struck a deal for extra 150 million doses of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. And that's Plus News Hour for now. Please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
In today's world, sometimes being seen as successful carries a Wall Street job, 6-figure salary, and decked out in the classiest of bespoke suites. To swap that perception, leave that lifestyle, and for perhaps a more dependent job, less lucrative and not looking dapper, is somewhat of a no-brainer. Well, here on Not Your 9 to 5 show, we explore fascinating individuals making tremendous strides in their bid to pursue passion, regardless of whether they eke out fortune. Today, we travel 71 kilometers from Lagos to Ogun State in search of a young man who discovered a rather unique talent and leaves everything for it. Hakeem Onilogbo is his name and unarguably Nigeria's most talented special effect makeup artist.
My name is Hakeem Onilogbo. Due to the job I'm doing, I'm being called Hakeem Effect. So a special effects makeup artist from Nigeria, West Africa. So award-winning. So I've won different type of awards. So while growing up, because I was born in Ibadan, so in the late 70s, due to the fact that while I was young, I didn't know the implication of my birth certificate, so which reads Hakeem Onilogbo. So instead of Hakeem, you know, so I've been going about with these certificate all about since all these years. So until when it's now dawned on me, at times when I'm being called for an audition or something, so in the midst of crowd, and people will say, Hakeem. So I was ashamed, and people would turn their face at my hand with Hakeem. So people started making jest of Hakeem. So it's, I don't even know. There was a time I wanted to even leave the name. I don't even want to bear the name again. So which I have to change to Kimson O'Neil, from Hakeem Onilogbo, Kimson O'Neil. So, and I enjoyed the name. A lot of my friends that we finished secondary school in 1996, so they used to call me, Kimson O'Neil, until I venture into special effect makeup. Until sometimes when I found myself in Nollywood. So the first project I did then, it was a Yoruba film. I tell them my name is Hakeem. So, and we have two Hakeems on set. So anytime they wanted to call Hakeem, they said, Hakeem. So I will rush, and the other guy will rush there too. And the producer and the director, Murphy Afolabi, the guy now said, I'm not calling you. If I want to call you, I will tell you Hakeem Effect. And I said, okay. So another time the guy called, Hakeem Effect. So when I rushed there, so ever since that I now think of it that this Hakeem that I've been running away from. So they're now calling me Hakeem Effect. Okay, Hakeem Effect. So wherever I go, they ask about my name. I say Hakeem Effect. My educational background and how I venture into makeup artistry. I came from a polygamous family, so which everything was rosy then. So but when it was 1988, my father lost his job, so and that's how it wasn't easy. But I managed to finish my secondary school education in 1996, which the man couldn't shoulder the case anymore, so which I had only option to run away from home. So because to feed us it's not easy. So by the time I ran away from home, but out of his struggling, my father struggling, all other siblings that I had, he sent them to universities. So I was the only one that stopped with school certificate. So but when it got, so after running away from home, sleeping under the bridge, a lot of ups and downs in my life. So because I'm a little bit tough then, so I have to surrender myself and go for an apprenticeship in industrial signage under the tutelage of Mr. Remy Adesada. So Remy Card Art Production Company. So that's where I trained as a graphic artist. So majorly industrial signage. So before the coming of these billboards, the digital billboards, so when we started then, we used hand in drawing. So there's nothing like digital billboard. So we draw with our hands. So that's the company from Mr. Remi Adesada. So he taught me, trained me, I have my diploma in industrial signage. So until 2003 or 4, when the administration of Babatunde Raji Fashola so eradicate the placement of illegal signage on the street of Lagos. So that's how everything finished. So, but God, man proposes and God disposes. So these left me in another phase of life, hunger. There's nothing again. I didn't have any certificate. I'm not a graduate. I'm just a school cert so that's another phase of my life. How do I venture into Nollywood special effect makeup? I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. All I know is my painting and my brush. While I was young, I happens to be a dreamer. He said, if anything is going to have the gift, if anything is going to happen to me, or somebody is going to die, or something is going to happen, God is going to reveal it to me in my dream. So it's very constant. So if anything is going to happen, so I see it. So when I lost everything I had on traveling, 2006, when the eradication of the signage, everything, so I put my money in traveling, UK. So when I came back, so I didn't have anything on me again because I sold all my properties. So by the time I came back, I was sleeping in a buka, in a kiosk, so with my siblings there because they were living with me when I was okay. So when I had lost everything, I didn't have any option than I just found myself in one church. So I just gave my life to Christ, this and that. So the Conquerors Assembly in Akonwojo then. So when the pastor laid his hand on me, so prayed for me, that night, the man that used to come to my dream, the man came, and the man prophesied that if I can follow him, he's going to announce me to the world. I was saying, he said, I'm going with my people, my family. He said they are not my people, that if I can follow him, that he's going to give me something that the world will celebrate me. He said, what do I have as talent? I said, I can draw. He said, that's not what I deposited in you. I started crying. So because we were Muslim, so my siblings, they woke me up. Why are you crying? I said, this is what I saw. They started laughing at me. So I went to the pastor again. I started going to church. After that, the man will now be coming every night to teach me how to cut, how to do this. I was scared. I didn't know what that was. I called them again, my siblings. I said, one man used to come. He will cut hand. I don't know. He said, they started laughing. They just like laughing at me. They call me pastor, go and sit down. So it was then, we were trying to do a convention then, and the leader of the group, MC Reason, is a popular comedian now. So the guy now said, Baba, can't you do something like the cut leg or accident, someone without hand or cut? And that thing, I just relate that thing that a man used to come to teach me this thing now. And I said, what can we? I said, hey, I can do it, but I didn't know what to start with. What will I use to start those things? And in the church, the sanitary keepers, a boy, so as we were deliberating among the group that, what are you going to use? Okay, why can't you use this? Why can't you use this? Why can't you use that? And a small boy was just running. He just ran into our midst, and I said, use this thing now. And one of us beat the boy. And the boy was crying that the mother came, that, why will you beat my... And God, I just hear the sound that is, I cause confusion so that you can start with this thing. What I've been teaching you, this is what you will start with. There is God though. I had that thing and I had peace. So on that convention day, so I performed that thing and everybody, they were, wow, the pastor, everybody said, hey, live something, they cut somebody's hand. And I say, yes, that's when I started practicing it. And he used to come every night, teach me something. When he teaches me, I try it, I experiment, I just say, wow. I learned everything on set, what I'm doing. So at times when someone just called me that I'm going to do a job, at times I might not know what to use to do that job. But the spirit will come to me and tell me, before you move from here to that place, you will see what you are going to use to achieve that thing on the floor. And I'll be moving. As I'm going, I just see that thing, and it will bring that thing that I'm going to use. Okay, pick this thing, you pick it, okay, you can use it. When I get on set, it will turn to miracle, and people say, this boy is good, who trained you? Most of the jobs that launched me out are the experiments I did on my own. Not so job that announced me. So I do a lot of experiment. Even if I'm on set, if I'm being paid, half or 3/4 of the money I use it to buy materials. I experiment. I don't want to know what's my gain or something. I develop myself to invest. So it's those things that launched me out. So most of the transformation, like replication, like I've done Buhari, Mandela. So no one, I don't know what's happening to our filmmakers. The one that is not gory, they don't go for it. So it's only those gory, cut scenes and that's what they love. So, but I've done fat suit, I've done a lot of things, but it depends on the script. If an opportunity shows that if I have to do a job of 9 to 5 job, I've mastered myself so to cope with the work the work God gave to me. So because it was the one that gave me this, so I don't have to do 9 to 5 o'clock job again. So I can't be waiting for salary. I can't. Even if I see money now, before a month, I didn't see another one, before I see another one, I'm pleased with it. I was a painter, so a graphic artist. So I do portraits, so I do paintings, branding of vehicles, like working with Nigerian breweries and all of branding their vehicles, Fuman. So those are the kind of jobs that I do before. In anything you do, you must have a brand. So the hair is part of the effect in Hakeem effect. So wherever you see Hakeem, you must see the effect of the hair. So if the effect of the hair is not there, that's not Hakeem effect, maybe it's Hakeem. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life. Hakeem effect.
And we move from special effects to another form of creativity. We meet Chuks Oteke, dentist turned inventor. Yeah, you heard right. He constructs video production equipment. Let's meet him.
I like to get handy. That's just one of the features I think I possess. I've always loved the arts. I love filmmaking. I do a lot of filmmaking. I picked up that skill along the line when I was in med school, And after med school, I decided to pick up a career in filmmaking while I do dentistry on the side. But with the Nigerian factor, you have to just face one, So I picked filmmaking because it allowed me to express my creativity, and I had an opportunity to share how I felt. So I felt I should just pick filmmaking and stick to it. I've been a filmmaker for a few years now, about 6 years. And being a filmmaker in Nigeria, we are faced with a lot of problems, technical problems. Acquiring equipment, acquiring cameras, acquiring the right tools to tell good stories. So I thought to myself that, how do I solve these problems? I didn't have money to rent high-end equipment. And if I don't have this equipment, I can't tell these stories. So one day I decided to make one or two things that would help me solve my problem. I started making DIY sliders. From my designs, I started having friends asking, can I have you make this for me? Can you do this for me? And I'm like, okay, we can start a business from this. So I decided to go back to my books and read a little about engineering techniques, read a little about manufacturing, read a little about getting products that customers would buy. So in that process, I began the journey that has brought me to where I am now. This is a manual milling machine, one of my earliest machines. I call her my baby girl. So what it does is it helps me, make precise cuts on metal, accurate cuts with. So I gauge it with this scale, and so I move the piece into the material like this, and this motor. So right now the motor is on, controlled by belts and a very big DC motor behind. Then I put some oil. This is actually cooking oil to make the cuts very, very neat. So you turn it off, remove the vise, and there you have it, a beautiful piece of metal cut. These aluminum chips can be very, very deadly. So we always advise to put on our goggles, safety first, and make sure your hands are clear of moving power tools like this so it doesn't amputate your hand. Yeah, a lot of people ask me that question. How come? How did it happen? You're a medical person. What are you doing with the camera? I am somebody that likes to follow my passion. I love dentistry. I love to put a smile on people's faces. But I also love to shoot movies and tell stories. And with the way the economy is, you sometimes don't find yourself doing what you actually read in school. So many factors. There's the socioeconomic factor, there's politics, there's so many things affecting it. And we can't just sit back and be expecting to get jobs. We can't just walk into a hospital and they say, wow, you're good, let's employ you. Sometimes you have to make a way for yourself. And filmmaking was the closest for me, or rather was the easiest for me. I started shooting wedding videography. I started doing short films. I started doing a lot of things that I found that they were fetching me money, little by little. So it's only understandable why I had to choose filmmaking, because it was paying the bills at the time, So I gradually shifted from dentistry. It's not like dentistry is bad, don't get me wrong. Dentistry is really cool. You get to meet people, you get to put a smile on people's faces, but filmmaking was more practical and it paid the bills better than dentistry. Africa is not big in production, in the aspects of industrial manufacturing. We're not that grounded. We lack infrastructure. There's so many things, but we have potential. We have the will. That's something I observed. So when I go to the market and I request for a particular material, the owner of the store tells me, no deal, but I think get down. And the thing is, they do whatever it takes to get you that material that you ask for. We might not have the technicalities of manufacturing, but we have the will. And that's something that's keeping me going. Because there's some materials I ask for and I can't get it. It's very, very saddening, but I do not give up because I can't find this material. I don't say, okay, I can't make you a slider. We look for alternatives. I had to build a machine that accurately cuts metal. So we don't have, your first piece is 3 mm shorter than the second piece, and so on and so forth. So So it's like a robot that knows how to accurately cut these things for you. It's called a CNC machine. You know, and I checked the prices online, how to get a CNC machine that could cut metal. They were very, very expensive. And as a black man, I have to think of how to build these things myself. For instance, I'm building a very affordable camera cage to, one, protect your camera from, this is a Blackmagic design, cinema camera, protect the camera from scratch, and also give the camera the ability to carry other accessories like your microphone, your lights, your battery pack. The Blackmagic is not ergonomic in design, so it requires something like this. So all of these holes are gonna have threads, so you can screw in a light, a battery pack, or a microphone or anything. And we are trying to put a feature where you can use the average 3-axis gimbal that is available anywhere, like a Ronin. You can mount a Ronin to this. You can mount a Zhiyun crane to this. You can mount a DJI Osmo. You know, technology that already existing. Want to incorporate it into our designs. Sourcing raw materials is very hard, very, very hard, because these markets are scattered around Lagos. So you want to buy aluminium, you go as far as Oshodi. You want to buy bolts and nuts, you go to Lagos Island. You want to buy acrylic or glass, you go to Mushin. You know, it's just scattered around Lagos. And traffic. Lagos traffic is crazy. Okay, so right now, I had to wake up early so that I can head to the market to get a few supplies. We want to make a couple of sliders for like about 3 clients, or rather 3 customers. Yeah, Lagos traffic as usual. So we are now at the market, the Idumota market, the commercial heartbeat of young businesses in Lagos. This is where you buy all the materials, from fashion, accessories, from dressmaking accessories to industrial supplies to plumbing. Lagos has it. You have to keep pushing on the horn because this place gets really busy and you don't know when you will go and hit someone. Have fun, huh? Daddy there around.
Yeah.
Daddy, morning, sir. No milling bits. Yeah, so this is one of my customers. She supplies me. No, she calls me, no, I call her customer. That's how they do it in Nigeria. The person that is selling to you is the customer. The startup ecosystem in Nigeria has evolved because we have so many investors eyeing the country. I know we have a lot of challenges. We have issues. We have power issues. We have political issues. We have socio-economic issues. We have so many. We even have spiritual issues. But for the past 10 years, there has been this mindset shift of the average Nigerian youth from a 9-to-5 job to a get self-employed, build something, sell, make your money. You know, they now think like entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurship space in Nigeria is growing. You know, so it's growing, but we need to. There's a lot of things we need to work on. There are so many things we need to work on. For instance, we need to enhance access to finance. There's money in Africa, but there's no money in the entrepreneurship space. We need to enhance, we need people to come in, to invest in businesses. We need to build these ideas because we have the will. I've met friends in this industry that keep me going. They have business ideas, but they lack money to fund it. Secondly, we need business education. A lot of us have beautiful business ideas, but we don't even know what it means to write a short business plan on how to get this business running. So we need to open business schools, we need to open business training centers, we need to open business hubs where people can come in and learn how to build a business, not just I have a solution, I know how to solve a problem. We need to build these things, to build these ideas to make them big businesses. So if we can work on our finance and business education, I'm sure the entrepreneurship system in Africa will grow. It takes me about 2 days to make this.
I don't know, normally if we are to go by the rules, maybe you're supposed to go and then you come back and by then we must have deliberated, but I just can't wait for you to go. I'm already interested in what you're doing because it concerns my industry and I see us moving forward with people like you.
Look at this beautiful slider. Look at this beautiful slider. Made by a Nigerian for the Nigerian motion picture industry. Chooks, say hello.
We are building technology advancements in our houses, and these guys out there don't see them. So if we can have an avenue where all these things can be showcased to the world, for instance, on platforms like this, where they see that actually young Africans are doing these things, I'm sure it will motivate other young Africans to want to build and be better at what they do. Another thing is our educational system. We need to infuse entrepreneurship to the rawest form in education. I mean, from the early stages of primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, we need to start teaching them the business idea, how to invent stuff, how to make things and solve their own problems. That's how they do in America, that's how they do in other advanced worlds. They have incubators for young, talented inventors to come in, bring ideas, build things. So if we can imbibe it from the cradle, from when the youths are children, as they grow older, they would build on this and start inventing things and probably change Africa. I'm Chooks Oteke, the CEO of Film Anatomy, a film equipment manufacturing startup based here in Lagos, Nigeria. And this is not your 9 to 5, but it's my life.
I say entrepreneurship is like faith. Faith is substance of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I believe that I have what it takes to build a very strong company, a brand that survives even when I have left.
Because my kids lives in Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? So they think Africa is, Lion King, it's a jungle. So they were amazed to say, what do you do in Africa, Dad? So I say computer. I say, no, computer with the lions?
So entrepreneurship is that you create these things in your mind, you can't touch them. They're just ideas in your mind, and you hope and believe that they'll become things.
Startup, for me, I understand, it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or an idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Startups are businesses that are just being invented, or someone has just found an interest in a particular product and they want to introduce it into the market.
The quality of a good startup, one, is maybe you have an idea. You cannot just start up a business without an idea.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or viable service that you're showing to people. Could be the first 3 to 4 years of your work, right, where people don't know you yet. But once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup, right? And then, of course, you go to the point where you've done this for several years. You're seemingly successful, and therefore people are asking for your service, or you're bringing in new products.
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let me be serious. My name is Ronald Hakiza, and I am a co-founder at yugabus.com. I am 27 years of age, of course making 28 very soon, and I come from Kisoro. I'm single, I'm not yet married. I work at Yugabus, and Yugabus is an online bus ticketing company. So we offer travelers or anyone who is traveling by bus a web and mobile application to book any bus to travel anywhere across East Africa.
My name is Eunice Mainamburu, the CEO and founder of Bismart Insurance. Bismart is an online integrated insurance platform that enables customers to choose the right insurance for themselves. This is through comparing from multiple insurance companies.
My name is Kimenyi Mabre, and I'm CEO of Algorithm. And we produce software, and which called Ishiga software. You know, we are in an information era where when you know, you are more rich than someone who doesn't know. We produce software, and which called Ishiga software. Ishiga was created 10 years ago, starting in Canada. I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have like 18 insurances. Everyone is dropping his prices. They have drugs. Drugs, they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated, every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data in one master data. So we created Ishiga Live, which was taking all this data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside our software, putting them in the cloud. So if you are anywhere, you can come and view your data. You can make one giant supermarket because you are inside, but to make a chain of pharmacies or supermarket, you need software to manage all the data, to know everything everywhere, every time, so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. So we are working with hotels and bars. So waiters use this tablet, and they can They can order in front of you. They can order your goods, what you want. Then it goes directly in the kitchen. Then they can start preparing it, or drinks. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business or governments, where they don't trust like African solutions, especially in software. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. How I'm different is when I started the company, I used to do things myself. Now, everything is not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try using, like even Steve Jobs or this like Mark Zuckerberg, all started in garage. So all you need is really to find this garage and try to do this small stuff.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources to make sure this company works. Because when we are just starting, there's no profit being made. You get it? And then that is when someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, you know what, I will support with some startup. You get it? Some little money. And then from there, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what do you think you could spend on that particular product? Select a particular target market, look at actually what you actually need to be able to bring that product and then build upon as time goes on. You want to learn faster. You want to pivot faster than anybody. So it's, and that relates to failure. You have to fail sometimes. Do you get it? Because as you are trying to learn, you want to fail and see how it works, whether it works or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
You know, we started big, whereby even the amount we were paying the staff, our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Someone hit my vehicle, and the process was so long and tiresome because we kept calling the office, and it took like over 1 month to get the vehicle repaired, yet we were on comprehensive cover. So we felt that it would have been faster had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with BSmart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. Like I really don't need to walk into an office and like get the insurance there and all that stuff. And just a click away, so to speak. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have these startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually, in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. Median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. Having people come online just because we have talked about it and buy through our platform, and counting them to now over 700 of them, for me it's a big deal. It's quite a big success. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and existing social African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high, so I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That was very important. There is no worse decision, yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
From around the world. Let's go.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
I was supposed to travel to Kisau for burial, and I spent the day very busy. I couldn't go to the bus park to book a bus and then come back to do whatever I'm doing, and then go back to the bus park. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have a ticket for you. I want you to travel, but I'm not traveling, so if you can add 10,000 shillings, I can give you this ticket. I'm like, okay, I'll add the 10,000 and get the ticket. And then I get onto the bus. Now when time for inspection comes, like when you're in a bus, they always inspect to see if you have a ticket. The guy inspecting tells me I have a fake ticket, and therefore I need to get off the bus or I need to pay for the ticket, for another ticket. Now that was the time when I was just done with university and I was broke, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, when I come back to Kampala, I come back determined to find this guy because I thought this guy is in the bus park and I knew I could find him. And if I could find him, I would get him to give me back my money. At that time, 40,000 was a lot of money. It is still a lot of money. Yeah. So when in the bus back, looking for that particular gentleman, because I could remember the face, one other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. This happens every single day. In there, I realized that there were many passengers who were failing to book buses on time, and they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yuga Bus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining up at bus stations. The whole inconvenience of you having to go through the crazy traffic jam to be able to reach the bus station. The whole challenge of you having to move from bus to bus, trying to find out which bus has space and which one does not have space. The whole challenge of you having to ask yourself how much do they charge, which buses go to this particular destination. Each single day I see people asking, which bus goes to this town? And I'm like, okay, just check it out on your phone. So all that that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yuga Bus is addressing through our digital products. So Yuga Bus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And then you have your ticket. So at the time of set off, you just display this particular SMS at the bus and you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yuga Bus.
I use Yuga Bus. When I learned about Yuga Bus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Yuga Bus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Yuga Bus.
One of the most common things is that I am always wearing Yuga Bus from Monday to Monday, and I've done that for the last 2 years. Like if you met me on Kampala streets, you will find me either wearing a Yuga Bus t-shirt or a Yuga Bus shirt, no matter the day, whether it's a Sunday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But also, most importantly, Yuga Bus has taught me to care for the community. That if I care for the problems of other people, then I derive value out of caring for the community and also trying to ask myself, how best do I address the exact challenge that the community is facing, that the community I stay in. And also, most importantly, Yuga Bus has helped me understand how to handle my finances. Like, I mean, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also, most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life, and I'm a better human being.
The advice to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to start something, is first to find that thing. You have to find it, you have to like it, and you have to find negative people to try to break you down. You have to go in a shaking environment. We call it piscine, like it's a pool. You go in a pool, when you are alive on the other side means you are good. So that's the first thing. You have to see something you believe in and which you can be shaken.
For someone who wants to become an entrepreneur, I think the best advice for them is to start. They just can't wait to have everything. You can't wait to have the right team, you can't wait to have the money, you can't wait to have the right idea. You just start. Eventually the idea modifies itself, the customers modify themselves, and even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. And I always say, volunteer. If you can't find a job, volunteer to work with somebody who you admire and learn how to run a business.
The second thing is to be ready to work, because nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep, not when you need or someone is telling you. You sleep when it's the time to sleep. Other time you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitor are not sleeping. They have more resources. So have the passion, have that thing you want you like, then go for it. Go for it. Don't wait funds. Don't wait positive people to tell you. Just you have to believe and go for it.
Like I remember when we were just starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, you're successful. Until when I realized that, oh my God, an idea is just 2% of the entire venture. And then I thought to myself, okay, if we have the mobile app, then we are done. Until I realized that, oh, the app is just 10% of the work. Then I used to think that, you know what, if you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. An app, an application or technology is supposed to solve problems. It's not supposed to be the business. So you need to identify the problems that you're solving and then build technology to solve that problem.
We don't have too many occasions to give our story. We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, you know. And that's the start. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
Recently, Lagos State was plunged into a wave of destruction by hoodlums after the End SARS protest, which affected various micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. These wanton destruction threatened the livelihood of over 4,075 business owners across the state, who were greatly affected by the vandalization of their business infrastructure. These actions prompted the swift launch of the Lagos MSME Recovery Fund by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, to support the affected businesses and to stem the imminent job losses that would have happened as a result. You're welcome to Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. I'm Moremi Akonwo, your host. On today's episode, we will be discussing business resilience for MSMEs in Lagos. And discussing this with me is our guest, the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF, Teju Abisoye. She is a lawyer with extensive experience in development finance, project planning, execution, monitoring and evaluation of humanitarian projects, and many more. Thank you for joining us on the show today, Teju.
It's a pleasure to be here, Marimi.
Great, great, great. So let's just go right in. Tell us about the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. So what was it established to do?
The Employment Trust Fund was set up in 2016 to address youth unemployment in Lagos State. We creatively or strategically addressed this by supporting small, medium enterprises. We provide skills for young people, and then we support the tech ecosystem to make sure there's access to infrastructure, talents, and investments when necessary. But for us, the critical thing at Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is to put people to work.
Okay, so because you said youth earlier on, so I was going to say, is it just for the young people 18 to, I think youth nowadays are 18 to 45 or 40 or thereabout. Or is there no age restriction?
Well, it depends on who is defining it. Some have even defined it up to 20, up as low as 24, some to 35, some to 45.
Yeah.
So there are different categories of who is defining. But yes, we're not limited to youth, young people, but as long as it's the young people that are getting the jobs, that's what is very critical for us.
I agree, very true. Okay, so our topic is business resilience, building business resilience. What is business resilience?
Well, if you ask me, I'm not the, well, what I would say is that it's the ability of a business to actually recover in terms of economic downturns, in terms of whatever the situation in the country or the economy is. How resilient is your business to shocks or to whatever can happen in an economy? That's what we talk about. That's when we talk about business resilience.
Great, great. So these are trying times for both human beings and businesses. I'm sure you'd agree. So we've been dealing with the outbreak of COVID-19, which has affected people, affected businesses. That practically put the world on standstill. I never imagined that could ever happen in my life. Even Nigeria, it was so hard to see Nigeria put on hold. So due to these factors, there's also the current factor of increase in Forex. How can businesses in Nigeria, especially small businesses, small businesses, MSMEs, how can they build resilience to thrive in situations like this?
So I think that, first of all, is to look at the business one is doing and confirm, is there a market for it?
Okay.
Is there an opportunity to pivot into something else? And then are there areas you can partner with people such that you can reduce cost in your business? So if you sell accessories, is there somebody selling clothes that you can share the space to display your product? Can you share facilities or can you share resources? So do I need to employ my own independent accountant if I can share resources with another business, accountants, lawyers? But the idea is, how do I reduce costs so that the margins or the difference in terms of my revenues are not totally affected in such a way that my business needs to shut down? So because most likely it's for a period of time. The business, everything will come back, economy will get back on its feet, production we hope will gear up again very soon. So what do you do within that time frame where you want to manage your available resources to make sure that your business survives that challenging period?
Interesting. So you said something about, well, you didn't say directly about partnership. I think that's quite important this period, partnering with someone to reduce your costs and to basically thrive.
Yes, collaboration.
Collaboration. That was the word I was looking for, collaboration. Okay, so let's talk about the roles LSTTF plays, or rather is playing in helping MSMEs that were affected during the looting caused by hoodlums. It's a very, very sad situation, really. So how many businesses have applied for the fund so far?
So I think at the end by the 30th of November, we had received over 4,170 applications or thereabout. We found 100 and something numbers in duplicates, and we came to 4,075 total unique identified businesses. And then we went to do verifications for that. And then after the verification, we can confirm today that 1,900 plus had valid claims. People that had been looted, people had broken their infrastructure, they had destroyed inventory at those businesses. But from the 1,000 plus that today we classify them as no claims, some of them have not been available for that inspection or that verification, where people are saying, oh, I'm out of Lagos right now, I had to shut down, I don't know what. I really, some people just didn't know what to do. They felt a bit hopeless and just dumped everything and left. But so far, we've been able to validate over 1,900 claims.
Wow. So by validation, are those the people that have also been credited so far?
No. So we've credited over 1,100 as of today. So we're working with a lot of our partners, and we must say thank you to all our partners and our donors that have been part of this journey with us. We're working with them for the disbursement. So some of them have chosen to disburse directly to the partners, to the businesses.
To the businesses, okay.
Some of them are disbursing to LSCTF to do the disbursement. So we're working, all of us, everybody has their own processes to follow. So that's what it takes time for us a bit, but we're hoping to close and have disbursed to everybody by the first week in February.
Oh.
Yeah, we want to close it because we have other things to do.
Okay, so you said something about verification. What's the process of verification like? What do you have to do to know that, okay, this is a legit claim?
Okay, so basically what happened was people filed their claims on a form.
Okay.
And then an independent person, not LSCTF staff, goes to the business. They need to provide evidence. If they've cleaned up the destruction, they need to provide evidence of that destruction. In some cases, they needed to provide their bank statements showing proof of inventory or that the business was a going concern even before the vandalization. The kind of income they were making, the amount they spent on their last inventory, what they had recouped since that time. Before the vandalization, and those are kind of documentation that was used to determine valid claims. And it did help us get to identify some invalid.
Really sort the batch out.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just continue with this right after the break. We will take a quick break now and be back with more talk with our guest right after the break.
Even if INEC opens their portal today for continuous registration, we'd rather complain than go to register.
If we go and know, are we going to change Africa? Because what did they do to make our lives better since then?
Will inspire you.
Inspire us to be like who? Like our
Awolowo. Inspire you to know that once upon a time, some people also struggled.
They don't even consider it that it's important to make the place conducive for people living with disabilities.
More accessible.
Because Nigeria has actually gone too far the other way to come back to look after the disabled.
Somebody rigs the election and then he's, fraudulently sworn in. He goes for Thanksgiving. The rest of us will join, Your Excellency. Yeah. But the day he's removed, we say he was corrupt.
Don't forget the political angle.
You mean brown envelope will stop?
No, brown envelope will, I don't want to say will not stop, but I've done hand like this, But quickly.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. And our guest for today is the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSCTF, Teju Abisoye. Okay, so we're talking about you identifying legit applications, from that whole batch. So what is the time frame for recovery? So some people have applied since November. Did they start getting credited that November or December? So roughly how long does the process take?
If I recall, we started crediting people in November. So the process was, after you have been verified, it goes through a steering committee who then approves the disbursement of the grant to the business. The business then receives a grant offer that they must sign, put their account details, because we didn't have the account details. If you're not banked, you have to write unbanked, and then you have to open an account. Then once we go through that process, and then we go through an internal payment process, we disburse the funds to the beneficiaries. But some of the issues we've experienced with people giving us the wrong account numbers, the account number doesn't match the name of the business, it doesn't match the name of the promoter. And then you ask, oh no, it was my husband's account. I say you should pay the money into. Sorry, we don't do that here.
People do things like that.
No, but it just tells you that information, people sometimes just don't know. People sometimes do play ignorant, though, because they're trying to be smart. But the truth is that sometimes people just don't know that this is a formal process. We're paying a grant. It has to go to a business. And, but we then have to go through those delays back and forth. But once we then disburse to you, we follow up to confirm where your business has started. What other challenges? Do you need additional facilities? Then we refer you to our partner banks. If LSCTF cannot provide it, we refer you to our partner banks for additional facilities.
So it's good you mentioned the grants, because I was going to ask you, so are they loans or are they grants? But you've actually cleared that to say that they are grants. So are there any special sectors you consider before funding, or if you have a legit claim and you've passed the criteria, you get funded?
Anybody that had a valid claim will be funded. It has nothing to do with the sector. But of course, the number of jobs that we're protecting at this time is also very critical. The gravity of the damage is also important. So it wasn't a one-size-fits-all. It was individual claims were evaluated.
Okay. From, this event of looting that happened, you could just tell that a lot of businesses felt it deeply because they had no insurance. And insurance in this part of the world is something that we are still not used to. We don't understand how it works. Maybe only big businesses have insurance today, but how about the MSMEs? So is that something that the LSCTF is doing to now sensitize people, just in case, we don't pray for this to happen again, but is there something you're doing to sensitize people on the importance of insurance, especially for MSMEs?
And I think that's very important. And I think it's not just LSCTF to do it. I think it's going to be us and a lot of partner insurance companies. We must help people understand the advantages of having insurance. And insuring against specific incidences, and not including flood, because we're talking about Lagos here. From the recovery fund, only 90 out of the entire claims, the valid claims, only 3% had insurance, and they were not the micro businesses. They were more of people who had over 10 employees that had insurance. So that would tell you that it was the bigger businesses that had insurance. Insurance is not people don't understand the importance of it's the premium they see. I don't understand.
Why would they ask me to pay? Nothing will happen. My shop is covered. Nothing will happen.
In Jesus' name. Yes, but the truth is, insurance is very critical. It's important for every business to insure, not just the life insurance against arson, against flood, security, different things.
Theft, all manner of things.
Everything. When you think about Nigeria, insurance is very critical.
I think a lot of organizations need to get in with that program. You need insurance, whether you're a small business, and I won't be surprised if there are insurance companies that have, packages for really, really small businesses.
Yes, so there are now quite a number, and I know that there's a particular one that offer micro insurance. And I mean by micro is a daily payment of your premium to the point where it's very convenient for you to pay your premium, and you're insured to a certain value for that, and but you pay your premium over much longer. You don't have to pay a bullet sum at the beginning of every year. You can pay it weekly, you can pay it monthly. And the idea is to make paying your premium easier, especially for the micro businesses.
It makes sense. It just makes a whole lot of sense. So we will now take a break, and we will be back with you after the break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. So far, we have been speaking with Teju Abisoye, the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF. Thanks for staying with us so far. Okay, so can you tell us about some of the loan facilities that your organization has for maybe businesses general, or do you have specific ones for women?
Oh, yes, we do. So thank you for that, Moremi. So at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, our flagship program is support to small, medium enterprises. And the idea is that micro, small, and medium enterprises. And the flagship program is access to affordable financing. Okay. So when we started, we offer loans at single digits with a maximum of 10%. And we have programs specific to sectors and to women entrepreneurship. Okay. In partnership with Access Bank, we have an LSETFW initiative, which we are disbursing at 10% to women businesses, as long as they meet all the criteria.
Over a period of how long?
For a maximum of 36 months, they have access to up to 5 million. And that particular program is sector agnostic. That means you can be in any sector. You just have to be at least 50% owner of that business as a woman, or be the manager of the business. That program is one of our very core programs at LSETF. We have another program for schools, proprietors for schools, and vocational training centers. That's in partnership with First Bank, and we're disbursing that at 9% for all schools affected, especially post-COVID lockdown. We wanted them to have access to affordable finance. And the interesting thing, and the same program for schools we have with Edfin Microfinance Bank. Mm-hmm. But what is critical for us is that not just do we provide that access to affordable financing, but we provide capacity development, advisory services, legal, HR, accounting. We want to help businesses increase productivity. It's very critical to us that it's not just that we've left you with the funding. Money. If we can provide markets, we have those discussions as well, access to markets, because so one of the things we're working with the Lagos State government now is where small businesses can be part of vendors in Lagos State, so that they're giving, they can not necessarily lower the standards for businesses to be able to provide services to the government, but to reduce the parameters around things around the annual turnover, the number of years you need to be in existence, or
before you can offer such services.
Offer the services. That's very critical to us. So we do provide different loan programs for different categories in business. If you're in tourism, if you're in hospitality, we have another program that is available.
Entertainment? Because
yes, and entertainment. No, so it's part of tourism. Oh, it's actually part of the Tourism, Arts and Culture Fund, where you can access that through the LSCTF. We support the creative sector as well. So what I advise people is please look online at our website. You will see the different programs. And it's at lsctf.ng to ask about the products that are available and what any business can access at this time in Lagos State.
You heard that, people, so don't forget to go on their website to find out more information about the programs you just talked about. So let's talk about the key achievements of the LSCTF to date since 2016. So what are the key things that you're proud of when you think of you're like, okay, I'm proud of these things which we've achieved?
Oh, yes, for us at LSCTF, I think for us what success looks like is really where LSCTF has been able to intervene or provide an intervention to a business, and the business has been able to increase productivity by employing more people, raising additional financing with that equity, But the idea for us is that whoever we've supported has been able to increase their productivity. As of today, we've been able to support almost 15,000 businesses with different categories of intervention, ranging from loans, promotion, training, capacity development, different types of intervention. And then, of course, the grants that we did more recently. With training, we've been able to train over 5,000 young people.
On vocational
As of over 8,000 people with vocational skills. Some, not just vocational, soft skills in some cases. We had a partnership with Coursera where people, over 1,500 have completed their Coursera.
Are they free? Are the trainings free?
For now. Okay, so there was, it ended on the 31st of December.
Okay.
But you didn't have to pay to sign on to Coursera and start taking their courses. A lot of people have finished their courses. Over 1,000 people finished courses in training. And then we've done over 5,000 in vocational skills. And we've been able to place over 60% of that in jobs, with some of them even starting their own business. In the technology space, we've been able to support over 120 business with access to vouchers, infrastructure, where we give them workspace vouchers. We've been able to help.
You don't see these things out there. So is there a platform that just shows the
we
things
we need to do more with?
Yeah.
We need to do
People
more with
need to know
respect.
that these services are even available, and they need to know more of what you've done.
We do. We need
they
to
are commendable
do more.
things.
Thank
Well done,
you very much.
LSCTF.
We've supported over 20 new ideas, and we have 60 in the pipelines that we want to actually take live this year, 2021. Where we've actually helped them with mentoring program. They've met mentors. They've been able to take their business to the next level. So yes, we are doing a lot of work.
I mean, it leads to my next question, because I was going to ask, what is underway for MSMEs in 2021? So what should they look out for?
So we have a lot of plans for 2021. Part of the strategic things we're thinking of in 2021 is also the support we can provide to micro businesses in business parks, where they can have access to all their tools, access to space, working in such a way that is easier for anybody that has a skill to start work. And as part of the business pack would also be training. So where you don't have the skill, you can actually learn it in the business park and know that the facility or the what you require to start earning is already part of that pack. So that's part of our programs. For we're going to increase our numbers in terms of talent development, especially in the technology space. And of course, our loan programs, we have over 5 billion to disburse for this year. We hope people do take advantage of that.
People, they have over 5 billion to disburse, so please do take advantage and just visit the website, call the customer care numbers if you need clarification on anything. And I would like to say congratulations on your induction into the Amujai. Is it Amujai? Did I pronounce it?
Amujai.
Amujai Leadership Network. Okay, so tell us more about the network and what's it going to do for you personally and to your career? Because I think there are about 11 or 15 women that get that opportunity from Africa.
So there are 15 women from 11 countries. There are 3 Nigerians.
And you're one of them.
But we can, yes. And you can imagine with our size, so it's expected. But the idea of the Amujai Leadership Initiative, or the network of the Erling Sirleaf Johnson Center, is to actually help women be their best in public office. How do you use a network of women in the same space to share experience, learn from people who have been in public office and are still in public office. So people with more experience than us that we can learn from. And if you read the bios of a lot of them, some of them are former governors, ministers, that I am going to get the opportunity to be learning from. It means a lot for me as a woman in leadership. Because what we women need more than ever is a support network, a support system that can help us thrive in our position of leadership, where we can learn how to handle situations, where, sometimes as a woman leader, you're talking, but they're not hearing you. Just because you're a woman, not because you're not saying what they want to hear. But how do you handle those situations? Those are the kind of things we get to learn. And of course, I'm hoping to inspire a lot more women to go into public office, to get involved.
I'm beginning to feel inspired.
To get involved in the public space. Okay. And because it's critical that we're ahead, that we're part of, because we're more than 50% of the population, or at least 50%. We need to be active. We need to be involved. We need to be part of the informed decisions. Don't let us leave our lives in the hands of people that don't understand what we go through. That's part of it for me, and that's why it's so critical. It's very critical that we, so it's very important for me that it's a support network that really helps.
So how long is it for?
So you're part of that network for life.
For life, oh.
Yeah, obviously we're hoping that the cohort will will get to know each other more, and of course because of that, it ends up being a lifelong relationship. It doesn't end with that this year when they announce the next batch. Does that mean we're done? But we hope that we actually bond and we become friendship, or the kind of thing that you use for the rest of your life.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Teju, for joining us on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And we also wish you all the best at LSCTF.
Thank you.
So this is how far we can go on this episode of Ladies Talking Business with Teju Abisoye on Plus TV Africa. I hope to see you next week for another episode. I am Moremi Akon. Goodbye.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's a very beautiful Wednesday morning here, and we're excited about all the conversations we're going to be having today. Thanks so much for joining us. I am Osaogie Ogbonwa, and here's my co-anchor, Annetta Felix.
Yes, good morning, Osaogie, and good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us this very beautiful Wednesday morning.
So there's so much we are going to be talking about today. I'm not sure how Lagosians and the rest of the country might not be dealing with the same force scarcity queues at the petrol stations. But if you are here in Lagos, I don't know how you're dealing with that. It seems to be, fading away bit by bit. But we hope that it all goes away and you can get on with your lives as quickly as possible.
Amen.
We're starting, as always, with a review of the major stories making the headlines this morning. And we're going to be having two people join us to have their thoughts on these major stories.
Indeed. After that, we'll be talking about what happened today in history. And what I'll be discussing today in history has, so much to do with women and empowerment, gender equality and, the rights of women in India.
Always love talking about stuff like that. But what I'm talking about is a little scary. And, the last few minutes just before we went live, I was reading through it, and it's really, really shocking. It's what you can describe as a crime of passion. And people have said that those crimes sometimes are the most gruesome. It's a story from 1970. Eventually, the conviction was in 1979, but we will talk about it this morning. It's a really, really terrible story, the killing of 3 people. Right after that, our first major story for today is going to be on the new EFCC head, Abdulrasheed Bawa, who has been appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari. And of course, the challenges, ahead for him, the controversy also about his appointment, and a lot more will come up in our discussion.
Really, the controversy part you mentioned is so important to talk about, because it now seems that people who head an anti-corruption agency always have a corruption scandal about them. And we just can't wait to, delve into that and find out exactly what are the rationale behind his nomination, even with the fact that everyone knows all the allegations against him. I mean, I read a detailed report on that on the People's Gazette, and it was frightening to see should we trust this sort of a person to prosecute corruption cases if he himself seems not to be so pure.
Oh, well, the EFCC has put out a statement saying that he has no conviction and he wasn't charged or arrested. But of course, it's back and forth. We'll figure it out. There's also conversation about another job, or rather another appointment that has created a lot of controversy. Bashir Ahmad, who apparently there were allegations, or there was a story about him being given an appointment at the DPR, created a lot of controversy. And then, of course, the DPR had to put out a statement saying it was false. So that's also part of our conversation this morning. Why is Bashir Ahmad's new job creating so much controversy? Did he really get a new job or not?
The Department of Petroleum Resources is saying it's not true, it's fake, but lots of people are saying if the government is denying it, it's likely to have happened. But we have no idea. We'll be getting into that much later. Also, we'll be having an energy expert to discuss with us a cost optimization program. The federal government is launching a plan to basically secure refineries and repairs. So watch out for that one later on The Breakfast.
All right, so it's a full plate as always. Sit back, enjoy all these beautiful conversations that we're having this morning, and enjoy your Wednesday morning with us here on Plus TV Africa. We'll be back after this break.
Thanks for staying with us here on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Let's now analyze the top stories on the national dailies on the segment of the press. And we've invited two guests, Ademola Akingbola, who's joining us via Zoom, and Bolahan Olojede. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning.
Morning,
Thanks
sir.
for having me.
Good morning.
All right. Let's begin with the Punch newspaper. The first one says, EFCC defends new chair as graft allegation surfaces. Shake-up looms in anti-graft commission as Buhari names Bawa new helmsman. White paper to determine suspended chairman Magu's fate, says presidency. And on the top here, it says experts blame insecurity as inflation hits record 16.47%. Marketers raise petrol price to 170 naira. Depots suffer shortage. ACF, Afenifere, others fought Buhari's silence on herders' menace. Nigeria moving towards disintegration, Abdul Salami warns. And below here on the Punch newspaper, it says, Buhari's Security Council northernized, can't stop herdsmen and kidnapping, and that's according to an ex-governor. Alleged 69.4 billion naira debt, Jimoh Ibrahim loses bid to reclaim firms. PDP mocks APC as ex-governor Daniel defects to ruling party. And more here, Ogun Monarch alleges arms build-up as Makinde Abiodun hosts northern governors. Men in military uniforms arrested with 234 kilograms of drugs. And CJ kicks as brother fingers judge over 3-year detention. Mr. Akingbola, let's begin with you. What are your thoughts on these stories on the Punch?
Thank you. EFCC in the news. Hopefully, I hope for the right reasons this time around. I personally welcome the appointment of this new chap. There's a lot of stuff out there in the public space against him. We really don't know which of this is true. This allegation that he was once investigated by Magu and all that. But I think the Senate hearing afforded us the opportunity of having credible information concerning his background. But his appointment, if we must note, is in line with the recommendation of the Al Salami panel that tried to de-emphasize the appointments of police officers. People have said he is not a police officer, but for God's sake, we need someone like a do the job. Okay, so I want to believe that he is young, he's going to inject fresh ideas, because what FC needs is complete overhauling and restructuring, not just a change of leadership. A lot of people need to be retired. We need to bring in new hands into the organization. So personally, I welcome this appointment, subject to confirmation by the Senate. And I think at that stage, we'll get more information concerning his background. I won't want to speculate at this point.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Olojede on this one. Your thoughts on this story here, EFCC and the new chair?
Oh, well, I'll just add a bit to what my brother just said. I like the age. It's 40. So for those who are clamoring for younger people participation at top leadership level, EFCC is a top leadership level. It probably will rival the Inspector General of Police. So it's an opportunity for excellence, an opportunity for a young person to tell the world or to tell Nigerians that yes, young people can also do this. So let's, I hope he goes through the Senate hearing and that he is eventually made to hold that position. And let's see what he does.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Okay, which other story here? I don't know. This one is a big one here in Nigeria. It's about fuel and the price. Marketers raise petrol price to 170. Depots suffer shortage. Mr. Olojede, your thoughts on this one?
Well, the ball is in the court of the federal government and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to do the right thing about this subsidy. In my opinion, there is still a whole lot that is shrouded in mystery, in lack of transparency. It's as if we just enjoy darkness in this country. Honestly, if you're going to remove subsidy, number one, you need to let us see, okay, this is the template. This is how prices are going to be arrived at, so that we can also point fingers at things that we think should not be there. You know. And then I want a situation, I would like to see a situation in which even the ordinary, it won't be everybody, even the ordinary consumer will know that there will be a price increase if there is no subsidy. And that is obvious because you see the price of crude has been going up, going up. So on one side, as we are celebrating the fact that the federal government is making more money because the price of crude is going up, the ordinary citizen will be able to know that, oh, this thing that is going up, it will mean that my fuel price will soon be increased. And this is the range of increase I'm expecting. We are better able to manage when we are transparent. But as it is today, they will have labor to cope with.
All right. Okay. There's also something on Afenifere and ACF complaining about the silence of the president on with the regards to the headers crisis. Mr. Akingbola, quickly speak on that. How important is word from the president at times like this?
I just have a feeling that we have this tendency to put every blame on the president. Don't we have a minister of defense? Don't we have an inspector general of police? Don't we have people who are saddled with managing security? The president's statement is not what is important, it is his action. If these people are found to be guilty, if they are found to be incompetent, then he sacks them. Okay, so the only thing I want to hear from Mr. President is action. I want to see him take action. Security architecture in the country has broken down, it's been compromised. Mr. President, take action. I'm not interested in what he says. I want to see him take action. Okay, because what is he going to say and condemn? He condemns, he will move on. The other one happens, he condemns. No, I am more interested in seeing him take actions that will rejig the security formation and ensure that there's a permanent end to insecurity in Nigeria. Okay, so don't let us politicize it. They can say whatever they want. Nigerians want to see action, really, action.
All right, let's quickly move to the Nation newspapers and share some of the stories that we can also find over there. North's governors rule out ethnicity in Ibadan mayhem. Also, Bauer's choice for EFCC chair breaks 18-year tradition. Fuel queues back over price hike speculation. And NPC says the pump price remains. And also, Abdulsalami Abubakar is in the news this morning saying Nigerians living in fear. Service chiefs hold the ace. It also says they're still on the Nation this morning. Inflation hits 16.47%, says the NBS. Federal government spends 50 billion naira monthly to subsidize electricity. Others on the Nation, how Lagos will become a smart city in 2030, and that's from the governor. And also, bandits killed 10 and kidnapped 24 in Niger State. Daniel Ihejirika and 2 reps join APC. I think I want us to start with the conversation. I'm going to go to Mr. Olujide now. The conversation on ethnicity in the mayhem in Ibadan. The northern governors have said that's very likely not, the cause.
Well, I think it's a smart approach to this. It's already a very tense situation out there. And the more you go in this kind of direction, as far as public communication is concerned, the better for all of us. This is contrary to things like what the Bauchi State governor was saying the other time. Those are people who are inflaming the system with horrible comments from leadership at that level. But this other comments will help to douse the tension on the
yeah, but if it's not the reality on ground, does it really douse the tension?
It will. In a way, these people are here on ground. They've visited site, they've consulted, they've spoken. So it's not as if specific actions are not being taken. It's not just the talk. The talk is on the broader level that, somebody is sitting down in Kano is not thinking that, oh, they are killing my people in Ibadan. That is the purpose of those kind of public comments. But as far as action on the ground is concerned, these guys themselves are on ground, visiting, consulting, and speaking to all the stakeholders that are concerned.
All right. Not very often we hear from Abdulsalami Abubakar. He seems to be very, very quiet with regards to national issues. But this morning he's saying that Nigerians are living in fear. Mr. Akingbola, let's get your response to that.
Al-Salami, with due respect, is saying the obvious, is telling us what we know. And I probably want to also remind him of his role in getting to Nigeria where it is today. As brief as his tenure was, he was the one that supervised the election that enthroned Chief Obasanjo. So it's also part of the problem. So yes, we are living in fear because of the aggregation of poor policies, poor leadership, corruption over the years. Yes, we know we are living in fear. What we want him to tell us is at his level, as a statesman, what can he do to reduce the tension in the land? Okay, and if I may just quickly make a comment on the Northern Governor's assessment of the situation. Yes, that is a politically correct statement. And like Mr. Alakile said, it's a public relations, it's masterstroke aimed at dousing tension. But just as you also asked, is that a reality? I don't think that's a reality. I watched a video where the guy whose uncle was killed was relating exactly what happened. It started as a scuffle between an Hausa guy and a Yoruba, a pregnant lady. And whether we accept it or not, the nation is deeply divided. Okay, ethnicity, yes, there may not be manifestation the way the governors were expecting it, but you can't completely rule it out. You can't completely rule it out.
Mr. Olajide, 30 seconds. Lagos being a smart city by 2030. How likely is that?
Lagos is disposed to that if we continue to take the right actions. All of a sudden, some years ago, we saw Mark Zuckerberg in Sabo. He didn't even go to Abuja. He didn't visit the president. He came to Sabo and started going into cyber cafes and relating with all these tech guys that are all over the whole place. So as far as human resources is concerned, all the way from America, they are recruiting in Nigeria, here in Lagos. So the people required to make that transformation are here. We just need to be able to find the right structure to ensure that we're not just producing them for other societies who realize the value, who know the value and are tapping into it, but that we can also transform Lagos into that state that is able to optimize these resources that we have via provision of infrastructure. So you see all these cabling. By now, everybody should be able to have fiber into all the critical areas of Lagos. Providing financing where necessary, creating hubs where the techies can go and do. So it is a possibility. We can do it. But whether we will now get there depends on what are the specific steps that we do and sustain.
Okay. And we don't have police harassing people with laptops.
those are part of the things we need to deal with.
Indeed. Let's turn now to the Guardian newspaper. This one says, crypto restrictions open Nigeria to fresh foreign scramble. Without police background, Bawa becomes EFCC boss. Appointment seals Magu fates, seeking Senate confirmation, rubbishes FG's earlier position, lawyers declare. Terrorists, bandits killed 8,279 Nigerians in the year 2020. That's according to reports by the United States. Buhari, Sanwo-Olu, Okonjo-Iweala, others seek investments in youth. NDLEA intercepts fake military officers with 234 kilograms of parcels of drugs. Nigeria's industrial sector needs competition for price control, says Boache. Those are basically the top stories here on the front page of The Guardian. But I would love us to talk about this one on cryptocurrency restriction and how it's opening Nigeria to fresh foreign scramble. Because the story here is saying that since the CBN, outlawed banks from performing crypto transactions, more Nigerians have actually signed on to trading platforms, and that the unmatched earnings here are driving popularity of investment into cryptocurrencies. Mr. Akimbola, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm happy that the CBN realized the futility of action in the first instance. That suspension has been rescinded. That's a step in the right direction. But more importantly, that Nigerians are rushing into crypto trading it's a manifestation of acute loss of confidence in Nigerian economy. Okay, and we've always known that you can't control what you don't have and what you don't have control over, really. So if you suspend the accounts, if you say banks should not trade, people will opt for other trading platforms, which is what is going on right now. Rather than suspend, I think the CBN should be more concerned with regulating, just like SEC is trying to do. Okay, so SEC, CBN should work together. Let's streamline, let's regulate, let's avoid fraud and other negative tendencies. But you can't really suspend it. You can't suspend it. It shows that we are not progressive. That's my view.
There's also something, there that says terrorists and bandits killed 8,279 Nigerians in 2020, and that's from a U.S. report. 8,000 plus Nigerians.
And we probably don't realize that we're in a war, because, in some wars, over 35 years, you don't even kill that number of people. In active war zones, I'm saying, when Iraq was active, or Syria and all of them, you don't see this kind of death. And that is why sometimes Nigerians are embarrassed when they get rated close to countries like Yemen, and they're like, why Yemen with all this? Because the reality is that these killings are dispersed all over the whole place, from northeast to northwest to everywhere, and we may not be able to put a finger onto it as to what exactly is the true number. But there are other institutions who are gathering this number. When you put it all together, we are more than a war zone as Nigeria. And it's the same thing you're seeing that is being echoed by Abdul Salami. But in today's paper, there is another news of about 10 being killed in Niger State again, and some other kidnaps. This is what we're talking about. It has become a daily decimal. And it's as if we just need to do more, essentially. We need to do more, much more.
Mr. Kimbola, would you also react to that?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that the current government has lost control of the security situation. There's no doubt about that. There's no mincing words. President Buhari has failed woefully in the area of security. And what we do now is people have resorted to self-help. We resorted to more of prayers, and it shows that our hope is only in God, because you can't say you have a reliable police force, you can't say you have a reliable Nigerian army that will protect you. So it's like every day now we look forward to negative news of people being killed, people being kidnapped, and we just pray that it doesn't get to us. That's just the unfortunate situation. It's sad.
Okay.
It's sad.
I think here's another story Nigerians need to pray about fervently. It's on Business Day. It says Nigeria enters one of the worst food crises in history. It now costs Nigerians twice the amount they spend on food 5 years ago to buy similar quantities today. That's the story there on the Business Day. This one says how CBN targeted financing is reviving Nigeria's ailing power sector. And we see here how, Dieng Betty, Okonjo-Iweala, Mo Ibrahim wants Lagos to prioritize job creation infrastructure. But I'd like us to talk about this one, the food crisis and the inflation rate in Nigeria at 16.47%. Mr. Hodney.
Expectedly so. We saw this from afar off. You have a situation in which farmers cannot go to farms all over the country, especially in the northern part where most of the farming in Nigeria is done. That is where you have the worst insecurity situation. Now, when you put that together with our usual losses, a whole lot of food produced are lost to wastages. So transportation problem, so you have this truck of tomatoes that you need to move from Kebbi to Ibadan. And before you get there, because of the road infrastructure problem, a whole lot of it is wasted. You have electricity problem, which means capacity to preserve some food or to do partial processing is also constrained. Then we're also poor on research, science, and technology as far as agriculture is concerned. So you see the rice space in Nigeria, where our yield per hectare is 1.8. But China is able to do 6.5. So if they do 1 hectare of rice in China, they can do 6.5 tons. If we do it in Nigeria, we only make 1.8 tons from the same piece of land. When you go to Egypt, it goes as high as 8. So we must begin to ask ourselves, is this about land? Is this about doing more farming, or about putting more technology and research into what we're currently doing? So it's a mix of several things, and there is need for urgent intervention. Part of it is what you saw in 8,000 people being killed. It's security. Unless we fix this mix of problems, it portends grave danger.
I really can't wait for a time in Nigeria's future where agriculture becomes the buzz, and not just in words, but actually in actions, where everybody wants to get into agriculture, agri-tech, finding solutions to agricultural problems, and all of that would, totally eliminate these headlines we see about food crisis, food shortage, and inflation in Nigeria.
All right, but we obviously need to do more. I remember, in the 90s or late 80s, there was the Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR, in Edo State. It's a complete shadow of itself today. I don't even think it actually exists anymore.
There are a whole lot of them, actually. In Ibadan, you have the Cocoa Research Institute, you have the ITA. There are several of those institutes all over the whole place. But then, the question is not just about institute. Are we putting the right level of investment? Are we able to translate those investments into research output that gets to the farmers who are going to implement them? Are we putting the right? So it's a whole lot of things, that we need to think about. Food security.
We need to get Nigeria working, definitely.
Speak again. All right, I think we'll wrap up here. Mr. Ademola Akingbolu, thank you so much for your time this morning. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank
Always
you.
very interesting. All right, Wula Onlujide.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure also.
Pleasure to be here.
All right, stay with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going into Today in History. I'm going to be sharing something from 1970. It's a crime of passion. That's how I would describe it. And I'm sure you'll love to hear it. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Yeah, welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's now time for Today in History. And we're going back to just last year. This was the year 2020. And this day, February 17th, what happened was that India granted a landmark ruling for women's equal rights in the Indian Army. And this Indian Supreme Court ruled in favor of equal rights in the armed forces. They ordered the government to grant permission to women to be at par with men regards benefits, ranks, promotions, and pensions, with their male counterpart. And that's irrespective of their years of service, whether they had retired. Female officers had been clamoring for this for so long. And at the time, women were inducted into the army through short service commissions. They were only permitted to serve for 10 to 14 years. And the decision was because the government had told the courts that female officers were not physically and psychologically able to hold permanent commissions in the armed forces. The court had said the government's argument was based on a stereotype and they were discriminatory. But they eventually rejected their plea and they overturned that same policy. A 2010 Delhi High Court order on that same issue. And the Indian government agreed just last year to give permanent commissions to women, but said it would only apply to women who had served less than 14 years in the army. The courts came down heavily on the government for not acting on this order and for delaying the verdicts by 9 years. But as it stands, women in India have equal rights as their male counterparts.
I always love conversations about equal rights and equity and, a better working space and, for women generally. Always interests me to hear these type of conversations. And I think that we should continue to push for things like that here in Nigeria. We should continue to have those conversations. We should throw away some of the stereotypes and the cultures and the beliefs that we have that limit opportunities for women and limit the amount of growth that women can receive here in Nigeria. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, like we spoke about yesterday, is a great inspiration and it's a reminder to Nigerian men and Nigerians in general that the female child is of great value, here in Nigeria and across the world. So those people who are stuck with the narrative that if you don't have a male child, you haven't given birth, should do better.
Yes.
And, absolutely give more value to the female child.
I couldn't agree more, Talge.
Now, let's talk about a crime of passion. And this, some years ago, I heard of the story of something that happened here in Lagos where a woman was killed by, I think, an ex-lover, ex-husband or so, in the most gruesome, the most brutal way. After investigations, he eventually was caught, and that's the way it ended. But this is another example of what you call a crime of passion, I believe, or maybe just mental illness. It's a story of a guy called Jeffrey McDonald. He was a former U.S. Army physician early in the 70s. It's a story that happened from the 16th of February in 1970 and eventually played out on the 17th of February 1970. He was on this day convicted in August 1979 of murdering his pregnant wife and 2 daughters in February 1970. And it says that on the afternoon of February 16, McDonald took his kids and his wife out to play on a pony that he bought them for Christmas, returned home that evening. By the next morning, or rather later that night in the morning, there was an emergency call that was received by dispatchers. They got there and saw the most gruesome scene that they could imagine. The wife had been stabbed 21 times with an ice pick and 16 times with a knife. His 5-year-old daughter was badly beaten. Her skull was fractured twice, and she was stabbed 8 to 10 times. And then I think the 3-year-old daughter was stabbed 33 times with a knife and 15 times with an ice pick. Yeah, I know.
You don't have to mention how many times.
I wish there was an easier way to say this, but I don't want to go too deep into the story, but it was a very, very, very terrible scene. Jeffrey McDonald, was, of course, found on the floor lying next to his wife, claiming to be in pain and, acting, like he also had survived the attack, asking, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Oh, these bastards have, hurt my family and stuff like that. He claimed that he also was attacked and was stabbed with an ice pick about 10 times and he was knocked unconscious. Those were his claims. He also claims that he was attacked by 3 or 4 men who had committed those murders. But over time, with investigations, that had gone on for years, it is said that this is, in America's criminal history, one of the most litigated cases. This case continued all the way to almost early 2000s, and it's still, of course, creating controversy because till date, he still was not able to prove that anybody attacked him. The claims of being stabbed by an ice pick were all, not seen. He had no injuries whatsoever. And he eventually was convicted. He was given 3 life sentences. But in that period, he was granted bail a few times, returned to work, was rearrested, was sent back to jail, and it's been a total mess. I believe he's still in jail till now. But the sad part for me is the fact that we still, until date, he still claims innocence, and the world still has not been able to find out exactly what led to those murders, or if there was anything, that triggered his actions that night. It takes some level of rage, some level of passion, some level of insanity to stab your wife and your 2 daughters in that manner.
But the thing is, it still can be proved. I mean, I read about this a bit and I saw there was a list of murders. They said about five alleged murderers that might be innocent. And Jeffrey's case was listed because nothing could be proved. He still claims to be innocent. He still maintains that 4 people, invaded his house. 3 men and 1 woman attacked him, even though he didn't have any injuries. It could not be proven, right? But this was just so gruesome. I was basically shivering hearing your description of how many times his wife and kids were stabbed.
Well, that's the thing with the criminal justice system over there, So, guilty until innocent until proven guilty. And since he didn't have, a good enough alibi, he didn't have a good enough story. His claims of being attacked were not very evident. There were no injuries on his body, and it makes no sense, that somehow, some way, you just found yourself slumped and your whole family was attacked and
Yes.
murdered. But at the same time, it still shows how much time it took for the courts and for their criminal justice system to investigate and eventually find him guilty in 1979, 9 years after these murders were committed.
And 50 years later, it's still so intriguing.
Exactly.
And in law, it's not necessarily about the truth. It's what can you prove? What's the evidence? If there's no proof, even if it's glaring to everybody that this person did this, if there's no evidence, you really can't convict.
Same way O.J. Simpson got, out free, after there was, of course, accusations or allegedly killed his, his wife then and her lover. The prosecution messed up that case and eventually he walked. But, a lot of people believe that he did commit it, but since there's no evidence, there's really not much that you can do. But Jeffrey was given 3 life sentences, and that's where we are. So yes, Jeffrey McDonald, 1970, a U.S. Army officer, allegedly murdered his family and eventually was convicted in 1979, 9 years after.
Yes, and the year 2020, a landmark ruling granting women equal rights as their male counterpart in the Indian Army.
All right, that's what we have for you today, rather. Today in history, February 17th. Stay with us. Our first conversation comes up right after this short break, and now we are talking about the new EFCC chairman, Abdulrasheed Bawa, and the task ahead of him, the controversy, leading to his appointment, and what new energy needs to be brought into the EFCC by a 40-year-old FBI-trained non-police officer this time. We'll talk next. Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Our first major conversation this morning is on the new appointment of Abdulrasheed Bawa, a 40-year-old who has, of course, been appointed by President Muhammadu Buhari to head the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. There's so much controversy about his background, his time at the Port Harcourt office of the EFCC before he was sent to head the Lagos office of the EFCC. Controversy also about who, of course, what next for the EFCC. Ibrahim Magu also, what may his fate be? We've invited this morning Mr. Sunday Odibashi to join us and share his thoughts on this. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Great to have you here. So let's first of all get your reaction on the part where it says that this is one of the appointments, that has come to the EFCC that is not from the police force. How vital is this perspective, and what difference does it make that Abdulrasheed Bawa comes from a totally different background than the police?
Yeah, well, first of all, Mr. President has performed his constitutional duty in appointing the chairman of the EFCC, given the circumstance that the former one has also been removed by his office. So it's not the duty of the Senate to proceed to the next stage of screening and confirming the new appointments.
Yes.
But having said that, the profile of Bawa shows he has experience in the job. Perhaps he's educated, so he probably might have the education, the qualification, and he has been part of the commission from the beginning for a very long time. So it's coming at a time that people were also expecting, there were expectation of better service, better leadership of the commission, and transparency, including accountability. And these are expectations hanging on him. However, there are controversies and the issue of integrity burden hanging on his neck, which perhaps will be the duty of the Senate to resolve or reconcile the controversies. Because similar controversies came up when Magu was appointed chairman of the EFCC, and the Senate then discovered some burden, integrity burden, and they did not confirm Magu. But the presidency, let me put it that way, insisted that Magu must continue in the office, even without the confirmation of the Senate, which is unconstitutional. And
okay, well,
he's appointing a new one with a similar circumstance.
Mr. Odibachi, I think we will get into these aspects. I think they are important conversations to have this morning. But I wanted us to, talk about the tradition that has been broken now, appointing someone who is not from the police force. Is that in any way important, with regards to the running of the EFCC and the direction the EFCC goes from here, if he is confirmed?
Well, it may not necessarily be important because Bauer himself has also been part of the system. And if you check the history, apart from Nuhu Ribadu, every other chairman of the EFCC have left with a load of controversy. Besides Farida, the next generation, you will notice that they were forced out of the system, or out of the commission, if you like, because of allegations of corruption. So you don't fight corruption with corruption. So moving away from appointing either serving on top police to head the EFCC, but from the same product of the commission has not made any difference. And it's also coming with burden of the controversy that others had while they were there. So practically no difference.
All right, Mr. Odibachi, before we go into all the controversies, with his integrity, I want us to first highlight, his resume, his profile. Who is Bauer? What the statement they put out was that he is a certified fraud examiner, that he is a certified anti-money laundering specialist. He was trained by the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Financial Crime Enforcement Network. They say he was trained by the World Bank. He was trained by the United Nations Office of Drug and Crimes. He was trained by the Nigeria Police Force, the Nigeria State Security Services, the EFCC Academy, United Kingdom's Global Training Consulting. It looks like an impressive resume. And let's talk about his age. He's 40 years old. So let's get your thoughts, first of all, on his experience, his training, and his youth and vibrancy. Someone like this, being nominated to head the EFCC.
Yeah, he has a very beautiful profile, no doubt. In terms of experience, he has gone through several trainings, as his profile tells us. So he has gone through special training within and outside Nigeria, so which equipped him for the job. And the age also is there on his side to make him more effective. So having said this, there is also a problem. Because with all these at his behest, he may not deliver as expected.
Why do you think so?
Because of the political influence on the institution of the EFCC. Not just EFCC, virtually all the federal agencies, they lack autonomy to perform their duties as expected or as assigned to them by the Constitution or the act establishing that commission. So if we remove political interference, we may see a gentleman that may be effective and efficient in service delivery. So the fear is that political interference.
Okay, talking about this interference issue, political interference, the lack of autonomy, Would you agree that maybe the EFCC needs an overhauling to be truly independent to perform its duties?
Well, I think the legal statute that established the EFCC, has that in the content. But the overbearing of Nigerian politicians, for parochial reasons, do not allow the institution to get these things done or function as being mandated by the act establishing it. So even when you overhaul, you may not until that interference is being eliminated. But yes, I agree with you. There is need for total overhaul and value reorientation such that when you are a staff of that commission, you do not use it for peculiar advantage or promotion of a particular interest that overrides the national interest.
All right. There's, of course, we stated how impressive his profile seems. But I want your thoughts on the fight against corruption in Nigeria that has struggled. Of course, in the last couple of weeks, we've seen Transparency International also rate us very poorly with regards to corruption fight. But what do you think needs to be done to ensure that we actually have a corruption fight that works? So regardless of whoever it is that takes over that position, regardless of the profile of whoever is in charge of the EFCC, if we don't have the structures in place that actually fight corruption, it may be a failed journey that we're on. So what do you think needs to come into play to ensure that the corruption battle is successful?
Well, that is also the function of Mr. President, to give firm directive to the commission, including the head of the commission, and again, fight from outside the commission using the administrative instruments that have been developed by the federal government to check corruption. You have the BVN. Yeah, we also have other instruments, like the, what is it called, the single account or whatever for the establishment. And you see, when those things function properly, the job is less for the EFCC. But again, the ICPC is also there. And with the SFU is also there. That is the police unit, special financial unit. So we have just all these institutions that are there, coupled with the control mechanisms, like the BVN, the single account, whatever. So when these things are functional, then you'll be able to contain it. But Mr. President must be fair. You must not bring in politics, either exempting a party member or a loyalist and others from the fight.
Is it?
Once you are seen to be corrupt, let the commission go after that person and just get the job done. During the Nuhu Ribadu administration, if you like, you saw the way it was fought from within. Even when people were accusing former President Obasanjo, you are fighting your enemies. Then those who were close to the president were picked up in the moment there was any allegation. It's not the same today. We look for a day that somebody opens his mouth and criticizes Mr. President, and we say, oh, that is the corrupt man. Like you can see the case of Olisametu and others. Look at what we are fighting corruption front and back. A senator and there was a judgment on a senator. He was jailed. While in jail, the judgment was reversed, and they say start retrial. Now, if you know that judgment was wrong, what happened to the judge? Because it's not to be comprehensive. If you are a judge and you give a corrupt judgment on a corruption case, you should also go in for it. But if you were right, and there was a revision, a reversal, then what happens to that institution? So you see that there's a total overhaul, like you had said earlier, a total overhaul beyond the EFCC, the judiciary, the lawyers who are representing their clients, and everybody.
All right, Mr. Odibashi, let's also now go back to something you started with, and that is the part where the Senate needs, to confirm Abdulrasheed Bauer. Do you think that the controversy over his time at the Port Harcourt Zonal Office and the things that he was accused of might be a problem, or might, come into play here for the Senate's confirmation?
Well, the Senate has integrity to protect, because if the allegation or the controversy is substantial, I think it may be enough to guide the Senate on their decision. You take the Magu instance, when the DSS had to write a report indicting him, the Senate refused to confirm. The presidency insists it must be. And you see the way he ended. The same presidency now found the same Magu to be allegedly involved in some practices that were not part of his office while he was in office. The similar circumstance is coming up now. So the controversy as it is now, the bodies of the Senate to prove that the Nigerian Senate has its integrity and they are objective in performing their functions. If the president makes a mistake, it is the duty of the Senate to correct that mistake. So it may not be given that the president has nominated and that is final. So the controversy is for the Senate to evaluate and make a decision. We cannot make a decision for them.
Okay.
If they make the right one, we praise them. If they make the wrong one, we criticize them.
All right, Mr. Odibashi, staying on this corruption issue, it's a really big one here because it's all over the front page of the newspapers this morning. We see talks about the EFCC head and all the corruption allegations that have been levied against him. So the issue here is that he's been accused of diverting recovered assets. And one of the big issues that have been pointed out here is the case of 224 trucks that, was claimed to have been diverted or sold by him. They also claims that his colleagues, filed anonymous complaints to the EFCC headquarters for, corruption cases against him. But the EFCC spokesperson, Wilson Wajaran, has spoken up about this, saying that Bauer has no corruption record, he hasn't been convicted of any crime, and that even the 224 trucks that was allegedly sold by him was auctioned after Bauer left that part of the agency. I don't know what you think about this, because it's seeming to me a lot like the Magu story, isn't it?
Yeah, there appear to be a lot, like you said, I agree with you. And the EFCC ought to tell Nigerians, okay, he was tried, or this is the extent of their investigation, he was cleared. But that was not done. Like I said before, most of our corruption fight is being overwhelmed with politics. You see the case of the former CJN, where the whole place was on fire, they wanted to get him out. After he left office, nothing happened. So we have a tradition that the moment there's sentiment against any public officer, then the noise about corruption on that officer is so loud until that person is either frustrated for a particular office, and the moment that goal is achieved, nothing happens. So the EFCC ought to have told Nigerians that on that allegation, that the person was tried and he was declared innocent. And that is it. But that is not what the EFCC is saying today. So they are just on the defensive to justify the appointment of the man.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Odibashi. It seems the bulk now stops on the, that the Senate, for them to screen him and make their final decisions on the issue of Bauer as the new EFCC head. So thank you very much for your thoughts and time on The Breakfast this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, we're now wrapping up this conversation to turn to the Department of Petroleum Resources and a media aide of President Muhammadu Buhari, yes. Bashir Ahmed. There's a controversy here that he's been appointed to earn salaries of over 400,000 naira. In addition, so God knows how much he's earning right now. Lots of people condemning this, would love to earn double salaries one day. Well, let's get into that right after this break. Do stay with us.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Our next conversation this morning is once again about jobs, appointments and the likes. The DPR, of course, put out a statement yesterday dispelling rumors about appointment of one of President Muhammadu Buhari's aides, Bashir Ahmad. There was a story alleging that he had been appointed to head a particular department of the DPR, Department of Petroleum Resources, to earn a little above 400,000 naira monthly. It went as far as putting an official appointment letter online as a verification for the story. But the controversy started after that, claiming that that letter was fake, and the DPR also put out statements saying that there was no such appointment and it is all fake. We've invited this morning Kunle Rashid, a publisher and editor-in-chief, CT Rover magazine. Good morning. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so let's get straight into this. The DPR spoke about this. Paul Osu, its spokesman, said it's fake news. It's the handiwork of mischief makers. What are your thoughts on that?
Fake news has become this monster that is threatening the media industry, not only the media industry, but the world at large. A lot of people are mixing this up. So we all know that fake news is about spreading false information or misleading information out there and quoting it to be legitimate or genuine. But whichever way we see it, it is a double-edged sword. We have what is known as misinformation and disinformation. People could make genuine mistakes while trying to dish out things. News is all about dissemination of information. People could make genuine mistakes while trying to pass out information. That will be tagged as misinformation, and the other, which is disinformation, is deliberately attempt or act of dishing out fake or false information to make it appear as real news. It is something that it's really affecting the media generally, from the regular and the irregular media. There's no how we're going to do it that we won't include the other media, because since you can afford to have a phone, any mobile device, a desktop, you can become a news platform. So that is the main thing about the two that we have to differentiate.
Okay, so we currently, of course, I believe, have enough laws tackling fake news in Nigeria. Do you think that those laws need to come into play here?
Oh, definitely. World over, they are trying to curb the SSA of how, unfortunately, let me just quickly say this. Unfortunately, fake news can never go away. We can just reduce it. Because even in the so-called civilized countries, it has become one thing that's also affecting them, whether right or wrong. We know what happened with the Trump administration, where it had almost all the media houses as fake news purveyors. But in Singapore, that is what I know, that they've made a law, and anybody who goes against that law by pushing out fake news will have to go for 10 years. So also in Russia, in France, Germany, and in Malaysia. I think the government has a role to play in here. The government and the social media owners, they have a role to play. If the social media owners can curb the excesses by blocking or removing those who go against the law, I think that will help in reducing the menace. The government also, with the laws, the proper laws in place, that can also be good in curbing it. But I would like to state this. The government are also, the government of Nigeria is also guilty of the offense. You know, I talked about this information when we started this. I could remember vividly this government, when they were about contesting for this election, I think in 2015, there were a lot of propaganda that was pushed out there in maligning and injuring the other party's reputation. And if you're in equity, if you must come to equity, apart from the conscience, you must come with clean hands. So the government too should learn that winning elections should never be a do-or-die affair. Because one thing I've understand about this country, when election comes, is for one person to be pushing it.
Mr. Rashid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I want us to stay on this issue, on the DPR denying the appointment letter. So when the People's Gazette put this out, the People's Gazette, by the way, is not just a blog. It's a renowned website by a renowned journalist, a former journalist working with Premium Times. He founded this in 2020, and he put out this letter saying Bashir Ahmed has been appointed as a project manager with the DPR. And one thing lots of people have pointed out on social media is that the DPR did not deny that Bashir Ahmed has been appointed. They're just denying that the letter is fake. So I really don't know where we should face now, because people are saying if the DPR believes that the appointment was concocted by the People's Gazette, then they should be suing Samuel Ogundipe and the People's Gazette, not just coming out to say the letter was false or falsified. What do you think about this?
In journalism, you are as good as your source or sources. The ethics of journalism actually states that you should reveal what your source or who your source or source is. Issue about that, it is not the first time such will be happening. You can push out a news that is genuine, and people that are affected by the news will tag that as fake news. I mentioned the issue of Trump. Some of the things that were said about him actually happened, but he decided to tag that as fake news. I know Premium Times, I know who owns it, and it's one of the things you can rely on when you're about to call that menace known as fake news. You must try to check who the author is and the platform. Now back to the question. The person who wrote that and brought out that information may have done the right thing. But the person with the DPR, like you said, denied that the letter did not emanate from them. It is not the first time such will be happening. I can remember now a colleague of mine who was with Punch newspaper, a female, was arrested by someone known in the community and in the society too, for writing about his new, a romance between the non-society person and a certain lady who is one interior decorator and hotelier. And at the end of the day, today, they are celebrating that union, despite locking up that female journalist in the police cell. What do you have to say about that? How do we determine what is fake and what is not?
Important question. Kunle Rashid.
From, yes?
Yeah, we need to wrap up, but I'm gonna, if you can, in 30 seconds, go back to a question that I had asked you earlier. And I'm trying to find out from your take why this is so controversial and what exactly is wrong with an appointment of Bashir Ahmad, if the story was true.
Oh, the spokesperson, is that what you're saying? The media that was reported yesterday that he was appointed by the government.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Kunle Rashid, do you choose to not hear that question, or you just don't want to answer it?
All right, I think let's draw the curtains here. Thank you very much, Kunle Rashid, for your time and thoughts on The Breakfast. All right. It's quite dicey, quite controversial, really. And I can't blame him. You might not have all the information.
It's a pretty simple question. And, I think it should simply be answered as, okay, well, people wouldn't be excited because we are still seeking that people with, qualifications should take certain positions. And also because of the controversy in the last couple of years of nepotism, the accusations and allegations of nepotism in the current administration, because also that there's, Bashir Ahmad has never, really been a petroleum worker. There's numerous ways to answer. So it's not a difficult question.
I can't really say why he wouldn't answer, but remember he's also a journalist, so maybe he's also trying to protect his own.
It's a very pretty simple question.
So yes. Let's head into something else. We'll be talking about refineries and their repairs with an energy expert after this break.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. Of course, final conversation this morning just before Wale Scott joins us. We're now going to be talking energy and, of course, another conversation about refineries here in Nigeria and the federal government's plan to bring them back to life. We're talking now of a cost optimization program and the federal government's plan to revitalize and repair Nigeria's refineries. We're joined this morning by Bala Zaka, an energy expert. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Thank you, and good morning, viewers.
Okay, all right. I'm going to start by asking about the conversation on fixing our refineries, repairing our refineries. We've had these conversations many, many times over decades. Should we be excited about this one?
Well, people that believe in the Nigerian economy generally call for excitement and optimism. But we also know we have had many theories, we have had many positions from our economic and political leaders to make sure that our economy. When I talk about economy, I talk about different sectors of our economy. But the crystallization has always been an issue. We hope the plan to fix our refinery is real, is going to come into crystallization, and if it eventually crystallizes, they will be appreciated. But if it does not crystallize, I will not be surprised or disappointed.
All right, so having a bit of issues with your audio, and we hope you can help us speak a little more louder and clearer. But I wanted to ask you about your thoughts. There are other energy experts that have said it's a waste of money for Nigeria to focus on repairing our refineries. Let's just go ahead and build new ones. Do you agree with that?
No. Anybody who says it's a waste of money to repair Nigerian refinery, I don't agree with the person. I don't.
There's also been conversations in the past about privatizing these refineries, seeing that every other month, the NNPC states how much of Nigeria's money has gone into, these refineries without them producing a drop of oil. Is this also a time when you should, or you will be encouraging the government to get into conversations on privatization of these refineries so that we can achieve a lot more from them?
Let me be very practical here. See, if we say our health sector is not working, our education sector is not working, our export stream is not working, our economy is not working, and now we're saying the refineries is not working, then one can imply that the government is also not working. Because you cannot have government working and your health sector will fail, your education sector will fail, and your energy sector will fail. It's not possible. Something is fundamentally with the government. If you also say refineries are not working and you need to privatize them, then schools are not working, you need to set up schools and privatize them, then eventually we also need to privatize the government. Because by extension, it means that the government is not working. It's as simple as that. Refining technology is elementary chemistry. That is what I want everybody to know. There is nothing new or special about refining. It is elementary chemistry. And if refineries are working in other countries, in all OPEC countries, and they are not working in Nigeria, it is not the concept of refining that is faulty. It is the plan and the management of refining or refinery that is wrong in Nigeria. It's as simple and as practical as that.
All right, Mr. Bala Zakka, we've seen situations where, for example, NNPC, it's refineries that's able to produce about 445,000 barrels of oil per day, just about 20% of that amount, way less than it should. And time again, the federal government has pledged to revamp the refineries, to basically rehabilitate it with the facilities and all of that. But time and time again, these pledges keep falling to the ground. What faith should we have then in this new federal government's plan to optimize costs and repair refineries in the country moving forward?
The answer is very simple. If economy is failing, then something is wrong with the economic manager. And if economic managers are doing their work, then who are those sabotaging the efforts of the economic manager? Take, for instance, this plan removal of subsidy or deregulation. The only time removal of subsidy worked in my lifetime was during Abacha, regardless of the shortcomings of Abacha. When Abacha attempted to deregulate or he increased the price of petroleum products, he established Petroleum Trust Fund, PTF, and the current president was even the chairman of PTF then. That was also when we discovered the Okonjo-Iweala. We could see the proceeds of PTF then. That is how We could see roads constructed by PPF. We could see scholarship. Even this in Abuja, we learned as a result of the increase in petroleum, cost of refined products. It was the process that was used to build all those Gorimpa estates. It's clear. Since we came into democracy, it has not been working. It was one story or the other. What if you say the refineries are not working because we are mismanaged? What can you say about the PID? The same way the PID has not been passed into law is the same way the education sector is not working, is the same way the health sector is not working, and by extension is the same way government is not working, or government is not efficient, or the government is not effective. I'm not a journalist, so I'm not trying to modify anything. I'm not seeking for any favors. I'm a very straightforward technocrat.
All right. I want us to now talk about the idea of cost optimization. The Minister of State for Petroleum, Temipre Silva, was, of course, the one who stated these, trying to reduce the cost, that, we put into oil production in Nigeria so we can maximize what we gain from oil production. There's a lot of processes, that need to come into play here. There's a lot of factors that need to be put in place to help us achieve these. Do you see that? Do you think that these, are achievable in any way, seeing the way the structure is with Nigerian oil production?
Well, I can't tell you about the structure of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, but achieving cost optimization is very possible. That was why you call it cost optimization. And when you talk about cost optimization, you simply mean you want to go in, explore, and produce crude oil in a safe and cost-effective manner. The reasons are very clear. If you want, the first thing that has to happen is when you start, you are talking about the oil companies in their relationship with the Nigerian government, whether they are international oil companies or local oil companies. The first thing is there has to be transparency in the relationship, right from the acquisition of the oil blocks. Then you have to make sure you remove multiple tariffs. Then you have to help some of these companies to make sure you guarantee security in their areas of operations. Then you make sure there is accountability and transparency. Finished. And once you come up with all this and there is transparency, whatever is the cost per barrel will be the cost per barrel. It's as simple as that. All you need to do is to come up also with what we call, flow chart system from the beginning to the end of execution, so that if you have any delay or disruption, you can point to that fault, know why you are having the disruption or why you are having the cost rise, and do something about it. And if it is genuine, learn your lessons, carry your lessons, and see how you can improve in the next operation. That is the principle of cost optimization.
All right. So many other countries, they've done this, they've tried this, they've done this successfully when it comes to, their oil refineries, oil processing. But we are the largest oil exporter in Africa. But what's the challenge really with us, regarding getting our refineries working in this part of the world?
Practically, in the case of Nigeria, I stand to have debate with anybody, even in front of OPEC or United Nations, is we are having square pegs in round holes. It's as simple as that. But what I'm saying is this: you cannot be having failure in your health system, failure in your education system, failure in your power sector, failure in your oil and gas sector, and you think your government is not failing. No, because you're talking about public institutions. If public institutions are failing in nearly all the sectors, then who are the managers? The managers are the national economy and political managers. Let's be practical. And it's just like when you talk and you go to other countries, refineries of 100 years are working. For people like me that have traveled far and wide, when we go for training workshops in those days, we read the same books, we talk about the same principle of refining. The only difference is the human beings that have been put in position to carry out these activities. And the question is this: what is the recruitment strategy? How are people recruited? Is it based on merit, or is based on nepotism, or political interest, or geographical interest, or sectarial interest? Also know we can't keep lying about our economy, because we are living in a dynamic world. Even if we lie to ourselves, the bigger world and the social media knows that we are lying.
All right. Bala Zaka, wish we had more time to talk about this. There's obviously a lot of angles with this conversation with regards fixing our refineries, cost optimization, and how we can get the best out of our oil production here in Nigeria. But we're out of time. But thank you anyway for sharing your thoughts with us and for your views this morning. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Oh, well, amen.
Amen. Let's now talk sports with Wale Scott, who's standing by to discuss these issues with us. We're talking about outrage as the NFF drops in form. Obaranozie invites players without clubs for 1 year. After this break, we'll be right back.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Welcome back. Our final conversation this morning on The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Sports. Many Nigerians have lambasted the Nigerian Football Federation and Super Falcons coach Randy Waldrum for dropping former captain of the side, Desire Obaranozie, from the list of players for the friendly tournament in Turkey, despite, of course, what has been described as a sterling performance in Dijon in the French league. She, of course, Obaranozie has been in fine form, but was excluded from the team, while 38-year-old Onome Ebi, Francisca Odega, and Chiwendu Ihuzo, who had not played in any competitive match for any club for over 11 months, were instead included in the squad. So we've invited this morning Wale Scott to join us and share his thoughts on this, and let us know where we go from here. How big of an issue is this?
It's big. It's really big because don't forget the coach is new. He doesn't know our players yet. He's not looked into them yet. And this list was actually given to him. This is what we heard from the NFF, headed by Amaju Pinnick. And first of all, Obaranozie was first of all sacked of the captainship of the Super Falcons for no reason. And then Asisat Oshuala, who is my personal person, was actually put as the captain. Asisat is one of the youngest players on the team. And then you don't invite her. She plays for the French Le Championnat. She plays regularly. Now, let me explain to you this. Odega and the rest of them all play in China. And when the COVID-19 pandemic started, they couldn't make it to China. So they've been in Nigeria for 11 months. They've not played regular football for 11 months. And Obaranozie has been playing in the French Le Championnat. She's been playing regular football. First of all, you strip her of the captainship. You bring in a Oshuala, who is one of the youngest in the team. And
also a brilliant footballer.
So she's now brilliant footballer. But you see, sometimes in these things, to be a captain depends on experience, really, not about how brilliant you are.
So do you agree that she's been sidelined?
Well, she's saying she's been sidelined. She's saying they don't like her. And the NFF don't like her. That how can a new coach who should be studying footballers, and she's been playing regularly, and you put 4 players in the team who play in China, who have been in Nigeria for 11 months. How?
But do you think there's any rationale to that?
What do you think? Really, because she says she's done nothing wrong. First of all, she was stripped of captainship for doing nothing wrong. Now she's not been called to the team to play in Turkey. and she's been playing regular football in our league, and then you bring 4 players in that team who have been at home for 11 months. Let's figure it out.
How do you think this might impact, the whole team?
First of all, when she was stripped of the captainship and Oshoala was made the captain, people spoke and said, small girl amongst all these elder ones, that caused a lot of furore, but she was like, let it go. The captain knows best. The coach knows best. Now the coach has left. He left Awol, absent without leave, just left. And then there's a new one. The new one doesn't even know our players yet, hasn't done one match training session with the girls yet. And then he brings a list and she's not there. It smells.
So what normally should be the things that a coach should look through before appointing players or before calling up players?
Well, we would expect that our coach, a few weeks before he becomes the main coach, actually looks at footages of these players playing abroad and all that, and then get to know the ones who are in Nigeria here, of course, most importantly, try and build our league, and then he will now write a list. This coach might have looked at footages, but I don't think he knows our players well enough. If he does, he would not call 4 players who are in Nigeria for 11 months and leave one who is playing regularly in the French Le Championnat. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so
the girl says it smells of hatred, it smells of...
But how can a coach hate her without knowing her?
That's because we have all confirmed that, or we all know, it's obvious that the list was not from him, the NFF. So whatever the NFF, she says the NFF has something against her, and it's very obvious right now.
Okay, one other
Very
angle
obvious.
here that she's raised, she's saying that she feels that she's been sidelined because she took part in protests in France over, unpaid bonuses, and that was at the 2019 Women's World Cup in France. And another statement here saying the NFF told her that she needed to push harder to be selected. How do these two things play into this consideration for the team?
She shouldn't have done the protest. She did the protest not in Nigeria, abroad, and the foreign media, Nigerian media, picked it up and said, oh, what effrontery? You're actually protesting against the NFF. But she has a right to protest. She has a right to actually say this thing is wrong. And she says that the reason why she's been sidelined now, she's been witch hunted, is because she actually protested in the first place. And now, Amaju Pinnick is the head of NFF. He's someone who doesn't like to be, don't look at him. He doesn't want to be asked questions. He just wants to tell you what he wants and you must do it. And she protested. And she says she's paying for her protest. And it seems right.
Can the Falcons do well without Oparanozie?
Yes, of course. No, the team will do well. But it's just the fact that Oparanozie she was the captain. She would have her own loyalists to the team.
Indeed.
Will it affect the team? I don't know.
And talking about loyalists, lots of our fans on Twitter are, pushing out support, saying she might have been sidelined, but she means a lot to them, and she should be strong. That even though she who's been working on her game has been sidelined, other people without the club have been included.
Exactly.
But she should keep her head up.
My fear is she has her own loyalists too. She was captain for a long time, and my fear is, will the loyalists take her side? Will they not do well on the field of play? I don't know. I fear for that. I fear for that.
Well, all the best to the Falcons. I think that's the most important thing. Individual players, yes, might have issues, but the most important, aspect or factor here is that the Super Falcons.
We've seen players. We've seen players go against coaches and play badly. So I fear for that.
Best of luck. Thanks, Wale Scott, for stepping in and for being a part of the program.
Thank you, Anita.
All right. That's where we wrap up this morning. It's been a pretty interesting run from, of course, a news review today in history and the very important topics that we had as a part of our discussions this morning. We hope you did enjoy. If you missed out on any of these, join us on social media at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Same with our YouTube channel. I am Osaogie Ogboa.
I am Aneta Felix, saying have a beautiful Wednesday. Bye-bye.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year, 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk. That the traffic light is indicating red and it's time for you to walk across the traffic. Issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for why children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lower height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist and in some cases pedestrians are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do? What can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it for our own safety benefit. In a city like Lagos or any large city, there are more pedestrians on the road, more than vehicles. And pedestrians are more vulnerable than vehicular movement because a vehicle is a matter that is enclosed, and so the occupant of a vehicle feels safer. Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to say to you that where you park is very important because it borders on safety and it borders on obstruction of other road users. And so the first job of any driver or a motorist is that wherever you've parked, you must ask yourself the question, is it safe? Is it obstructive? Do I have any traffic signs that bans me from parking at this spot? If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? I.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, vehicles on an express will be on a higher speed. If you park there and you obstruct, you're forcing them to change lanes. Now, forcing someone to change lanes on an express on high speed is very dangerous. More than likely, it will lead to a crash. So you can't park there. If you go to a market and you do not go into an off-street parking space or go and find a side street that is not obstructive to parking, and you now say, oh, because other people are parking there, I just want to park for 1 minute. 1 minute is more than enough for an accident to happen. 1 minute is more than enough for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use. Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There is a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users like children and the elderly and pedestrians. Don't say because you're inside your car that you just have rights to do whatever you want.
Obey the road signs and remember not to drive under any influence.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that, and so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs, and that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African, for me, means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Eson Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene, all right? A good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nuts, watermelon, cucumber, very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamins E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet pattern, greens and vegetables.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so,
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst.
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh.
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Ich muss mal einmal. Oh God, Jesus.
That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder
special.
das, damit die
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst. Als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing.
Lift off.
If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you.
Lift off.
If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time.
Lift off.
Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID.
Lift off.
As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this